Looking forward to it.
I appreciate it, bro. Thanks for having me on, and hopefully we can have yourself on at some point as a guest, because we'd love to hear your thoughts as an ex-NRL player, but also someone that's been around and knows what they're doing, unlike Sarah. But no, I'm joking. We'd love to have Sarah on as well at some stage.
Awesome, bro. I'd love to. Well, that brings us to the end of the show, but I will be back at same time, same place next week alongside Kennedy Cherrington.
And don't forget, you can find all our episodes on the Radio Australia website or wherever you listen to your podcast.
That's all the kia.
Can You Be More Pacific? An ABC Sport production for ABC Radio Australia.
This program has been funded by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
ABC News. Good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. The AFL season is about to get underway with Richmond taking on Carlton at the MCG. Fraser Fife is there.
More than 80,000 fans have made their way to the MCG for the traditional rivalry between Richmond and Carlton. Some with a sense of optimism.
Can't wait for the first fence.
Others less so.
I'm hoping Carlton would win, but I don't believe Carlton's going to win until it's after the final siren.
More than 350,000 fans are expected to attend games this weekend, including tomorrow's qualifying final rematch between reigning premiers Geelong and Collingwood.
The Premier, Daniel Andrews, says he hasn't yet read a scathing letter written by Victoria's former IBAC Commissioner a week after it was published. In the letter sent to Parliament, Robert Redlich accused Labor MPs of trying to dig up dirt on the state's anti-corruption watchdog and for leaking information to the media. Mr Andrews has denied the allegations, but says he's not in the business of reading correspondence that isn't addressed to him.
As I said the other day, I'm not here to have a debate with the former head of an agency who's made claims and so serious are these matters. This wasn't addressed to me. It wasn't sent to me. It wasn't raised with me. It was sent to the Speaker and the President, and it's a matter for them.
Opposition leader John Pesutto says Parliament must establish a committee to investigate the allegations.
For Daniel Andrews to dismiss Mr Redlich's letter and all of the serious allegations it contains in the way that he has makes it more important than ever that the Parliament take action to hold an inquiry to look into this matter.
The federal opposition says a warning of gas shortages by the Australian energy market regulator should be a wake-up call. Political reporter Stephanie Boris has more.
AEMO has released its gas adequacy report, forecasting there could be shortages not just this winter, but the following 3 if there are extreme weather events. It's also warned of gaps in the market from 2027 if supply doesn't increase. Daniel Westerman is the CEO.
What we're calling for is investment in new sources of supply.
Shadow Energy Minister Ted O'Brien says the report is a wake-up call.
None of the government's decisions helps bring more supply into the market.
The government says it's continuing to work with the states and territories to ensure there's enough gas in the system in the years ahead.
Electronic Frontiers Australia says Latitude Financial labelling a data breach as malicious does not adequately warn affected customers of the risk they now face. The company, which issues consumer loans and runs a buy now pay later scheme, has revealed hackers have stolen the personal information of more than 300,000 customers, including driver's licences. The organisation's chair, Justin Warren, says there hasn't been enough information publicly shared about the attack.
Generally, any kind of attack like this where people are making off with other people's data could be described as malicious, but malicious in what way? Are they simply trying to get hold of a lot of personal information that can then be on-sold? Or it could be another group who is indeed like some of the other breaches that we had, where they will ask for a ransom.
Switzerland's central bank has loaned more than $80 billion to troubled banking giant Swiss Bank after it suffered a 24% fall in its share price this week. Here's the BBC's Jonathan Josephs.
This week, Credit Suisse said it had identified material weaknesses in its internal controls, and its biggest shareholder refused to put in any more cash. After its share price fell more than 24%, the Swiss central bank and financial regulator moved to reassure investors they would help, and Credit Suisse itself says it's taking decisive action to strengthen its finances. After the collapse of 2 US banks, triggered by rising interest rates, investors are scrambling to work out if any others face equally major problems.
Qantas has announced travellers have an extra 12 months to use their COVID flight credits. Before today, Qantas and Jetstar customers had to use their flight credits by the end of this year for travel cancelled due to previous border restrictions. The airline says customers still have to book by the end of 2023, but have until the end of next year to complete their travel. Qantas says $2 billion in flight credits were amassed over 2 years during the pandemic. To the weather now, and there's a strong wind warning for the Central Gippsland and East Gippsland coasts. For the state tomorrow, dry, apart from isolated morning showers about the south. For Melbourne, partly cloudy tomorrow, a top of 24. Saturday, becoming windy, partly cloudy with a top of 37 degrees. It's currently 26. ABC News.
ABC Listen.
Our minds are powerful and complex. Join Sana Kadar to explore everything mental about the mind, the brain, and our behaviour.
As you scale this technique up, you can memorise all kinds of things.
From negotiating to addiction to AI. The history of brainwashing, emotional intelligence, rudeness, and humour.
How does that feel?
All in the Mind with Sana Kadar. Podcast available now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Something's in the air. The roar will tell you the story. Feel a different energy. Fans are on their feet. Feel it on your skin. Can't believe what they're about to see. Feel the electricity. Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. What a game. It's got everything. It's like Grease Lightning. It's so cool. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game. Cause here it comes, here it comes. With a talk from 55. Hello. That is the cream on the cake.
Sometimes you've just got to sit back and enjoy the show.
And we have a thriller. To Goey, chest down, goal. He's coming, something big is coming. Goes for home, he's got it. Phenomenal finish. Something big is coming, something big is coming. Fires, goals, brilliant.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The chance exchange blows at either end. Step up in the big moment. Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This is a fantastic game of football we've got here.
The big time spot. His drop punt is pure. It's pure. Here they come. What a finish.
Oh, he's a star. What a game.
Brilliant. He goes.
It comes the way of Nick Dacos. Gives it to Josh. They've got Dacos running through their DNA.
AFL.
He's hard up against the boundary on the right. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season. Chepstow bends it home. You cannot teach that. Brings it back superbly. Has his shot in the pocket. He is smoking tonight. That's around the body. Sensational goal.
And that's what brings fans through the game. 40 out. What a superstar.
Goes for home. They're red hot. Punches the air in celebration. Outside of the boot from the impossible angle. It's high. It's long. It's straight. Uncovered goal square. He's got it. This is just getting good at the G.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming. I know. It's been a summer of discontent for both Richmond and Carlton. The Tigers denied a place in the last six by the video review, while for Carlton, they spent every round inside the top eight except for the last one as their finals drought extended into a ninth season. Both teams built to contend now. They're fierce rivals. It is the traditional opener. And so it is again in 2023, the on-ramp to the new AFL season. My name's Corbin Middlemass on ABC Sport. It's great to have you with us through ABC Radio and Sport Digital. And for the first time in 2023, we are now streaming on the ABC Listen app. So all you got to do is look out for the AFL button and the AFL Extra button throughout the season. The Carlton Football Club are already out on the ground. They're wearing their predominantly navy blue jumper with a white monogram and the white shorts. There is no late change for either team, and we await the arrival of the Tigers. The beating drums to follow Jack Ross is the sub for the Tigers and Lockie O'Brien for the Blues. Matt Clinch is here to call it all with me. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corbin. Good evening to you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to season 2023. It's an amazing feel around the city, isn't it, as you make your way into the MCG and just everyone descending on the MCG from the pubs to the train station as the Tigers make their way out onto the MCG. And it feels like, given the nature of last season where it came down to the last Sunday of the home and away season, that maybe this year might be closer again, and maybe trying to separate as to who features in September, who features in top four, might come down to games like this tonight where it's all on the line to try and start with hope and optimism. So the Tigers got inside the top 8 last year. They were beaten by the Brisbane Lions, but they had a couple of classy midfielders in Jacob Hoppert and Tim Taranto. The Blues, well, they've got the nucleus, they've got the spine. A couple of youngsters make their debut tonight. We can't wait to see who will start on a positive note.
The Tigers out on the ground, bursting through the banner. It's their home games. They're in the black shorts, of course, with the yellow sash and the black jumper. Again, this evening, the yellow Sherrins are out. Still daylight savings, so there'll be a bit of daylight into the first part of the game. The bounce down coming up in the next 10 minutes or so. One man who knows all about this game, he's played in a number of season openers, tossing the coin to start the season. Former Carlton skipper Mark Murphy back for a new year on Grandstand AFL. Good evening, Murph.
Evening, boys. Absolutely pumped to be honest. I've been waiting for this all off-season. Come here and watch two sides who I think will feature really heavily the back part of this year. So looking forward to seeing who starts off the year on a really exciting note, winning note, and it's all before us.
And a veteran as part of our team on Grandstand AFL. Season 16?
15.
15.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. 15 years in the ABC commentary box. Adam Ramanauskas, Essendon Premiership player. Hello, Rama.
Hello, yeah. Hello to everybody. It's always exciting, I think, round one. And this is a traditional game now, no doubt about it. And both these clubs deserve that billing. It would have been a long summer for Carlton. There's no doubt about that. It's almost the season that wasn't last year for them. It was the coming of age all of a sudden, but then it comes down to the last moment in the last game where they don't play finals. So there's a lot of soul searching in that for any team that misses the finals by just that smallest of small margins. But I'm really interested in how they reload. Is it teams that are maturing? They come about these moments in a big game to start the season, and you go, yeah, okay, we can see now they've worked on what they needed to over a summer, and off they go again. Richmond, on the other hand, are fascinating. I think you preface that elimination final last year against the Lions, and they were so good in that game, all for that moment that I think we all talk about now. But what they did, they went in. To me, they've gone and improved their team. They go and get two guys in Jacob Hopper and Tim Taranto. They've never been a clearance team. They need those guys. They want those guys to come into the midfield and be those clearance type of players. That allows now Jaden Short and Liam Baker to go back and play their traditional roles that we're so accustomed to seeing from those guys. So, look, it's a fascinating matchup tonight. I don't think these two teams have ever been closer in the past 10 years as they are tonight. I think in the past, Richmond have dominated. Early doors, when Murph was around and playing really well in those Carlton teams, they were dominating. So now, for the first time in such a long time, they're pretty evenly matched.
We learned that, didn't we, last year with Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs? Just because it's a great game doesn't necessarily always mean you'll get a great crowd. And for a long time, Murph, these games felt like it was big on hype, and sometimes the contest didn't quite live up. Come along tonight genuinely thinking it's a 50-50 game.
Oh, and spot on. And walking around the crowd tonight and speaking to quite a few Carlton people and Richmond, like everyone's unsure about where it sits because that uncertainty, because two of these sides who are powerhouses of the AFL, obviously Richmond have had that success, but everyone who goes for Carlton, there's so many Carlton supporters who expect this to be a year where we certainly play finals. But yeah, there's a lot of unknowns about tonight. Well, is the Carlton midfield quick enough to keep up with the Richmond midfielders? Is there someone who can stop the key forwards of Carlton? Because Harry Mackay and Charlie Curnow, they're two out of the box, which on any given night can just rip a game apart. But Dylan Grimes, I think, suits really well to playing against Charlie Curnow, who's going to go against Harry Mackay. But is the ball going to get down there enough? And are the running midfielders of Richmond going to give a lesson to the Carlton mids? But then you look at the Carlton mids and they're all big-bodied and they just play with such aggression. And is that going to be good enough on a big game like tonight?
I mentioned Hopper and Taranto earlier, but you look at Carlton, Blake Acres comes in. You know, they really drafted wingers, Carlton, so they get Blake Acres through a trade. Ollie Hollands, who we're going to see tonight, he's going to debut for Carlton, but another guy, Jackson Binns, they also drafted. They're running machines, these guys. So Carlton's strength last year, Murph, was clearly that contested work and clearance work. That's where, you know, they really went to work in games and pounded teams at the contest. But later in the season, once the ball went on the outside, that's where Carlton, they lacked. They felt like at times they just couldn't keep up.
You're right. They got exposed a little bit, didn't they, from the contest? But I thought we saw Chera play some really good football towards the back half of last year. And then Sam Doherty is another one who went off the half-back line, who I think should feature quite heavily tonight through the midfield, because he's a different look to a lot of their midfielders. Like, we know how good Patrick Cripps is. Hewitt, Kennedy, they're certainly terrific around the contest, but it's from that stoppage which I think Chera, Doherty have to be really at the top of their game tonight.
It's like the line from Animal Farm that they're all created equal, right? So every game's worth 4 points, but some are more equal than others. And it feels like there's plenty in round one all the time. How important is it tonight? And perhaps who's it most important for out of Carlton and Richmond to start with a win tonight?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's important, obviously, for both, but I think for Carlton to come off that disappointment from last year to see a really strong performance tonight, it certainly will be a big loss if they go down tonight, Carlton, because they've got Geelong next week, and we know how good Geelong were at the back half of last year. Are they going to do something similar this year? Who knows? You don't want to be going zip into 2023, but I personally think it's a bigger game for Carlton to win.
Well, let's not hide away from the fact Carlton were 2-8 to finish the season. Okay, so Richmond, their back half of the season was really strong. We all thought, geez, they're coming here to Tigers, and probably in the end, the Brisbane game they should have won also. So I think it's much more important for Carlton, this game. I think Richmond's still a more mature team. With Carlton, they need to build momentum again. They built momentum last year off this first game. They were down by 20 points at quarter time, and they ended up winning the game by 25 points. So that was a massive turnaround, and you walk and out of the game, you can still hear the Carlton supporters ringing in your ear. I think if that happens again tonight, it's jump on board. Jump on board and let's watch.
They won their first 3, Carlton, last year, won 8 of their first 10, and then, as Ramo mentioned, when it was on the line, they lost their last 4, and in the end, Collingwood delivered the fatal blow, so they didn't feature in finals. The Tigers were opposite of that. They got going in the back end of the season. They lost a string of games by under a goal, 5 matches, including that elimination final. So the question I'd have, Murph, is how much would it burn with the Carlton players? They've got the Coleman medalist of the last 2 years, Harry Mackay, and Charlie Curnow, the Brownlow medalist in Paddy Cripps. So you look at most teams and you think if they had the talent Carlton had, they'd be competing in September.
Yeah, that's right. I think their stars across the board, they're all in their prime. So this is the time now where they really need a strike, because you can't have another year like it was last year, an almost year. So this year's, it's crucial, and there'll be a lot of pressure on them to perform early on this year. I know obviously quite a few of the guys personally, and I know how much it burnt them last year, and their pre-season, like everyone says, their pre-season has been faultless, and they've learned a lot from what happened last year, and they're really driven to show that this year. So a strong performance tonight goes a long way to solidifying all the hard work they've done over the pre-season, and if they were to get done tonight, there'll still be a lot of question marks within their heads, wouldn't there?
And Damien Hardwick said, Ramo, that Taranto Hopper is expecting instant impact.
Yeah.
But how easy is that to have chemistry when the roles of Dustin Martin and Shea Bolton, Trent Cotchin, they're going to change?
No, I expect instant impact also from those two guys. If they're allowed to play their natural game. You've got to remember, Tim Taranto was the best and fairest in GWS's grand final year. Yeah. He can seriously play the game. Hopper, we know, at his very, very best. He's one of the better midfielders in the competition. So I think it just adds and allows now Shea Bolton to play as a midforward. Allows Dustin Martin to play as a permanent forward. So that's the part that I like about Richmond. They looked at the issue. They fixed it straight away with 2 top quality players. Not young, or they might be good. They're good.
No late change. Jack Ross, the sub for Richmond, and for Carlton, it's Lockie O'Brien. The new faces, as we touched on, Taranto and Hopper in new jumpers for the Tigers. Meanwhile, Blake Acres to make his club debut for his 3rd club tonight on the wing for the Blues. Oliver Holland Hollands makes his debut, the 19-year-old, pick 11 in last year's national draft. He's the son of Ben Hollands, who actually played for Richmond, just so it happened back in the late 90s. And Lachlan Cowan is the other man making his debut. He's the youngest man on the ground at 18, pick 30 in last year's national draft, the first Tasmanian taken. Now, the fifth member of our team tonight is the best newsbreaker in footy, Mitch Cleary. He's in the front row. Hello, Masai.
Good evening, guys. The MCG looking an absolute picture today, just 5 days after it was a sandpit following the Ed Sheeran concerts and the requirement to resurface it. The only slight concern at either ends, around the 50-metre mark, just where the old turf meets the new. So I'll watch tonight on the surface. It is a sellout to the public. The top of the southern stand, or the Shane Warne stand now, completely full. A watch on the MCC members. Can we break the round one record between these two teams? 90,151. And the throwback upstairs, Michael Voss to coach from the boundary tonight. Damien Hardwick upstairs for the Tigers.
Thanks, Mitch. We'll check in with you throughout. Milestone tonight for Jack Silvani, one of the most famous surnames in the history of the Carlton Football Club. He plays his 100th game. What a year he had last year, the sort of classic jack-of-all-trades type season, having to pinch hit in the ruck on occasion. So they become the first three-generation 100-gamers at the Carlton Football Club. Of course, Serge playing 239 games, Stephen 312. And now Jack still in his career, of course, and his 100th game tonight. Who wins, Rama?
On the Tigers tonight.
Murph?
I've said Carlton by 2 points, so I'll stick to it.
Clinchy?
Tigers for me.
Yep, I'm on the Tigers as well. Gee, they're filling up right in the back row. Our 216-game journey is about to begin. Whatever you haven't got done by now, it's going to have to wait until October. The curtain comes up on season 2023. Boy, we're going to have some fun. On Grandstand AFL, you're with Matt Clinch.
Tom De Koning bouncing on his toes like a boxer awaiting Toby Nankervis as the umpire gets us underway. Carlton heading to the punt road end of this opening term. There's no clearance as Hewitt dives over the top of Hopper, and the umpire will come in and forced to ball it up for a second time. Patrick Cripps, the Brownlow medalist, on the very bottom of the pack. De Koning this time wins down the tap. A free kick going Richmond's way just as Hewitt was about to break clear. Toby Nankervis with the first disposal. The co-captain with a helicopter kick inside 50. McGovern dropped the mark. Martin's onto it. You can't do that. Dusty finds the opening goal of season 2023. The Tigers are on the board inside a minute. And Dustin Martin, absent for so much of season 2022, starts with a bang.
We can't make mistakes that part of the ground, and McGovern, I watched the first centre bounce, saw him go straight to Dusty Martin. Had an easy uncontested mark, didn't he, and just didn't read it off the boot. Big Nankervis, big sort of half floater, wasn't it?
Oh, it's a mongrel punt.
So it was doing everything in the air, but Dusty Martin, you can't make those sort of mistakes around a superstar like him, and any chance with inside 30 is always going to put them through.
What you notice there for Richmond fans with Dustin Martin is the movement.
Yeah.
No, that ball hit the ground, and that's the old Dustin Martin. Just onto it in a flash, quick sidestep, onto the right boot, snapshot. He looks fit, Dustin Martin.
2 kicks into the season, the second one through for a goal off the boot of Dustin Martin. What a start for Richmond. Free kick in the middle here. It's going to Coning's way for a ruck infringement. Hand pass out to Chera. Kicks Carlton deep inside 50. Silvani crashes the pack. Spills front and centre. Ed Curnow hands it to Fisher. And Carlton answers straight back. Both teams trading blows to start in the opening 2 minutes. A goal back the other way for the Blues. 1 straight 6 apiece. And Zach Fisher with Carlton's first in 2023.
Well, again, it just shows when the ruckman wins a free kick in the middle of the ground, just go.
Yeah.
Just get it and go. And that's what De Koning did there. Give the handball straight off to Chera. Chera gets it in as long and as far as he can. That doesn't allow the Richmond midfielders to get back. Fisher just smart there. Yeah. Just stayed at ground level, waded onto that left foot for a perfect snap.
Got Bolter against Harry Mackay, forward of the ball. Grimes against Curnow. Spoke about the McGovern, Dustin Martin matchup. We've got Lewis down there on Rewalt. So some big matchups to start the game.
Goal a minute. Just 7 disposals so far. Back in the middle to Koning for the Blues. Wins down the tap to Hewitt. Away to Cripps, the Brownlow medalist. Inside 50. Charlie Curnow comes out. Can't complete the mark. At ground level, it's picked up by Bolter. Clears it for the Tigers up to the members' wing. Saad going back with the flight. Gathers for the Blues. Spots Harry Mackay free. Takes the mark at left half forward. Still 2 kicks out from goal. Curnow offers a lead into the pocket. Mackay goes for him. Crossing in front. Broad takes the intercepting mark for the Tigers.
Broad swings it across the goal face. Dangerous kick, and McIntosh marks just in front of Hollands. Ollie Hollands on debut tonight. And the number 14 on his back. He goes short. Well, another new face and a new jumper. It's Taranto, who takes the mark at half-back for Richmond. Just a long contest kick to the southern wing. McGovern and Rewald underneath it. Slips out the back to Chera. Tackled, lost it. Pushed in the back. Free kick, Carlton. Advantage applied. McGovern on the end of the hand pass. Kicks to half forward. And Bolter just shoves Charlie Curnow out the way. Takes the intercept mark.
Turns and switches back inside defensive 50. The punt road end of Broad. Smothered by Silvani. Opens the door for Mackay. Hand pass to Fisher. Ran into a dead end. Great tackle. Ensuring there was nowhere for him to go. As Dan Rioli laid a bone-jarring tackle. Locking the ball inside the left forward pocket. And Carlton's attacking arc. Thrown in the air, Nankervis and De Koning, they take out each other. Silvani gathers, tackled by 2 Tigers. Now Nankervis as well. And it was balled up 35 metres out from the Blues goal. Scores level, a goal apiece.
Up it goes. De Koning palms it down. Mackay grabs it. He's tackled immediately. Would do it all again. 30 out from the Carlton goal. Blues to the punt road end of the opening term. Gavine, Wetton, Meredith and Gian Fania are the 4 umpires. Of course, another change this year. 4 umps instead of 3 on the field. From the ball up, Hewitt. First disposal. Hand pass to Ed Curnow. Kick touched on the way through. Bounces to the pocket. Brother Charlie pushes it back. But here's Morris Rioli. Slick hands. Got it away to McIntosh. Peels off the back flank. Kicks down the wing. One-handed mark for Rewalt, southern wing.
Wants to move it quickly. Sends it to Martin, who's on the break. It lands in front of him and Saad. Saad with a crucial touch. Reinforcements get back. Young. Martin pressures him. Hand pass back to Wiedering in the back pocket. Okay. Under pressure, found an outlet. Finds the young Debaton in Hollands, who takes the mark in the right back pocket. Ollie Hollands, the younger brother of Elijah from the Gold Coast Suns, the grandson of Martin Cross, a former Blue himself. Long around the wing to Koning and Nankervis. Nankervis brings it down, tries to knock it onto Taranto, swats it out into the advantage of Loston. Hand pass inboard to Dan Rioli. In fact, it's Graham who off balance kicks a high ball inside 50. Blues had numbers. Akers dropped the mark. McGovern cleans it up this time through Hewitt.
Hand pass away to Doherty through the centre. Links up with Ed Curnow. Kicks Carlton inside 50. Bolter racing back. First one there. Intercept mark centre half back for the Tigers. Swings a kick wide to Dan Rioli. 1 straight 6 apiece. Both teams kicking goals after gaining really clean possession for the first time. Richmond out of the centre and then Carlton back the other way. Goals to Martin and Fisher to start. A short chips it along the line to Bolton. Long kick down the line to Lynch. Body on McGovern. Outmarks him, turns it over. Kicks it straight onto the chest of Doherty in the back pocket. Scores level after 6 minutes.
And Curnow at one end, probably not the Carlton play. You want kicking inside forward 50 then.
Even Harry Mackay before that, just get it in long and deep. Especially earlier in the game.
Then Tom Lynch just there. Rewalt was all on his own. Just kicked it straight to Doherty.
Adam Ramanauskas and Mark Murphy, your experts on Grandstand AFL opening night of the season 2023 season. Wiedering comes inboard from left half back, finds Chera and then goes short by foot. And Paddy Cripps takes the mark. Gentle approach as he chips it over the top to Hewitt. Trying to find the gaps in the Richmond defence. Chera kept running. Created space and he marks it left half forward. He's got Charlie Curnow and Silvani deepest as Chera veers out onto the right, looking to drive it deep into attack. Curnow the target, wrestling. Silvani! Massive blow from behind and comes down with a footy in his 100th game.
It's a jump that's been synonymous with the Silvani name over the years, hasn't it? And Jack's been accustomed to taking those sort of grabs and just took a little bit of a leap earlier and got a bit of a ride.
It's what you've got to do against Loston. He's so good at laying off and intercepting. You've got to be a target yourself. You're playing on Loston. Get a grab early. Make him think about his direct opponent.
He was the 5th leading goal scorer for the Blues last season. Deep in the left forward pocket. Comes in. Beautiful finish. Carlton take the lead for the first time tonight. 2 straight 12 to the Tigers, 1 straight 6. We played 7 minutes in the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, you're spot on, Rama. I mean, Velocity is probably one of the better intercept markers in the competition. So if Silvani's going to have that role, he needs to make himself really dangerous and get in some dangerous positions, not just roll around and sort of get lost amongst the two talls. So it's a really good start from Jack to get on the end of one there. But I thought the play beforehand, and you talked about it, Clinchy, the run from Chera. So that's something that he's going to have to do all night, is be that real link player and try and break up the Richmond defence through that midfield, because he's the one who can actually run the lines and get multiple possessions.
Trent Cotchin on for his first moments. You spoke about him being a half-forward flanker. He's straight in the middle of the ground.
Crooked bounce, back in the middle. They'll roll in with the Trent Coleman nickname at one point for him as well during the summer, and the potential of him playing up front.
It's an amazing throw-up.
He's just faked it. It's fake.
Umpire Gian Fagno, who's just hung onto the ball trying to toss it up. So he has had a crooked bounce and then mucked up the restart. Third timer underway. And he's involved paying a free kick for holding the ball as the Richmond player tried to take him on in Prestia. He's caught.
Too much grippo on the hands for the umpire.
He's been watching Ashwin in India.
Hewitt, hand pass away to Kennedy, gets the break for Carlton inside 50. Hands on it on the way through from the Blues, but it spills out the back and he's short. He can just pump it all the way up to Rewald on the wing. A little shove to Young, can't outmark him, spills to Dusty, hand pass picked off. Sard wins it back for Carlton, hand pass to Hewitt on the wing.
Wants to kick laterally into the middle of the ground. It works out as he finds Kennedy. Takes the mark just in front of Graham. Still goes short, Ed Curnow. Great to see him back, having not featured at AFL level last year. Playing alongside his brother Charlie. Hand pass to Kennedy, long inside 50. Up went to Koning, couldn't take the mark. Mackay was there, tackled and holding the footy.
That one, see, Kennedy takes the mark, dead bang in the middle of the ground. Mitch McGovern's flat-footed behind. That's where you want Mitch McGovern, just flying off, getting the handball received, getting the ball inside 50 quickly.
Get an extra 10 or 15 yards.
Boston got Mackay quickly, dropped the footy, switches play to short, now to Miller, wide around the members' wing and finds Morris Rioli Jr. and Shane Edwards is number 10.
Kicks down to Dusty, got it on the half volley, clean pick up, hand pass to Pickett, swings it inside 50 for Graham, into the open goal, he shoots, he's offline. He was going at full speed, couldn't settle on the run and pushed it across the goal face in the right forward pocket and behind.
That's where Carlton, that's where they break down at times defensively. Too easy that.
Doherty tried to bring it in quickly, looking for Akers. It's spoiled by Marlon Pickett. He wins a good one-on-one battle and sees it out of play. Blues by 5 points. 10 minutes gone, opening term on Grandstand AFL.
I think that's the run from the midfield too. Graham is one of those up and down runners, so that's something that the Carlton mids will have to watch pretty quickly.
Right half forward for the Tigers, thrown back in. De Koning takes it out of the ruck. His kick is smothered. Prescott got it to Bolton, who hacks it out of the air towards the top of the 50-yard. Morris Rioli spoils it down. Blues under pressure. Newman fed it back to Young. Kick smothered. Rewald to Graham. Second time lucky. Off the outside of the boot. It's across the face. Yeah, misses to the left-hand side. Carlton lead by 4 points. Back-to-back behinds for Jack Graham.
Same result. Right forward pocket, missed out to the left. Now the SMS number, of course, throughout the season, would love to hear from you. 0437 774 774 for the first time in 2023. Now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the AFL button. As Hank is doing, great to have the footy back, listening from Tokyo, Japan before we fly home. Nice to hear from you, Hank. The Blues up by 4 early here. The long kick out to half-back from Carlton is chopped off as Prestia feeds a hand pass down to the 50-metre arc. Akers puts his head over it for Carlton, knocks it away to Hewitt, feeds a hand pass back. He wanted to link up with Newman. Prestia steals it, kicks it at the top of the goal square for Richmond. No mark, falls to Young, and Young can just kick a high bomb out to centre half-back for the Blues.
Charlie Curnow had to compete against about 3 or 4 Tigers, and Dan Rioli at the back of the pack was able to read it best and come down with the ball clinched to his chest. Blues leading by 4 points as the Tigers look to go inside 50 once more. Rioli sets it in the path of Tom Lynch, wrestling with Wiedering. McGovern in from the side. Cripps tries to knock it out for the Blues. Cochin front and centre. Hat pass to Taranto. The new Tig snaps on goal and just squeezes it in for a minor score to the right.
Setting up really well, aren't they? The Richmond mids and defenders that have, I reckon, 3 or 4 repeat inside 50s. So you know your defensive structure's holding up if that's the case.
Carlton by 3. 12 and a half minutes into the opening term. No late change. Ross and O'Brien, the two subs. McGovern on the kick out to half-back. Pickett got a hand on it for the Tigers. Still no clean possession. Pickett eventually. Carr, they thought he was legged to the Richmond fans, and they were right. A free kick for a trip. And then they wanted a 50 for the ball not being returned properly. The hand pass came back from Curnow to Owies, but it's Pickett's free. No 50. Goes with a short pass. And mark taken by Jacob Hopper in his new colours at high half forward. Kicks to the hot spot. McGovern in the box seat and then just clean out marks his direct opponent. Comes down with it for Carlton. Kicks to the back pocket and Akers, former Saint, former Docker, now in navy blue, left back pocket for Carlton. They lead by 3.
Tigers with the last 3 scores, all behinds in the match. Kicks up towards the wing. Charlie Curnow's there. Miller spoils it away. Well read by Graham. Hand pass away to Hopper. Feeds it inside 50. Doherty picks it off. Akers knocks it onto the advantage of Hewitt. Lost his footing. Back to Akers. Graham lays a big tackle. Umpire waves play on. Tied up against the boundary at half forward for Richmond. Eventually Hopper puts his head over the footy. He might win a free kick for over the shoulder. And he'll take it at right half forward. As Kennedy's tackle was just a little high, but good intent. Richmond another chance to go inside 50. 11-8 the inside 50 so far Richmond's way, despite the Blues leading by 3.
The ground looks absolutely beautiful, but it is slippery. So there's been a lot of water over the last week or so since the Ed Sheeran concert. So players are slipping over early in this game.
Hopper puts it towards Tom Lynch. It's spoiled away. Young gets it down to Sard. Kicks up towards half-back. Charlie Curnow flies. Kennedy spins out of traffic. Got it to Cripps. They're away now, the Blues. Motlop almost lost his footing.
He was legged in the process. The tackle slipped down, so free kick from Motlop on the wing. Had a calf complaint in the days leading up to round 1, but he's here. Son of Daniel was starting 18 or 22 at least for Carlton for the first game of the new year. Shifts across the ground to Sard. He goes all the way back to Wiedering. Back edge of the centre square. He's done such a good job on Lynch in recent matchups. Chips it to the middle of the ground for Hewitt. Graham tried to break it up. Hewitt wins it back for Carlton. Hand pass to Doherty. Hurried kick to centre half forward. Arriving late, Mackay flies to the footy. Spills to Owies. Hurried kick inside 50. Picked up by Koch and he's under the pump. Coughs it up. Stepping through a couple. Newman slams it on his preferred left boot inside the forward arc. And Pickett rises. He took it on the way down. Top of the defensive goal square for the Tigers. Carlton by 3 points midway through the opening quarter.
Pickett's kick set a bit of a challenge for Mansell, who came in from the side and spoiled it away from Cowan, the debutant. Gathered by Taranto. Hand pass to Revolt. Around the wing now. Tigers on the break. Works it back to Mansfield. He looks up towards half forward. Shea Bolton all on his own. He marks right on 50. Goes for home. Over the head of the Lynch. Morris Rioli Jr.'s there. The one out is Holland. He did really well, the debutant. 1 or 2 on 1. The Carlton Army love that. Clears the defensive 50 and saves what could have been a goal for the Tigers. Running onto it, Baker on the instep. Kicks to Graham, needs to break the tackle, gets the hand pass away. Cochin inside 50, over the fingertips of Doherty, and lunging forward this time, there's no denying Tom Lynch.
Well, first, the kick from Bolton was hopeless. That was terrible. That was a terrible kick, but credit to Ollie Hollands. 2 on 1, he's able to win it, clear the ball, and he had to get it on his boot quickly, so it was always coming back in. It was just composure then by Cochin. Now, Richmond have been bombing away, I think, inside forward 50. A bit of composure by Cochin, lower the eyes, hit Tom Lynch on the chest. 63 goals last season for Tom Lynch. Fit and firing for round 1 in the left forward pocket to give Richmond the lead. He misses. Out to the right-hand side. Last 4 behinds of the match have all gone Richmond's way. They've cut the deficit, but only to 2 points. Carlton's lead. 2 straight, 12 to 1-4-10. Inside 50 counts creeping up now. 18-14 in Richmond's favour.
It's been played in Richmond's front half for the last 10 minutes or so. Assad with the exiting kick out to Wiedering, short to Kennedy. Marks back flank on the defensive arc. Hand pass to Cowan. The Apple Islander as he sends it to centre half forward. Hands on it from Broad. Spills a mark he should have taken. Richmond still win it back. Cochin by hand to Baker. Hand pass through the middle for Hopper. Short kick to Rewalt. Hitting up onto the wings. We've seen him do that a couple of times already tonight with Lynch a little deeper. Rewalt swings his kick out wide to McIntosh, who marks 2 steps in from the boundary. 55 out. Made his debut in one of these games back in 2015. Got a rising star nom that night, Camden McIntosh. Goes short of Loston, and the slow build up again all the way back to the co-captain Grimes alongside the centre circles.
Goes short to Broad, who marks still inside the centre square, and now to Cochin. Has it on the edge of the centre square. Gathers some momentum and looks into the pocket. Shea Bolton's the target. A couple of Blues are back there. And working in defence, Jack Silvani gets a hand onto it and sees it out of play.
Howdy guys, love grandstand, never thought we'd get here. AFL tragic from David, the season is back, and thanks to Kevin as well, listening to your great call tonight and for the season ahead. Appreciate your message.
Miller and Silvani doing the ruck work. Silvani got it down to Kennedy. High kick out of defence. Charlie Curnow sets himself. Went for the chest mark over the top of Broad. Got it to Hewitt. Dragged down by Broad. Baker gets it to Morris Rioli. Bouncing kick inside 50. Well done by Young to get a boot to it, but he hasn't cleared the area just yet. Bolton trying to knock it onto Reevon. Back to Bolton. Was he taken high? Lost his footing. He's going to be penalised. Holding the ball. Carlton take it 25 metres out from their defensive goal. And it's Lachlan Cowan, the debutant.
Oh, it made Fisher work for it. Can't take the sprawling mark. Knocks it back to Wiedering. He's under pressure. Hurried kick out of defensive 50. Motlop with a few to beat. Dan Rioli flies. Spills down to Pickett. He runs out of room. And a boundary throw in 60 out from the Richmond goal.
You just tell Carlton trying to maintain the football, but they just can't get 2 or 3 uncontested marks in a row. And Richmond are really out hustling them around the contest. And then from there, it looks like there's an extra Richmond player or 2 out there at the moment, doesn't it?
Carlton by 2 points as we tick into the 20th minute of this opening term. From the boundary throw in, Miller grabs it out the ruck for Richmond. Hand pass to Pickett, retreating, sells some candy and then kicks wide. Sard intercepts the would-be marking option for short. Spills down to Hewitt. Carlton back with it. Hand pass away to Fisher. Chips it along the boundary line. Motlop the target. Grimes spoils it away from him. And out of play in front of Carlton's interchange. Mitch Cleary's on the boundary for us. Massai.
A very agitated Richmond superstar, Dustin Martin, is returning to the play. He's been off for the last 9 minutes with the ball stuck on that southern wing. He's back in the play at this stoppage.
Thanks, Mitch. Just a 9 games to Dustin as Cripps spins out of traffic. Let me go to work. Hand pass to Fisher. Kicks towards the top of the 50. Cruel bounce for Grimes. Well read by Martin. Gets the hand pass to Motlop. Trying to evade Broad's tackle. Couldn't link up with Cripps. Martin gets a toe poke in there. Sockers it out to Pickett. He can feed it around the back to Short. At right half back around the boundary line. Revolt marks on his chest.
Up on the wing again. Defensive side in front of the interchange as Rewalt goes short. Apley to Jaden, who chips it along the line, wanted to get it to Dustin, bangs bodies with Kennedy. Carlton win it back. Motlop, hand pass to Fisher, just in front of the benches, down to Charlie Curnow. Direct opponent slipped over. Charlie picks up, kicks it long to his partner in crime. Mackay can't mark, follows up, goals. The two-headed monster combined for Carlton. They get their 3rd of the night. And for all Richmond's hard work at the other end, they can't put any pressure on the scoreboard. It's the Blues by 8 points as we tick into time on in the first. Carlton 3 straight. Richmond 1-4. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming through the ABC Listen app. Adam Ramanauskas and Mark Murphy.
Well, it's the turnover game there, Murph. You know, Richmond worked the ball to centre wing, and it's just a poor kick by Jaden Short. Carlton are good enough, turn it over, and then take the territory. Fisher's kick, everyone's sort of going, oh, it was the right kick.
It was the kick because Grimes had Charlie where he wanted him, had him boundary side, and it was Fisher's kick, and obviously handy being a left footer from that position, but just put it to the space, corridor side of Charlie, let him run onto it, and then just get the dangerous 1v1 forward the ball with Harry Mackay.
Blues by 8 points, back in the middle of the ground, a chance for the Tigers, trying to break clear. Hopper with a hand pass to Taranto, the two ex-Giants combining, kicks towards Lynch, and Wiedering reaches over and spoils it out of play.
And the last 10 minutes will take the stuffing out of Richmond because they've done so much right. They should be up by probably 2 or 3 goals, to be honest, and then Carlton go forward and go forward and get one against the Tide.
4 behinds in a row for the Tigers. They dominate inside 50s. Nankervis one down the tap and then followed up with a big tackle as he locks up Cowan on the bottom of the pack and will be balled up in the right forward pocket for the Tigers.
Up it goes, Blues by 8. Taranto squeezes a kick out but turns it over. Doherty marks, 15 out from his defensive goal, swings a kick to Fisher in a 1-on-1. Pickett beats him, the Tiger, swings a hand pass away to Lynch, chips across the 50 to Prestia.
Give it back to him.
Takes the mark. He had
He wanted it.
Yeah, Lynch running shotgun, didn't give it to him.
Just give it back. Like, Lynch can clearly kick the distance. I'm not sure Prestia's got it in those little legs.
Geez, Marlon Pickett's been special start of the game, hasn't he? Just so clean, dynamic, just bursting away from stoppages.
All of a sudden in his 5th year, Marlon Pickett. Here's Dion Prestia to take his best effort from 55 out, looking for the extra distance. He misses the whole set. Out on the full. Carlton 3 straight, Richmond 1-4. Blues by 8 points. Time on opening quarter on Grandstand AFL.
You love those players who are just great one-on-one contested players, and Marlon Pickett's exactly that, isn't he?
Young quickly to Kennedy. The Blues out of defence, up to the wing. De Koning's there. Nankervis palms it down, front and centre. Chera. Hand pass to Cripps, tackled by Prestia. Ball spills clear. Fisher up against the boundary. And I think Prestia may have just kept it in, and the umpire is going to ball it up right up against the boundary. Under the Shane Warne stand. Mitch Cleary's normally pretty good at crowd attendance. They go all the way back to the members' side and to the Shane Warne stand, so we're expecting over 90,000 tonight. De Koning wins down the tap. Nankervis follows it up and slaps it forward. Fisher read it best for the Blues. Hand pass to Doherty on the defensive 50. Around the body, kicks up the wing. Broad reaches over Martin, spoils it down. Cripps tries to bounce off an opponent. Hand pass picked off by Prestia. Hand pass to Taranto. Missed Nankervis. Broad runs onto it between wing and half forward. Sends Richmond deep into attack. Lynch and Weedery clears to the back of the pack. Cowan's there. Jams onto the boot. High up and under kick towards the defensive 50-yard. Spoiled down by Broad. De Koning read it well. Hand pass to Kennedy. Snaps around the body towards Motlop. Gloston spoiled it down. Chera hit it with pace. And he was taken over the shoulder. We'll get the free kick at right half back.
It was a good contest by Motlop. Gloston looked like it was just going to be an easy intercept mark. Motlop got there late. Forced the ball to ground.
Chera takes the free, goes short and wide to Fisher, chips it back to Chera. He's on the old turf just before that large, almost soccer field type area has been relayed. Right in the middle of the G after the Ed Sheeran concerts last week. A long kick down to half forward. Mackay too strong. Takes the mark in front of Miller and then swings onto his preferred left boot. Looks for Charlie, flies, spills down to Jack Martin from the pocket, kicks to the goal mouth, needs a kind bounce, doesn't get it. He misses across the face. Carlton's first minor. 3-1 to 1-4. Blues by 9 points. Time on in the opening term. How many, Mitch Cleary, how many do you think are here?
I think we're pushing 90,000. I just spoke to an MCC executive. They were thinking more 88 to 89, but it is pretty full, even above us in the MCC.
Short works it up to the wing for the Tigers. So Graham, hand pass to Shea Bolton. Kicks inside 50. Revolt one-on-one. Well done. Young got a spoil onto it. Punches it towards the boundary line. Martin somehow gathered. Got away from Newman. Tries to hand pass back to Revolt. Weedering ran in. Tackled by Revolt and locked up in the right forward pocket. Good 50-50 battles.
It was a great contest by Lewis Young. Just looked like he was going to get edged underneath the ball, but just held his ground really well and got a fist in.
Nankervis wins the hit out against De Koning, palms it down in front of Akers. He's out of bounds.
Professional, I reckon, wasn't it?
Trying to squeeze the kick out. It was into a dangerous spot that from Akers. It would have set up Rewalt, but the boundary ump said he was out. And a throw in, forward pocket for the Tigers. Kicking to the city end of this opening term. Nankervis leaning down from the back. Palms it down, but straight to Young of the Blues. Kicks to half-back. Charlie Curnow crashes the pack, spills to Prestia. Hand pass to Short, puts it inside 50. Taranto standing underneath it, no mark. Pack forms in front of him. Rewalt wanted a free kick for too high, doesn't get it. And a hurried kick from Chera, just in hope, down the boundary line. And Broad out marking Silvani, takes the intercept mark for Richmond.
By 9 points.
The contested work, the Tigers have been great on those exits from the Carlton defenders. They've just had them wherever they wanted tonight.
Broad tried to put it out in front of Nankervis. He was nudged underneath it by Tom De Koning. And he takes a good intercepting mark. Contested mark. Got the nod over Mark Pitnet in round one. Out of contract at season's end. Up towards Charlie Curnow. Can't take the mark. Oh, he's at the back. Hand pass to Cripps. Through traffic back to Curnow. He blazes away into the pocket. And can't control it as it balloons out of bounds on the full. That might just about see us to quarter time. Mitch Cleary.
Just dropped a couple of degrees down here, around 23. A bit of light rain. Fingers crossed it doesn't come 4 games here in a row. with this new resurface, it might be a bit slippery later on.
I feel like you're not dressed for that either, Mitch, in the suit tonight, so I'm hoping there won't be any rain either, as the long kick down the wing ends up out the back with Shea Bolton, runs onto it, puts it out in front of Dustin Martin, and he takes a sprawling mark.
Dusty got this.
The man on the mark is right on the 50, and he's wide out. Dustin only about 10 metres in from the boundary on his right.
Well, it's 55-metre kick.
Can't wheel around.
Nah.
Field umpire comes from behind him and lets him know he can't wheel around.
Be good effort. Dustin Martin is going to get close to the man on the mark. He tries the barrel from about 53. Needs a bit of help on the line, and they can't shepherd it through. And Dustin, who got the first goal of the season with the second kick of the year. A clean break for Richmond, but it's their only goal to quarter time. The Tigers 1-4-10. Carlton lead at 3-1-19. It's the Baggers by 9 points. And the goal kickers so far, one for Fisher, one for Silvani in his milestone 100th game, and one for Harry Mackay. Meanwhile, for Richmond, as mentioned, Dustin Martin has their only goal, the first goal of the new season. Of the SMS 0437 774 774. This is Michael from Wyndham Vale. As a totally blind listener, I can't tell you how excited I am that we can now stream the AFL directly from your app, which is far more pleasant experience than going through other platforms. Looking forward to riding the bumps of this great season with you again. Thank you, Michael, for that. Cam the Truckie from Melbourne, up near central Queensland. Good to have the footy back. I seem to drive further when the footy is on. Much more incentive to stay in the truck, Cam, and I'm sure you're doing all of that safely, but it's great to keep you company on the journey. And from Larry, just fantastic to have you back. Terrific to have a little feeling of home in Bangkok, Thailand. Keep up the great work, guys, from Larry. So nice to hear from all of our listeners, wherever you may be, not just around the country, but around the globe as well, now streaming through the ABC Listen app in season 2023. First quarter of the season down. Carlton by 9 points. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Mark Murphy next on Grandstand AFL.
We are one.
But we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream, and sing with one voice.
You're listening to ABC Radio.
You are, we are Australian. We are Australian.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Toby Nankervis with the first disposal. The co-captain with a helicopter kick inside 50. McGovern dropped the mark. Mark's onto it. You can't do that. Dusty finds the opening goal of season 2023.
Chera kicks Carlton deep inside 50. Silvani crashes the pad, spills front and centre. Ed Curnow hands it to Fisher, and Carlton answers straight back.
Chera veers out onto the right, looking to drive it deep into attack. Curnow the target, wrestling Silvani. Massive blow from behind, and comes down with a footy in his 100th game. He's the fifth leading goal scorer for the Blues last season. Deep in the left forward pocket, comes in, beautiful finish.
Fisher just in front of the benches, down to Charlie Curnow. Direct opponent slipped over. Charlie picks up, kicks a line to his partner in crime. Mackay can't mark, follows up, goals.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Oh, we certainly are in season 2023. It's the Blue Baggers who have kicked the last 3 goals of the game, and they lead it 3-1. Carlton by 9 points. Quarter time on Grandstand AFL. Adam Ramanauskas and Mark Murphy with their take on that opening term.
Yeah, what we're watching for is what's new. What are both teams trying to do new in that first quarter? But really, it was Carlton what they were last year. They win the contested possession by 8, and they win the clearance by 5. So that's a Carlton we see. But what concerned me a couple of times with the Blues is how Richmond locked the ball in their forward half.
Yep.
So it looked like the Carlton were winning the ball back in their defensive 50, then just kicking it out, ball going back in. 21 inside 50s to 13. Richmond should have got a bit more bang for buck with a few of those opportunities. 1 goal, 4, some real gettable ones. Even Prestia there out of bounds on the full late in that quarter. Dustin Martin right on the siren. So, but then I look at Carlton, and I do like their ball movement.
Yep.
When they do actually win the ball and start to take territory, they look really dangerous. Mackay and Curnow not in each other's way, giving each other 40 or 50 metres of space to work in. I always, every season, I look at the Brownlow medalists and I look what they come back the following year. Paddy Cripps looks in amazing shape. He looks like he's trimmed down again. The way he's moving, a couple of those clearances where he's just on the move and able to charge through. So, he looks like he's primed again for a big year. So, look, for the Blues, they don't want to give up. If they give up another 21 inside 50s in this second quarter, it's going to be a long game.
Yeah, it will.
You can't keep relying on your defenders to do that.
They hung on, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah.
Tigers have got to clean up their contest and clearance. That's as simple as it can be.
And for mine, it looked like when Carlton were at their best, they were methodical.
Yeah.
But when Richmond were at their best, it was just that swarm sort of mentality that we know from Richmond over the years. And when they're at their best, they just hunt in numbers. They just get the ball forward at all costs. It just looked like probably throughout that middle part of that quarter, they were right on Richmond, but they didn't make the most of their opportunities. So going inside 50, they needed to be a little bit smarter, put to advantage of some of their tools. They tried to be a little bit too cute at times. And Carlton actually just made the most of a few little errors that Richmond made on the way out of their own defensive 50 and got lucky a little bit. So if you're a Richmond fan, I'd actually be pretty impressed by the way in which they went about it. They probably could have capitalised a little bit more. And Carlton, again, were good around the stoppage. But from there, the importance of having Chera getting a lot of the ball, Hewitt getting a lot of the ball. He had 11 touches that quarter, 3 clearances and 2 tackles. So that support for Patrick Cripps is crucial.
Mark Murphy and Adam Ramanauskas on Grandstand AFL. Into the second term we go. The Blues by 9 points as DeConing wins the first hit out of the quarter. Hewitt tries to knock it on. In the end, his soccer attempt ends up with Taranto, who bangs it out of the centre. So a break for Richmond. Rewalt, great mark. Hugs it to his chest, one-handed, had to get rid of Louis Young. Centering kick, not a good one, floats to Graham, spills out to short, he's tackled, lost it, Cripps back onto it for Carlton. Off the half-back line, hand pass to DeConing, chips into the middle of the ground for Motlop.
It's got one-on-ones further afield with Mackay and Curnow. Veers out to the right, sends it straight down the middle. It didn't really favour Martin. Vlosten was there. DeConing's the crummer, jams it on the boot. It's online. Harry might let it bounce through and misses. Oh no, what was he thinking?
He's trying to be too unselfish.
Surely up against the left goalpost, back with a flight. Should have just taken the mark, but caught in 2 minds. And it pitched on its point and bounced through for a point.
Inside the field of play.
Carlton by 10 points.
Pretty special bit of play from Tom DeConing, wasn't it? To get the ball and just have that awareness to hit a target, then get on the end of it again.
Well, he won the ball at half-back.
Yeah.
DeConing.
Dan Rioli from the kick out, the turnover. Wiedering takes the intercept mark between wing and half forward. Looks back inside 50. Mackay the target, edged underneath it by Bolter. He bangs it back the other way for Richmond, flirting with the boundary line southern side. It just pitches inside. It still hasn't gone out. Morris Rioli racing after it, eventually tumbling over right in front of that Shane Warne stand on the southern side. And only now the floodlights really starting to take over. And the daylight savings still in effect. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Sam Doherty spent that quarter-time break, or a large portion of it, downstairs with the doctor. No obvious pain, but he's starting the second term on the bench, so one to keep an eye on.
Nankervis followed up his right work, got it to Cochin, couldn't clear the congestion though. Kennedy for the Blues, hand pass away. Holland dragged off by Nankervis, just a little bit slow and getting rid of the footy, and Toby Nankervis threw him to the turf, and that might hurt a bit.
It's a good lesson. It's a good lesson for the young kid. Your first choice is usually your best at AFL level.
Nankervis chips a boundary side for Short, who gets it forward to Martin, to Tom Lynch, who swats it towards Taranto. Rewalt now hard against the boundary, just couldn't take it cleanly. Took his eye off the footy. And Lewis Young, who's having a pretty good start to this season. It's one of the key defensive posts for the Blues. Sees it out of play for a boundary throw-in. Richmond deep in attack, Carlton by 10 points.
Dustin Martin, the first goal of the game in the opening minute of the new season. And the boundary throw in, DeConing grabs it out of the ruck, feeds a hand pass to Hewitt, made it tough for him. Prestia steals it for Richmond. At half forward, hand pass to Dusty, zigs one way then the other, gives it to Morris Rioli, he's under the pub, back to Dusty, clever, taps it to Taranto, hand pass along the boundary line to Bolton, back to Dusty in the pocket, McGovern's got him in a heavy tackle, drills him into the ground. The ball ended up out of play in the process. We'll have a boundary throw in.
He was feet.
Hitting that heavy tackle as soon as Martin grabbed the foot, he tried to fend off, and McGovern said, "You're coming with me." A big tackle out of play, a throw in forward pocket for Richmond.
Bit of redemption maybe after McGovern dropped the opening mark and Martin kicked the goal. Here's Taranto, the new Tiger, crumbing and snapping, but it's across the face and misses to the left-hand side, a minor side of the post, so throw in.
Started well, Tim Taranto. Had 11 disposals, been good around the clearance. Just looks like it's fitted in beautifully so far.
Couple of clearances and a few inside 50s. George Stewart leads the way with 11 disposals for the Blues. De Koning wins down the tap. Akers has an arm pinned by Morris Rioli Jr. Got boots of ball. McGovern trying to knock it forward. Back to Hewitt. Cowan now over the footy. Sliding in lane. The tackle was Prestia. Morris Rioli Jr. gets it to Taranto. Bounces it end over end. But Sard on the behind line gathers for Carlton. A bounce that didn't quite come back up. The All-Australian defender drives it up to the wing. Over the head of Motlop. The foot race between he and Baker. Motlop gets back onto it. Centre wing on the outer side. Kicks towards Charlie Curnow up against Gloston. Couldn't come down with the footy. Grimes hand pass to Dan Rioli. Richmond away.
Rioli has a bounce, then feeds a hand pass to Jaden Short. Gives it back to Dan Rioli. Still moving through the centre of the G. Hand pass to Graham. Long kick inside 50. Young and Rewalt. Young in the box seat. Takes the intercept mark for Carlton. Top of the defensive goal square. Flares it to the pocket for Wiedering. And now Wiedering can chip it still inside the defensive arc to Newman.
I just don't know what that kick is from Graham. Like, Lockie Young's there. Rewald is 5 metres away.
Yeah.
I don't know what he expects Jack Rewald to do.
Short kicking game from Carlton, ends up with Hewitt right on halfway, chips it to Silvani, hand pass off his knees to Fisher, feeds it forward to Mackay, high half forward, kicks it deep, Charlie Curnow, one out in the cage, Grimes spoils, saves the day for Richmond, and Dan Rioli onto it on the back flank.
Feeds the hand pass over the top to Jaden Short, who takes the bounce at right half back. Back to Rioli, looks up the wing, where Dustin Martin leads at him and takes the mark. He can link it back over the top. Shea Bolton had to win it against Sard. Cleverly got a tap to it. Made it look far easier than it was. To Morris Rioli Jr. Hill.
Free kick.
Because he couldn't complete the mark, but he did have a tug of his jumper. Akers in defence. Gets away the free kick.
Has the smarts from Bolton just to tap it to an advantage to himself, just corridor, and just knew exactly what he was doing just before it even happened.
You go back to that one-on-one. Curnow and Grimes in the goal square. Curnow had the best spot. Just Grimes so good in those contests. Not to give away the free kick at the spoil to boundary side. And then they're off and racing the Tigers.
14 goals last season for Morris Rioli Jr. from just inside 50. Good kick on its way. It clears the goal line. Wearing his new number 10 on his back. And draws the Tigers within 4 points as he finally hits the dartboard. Richmond 2-4-16, trailing Carlton 3-2-20. The first goal of the second quarter, which is now 6 minutes old.
Just going back to a few of the entries from both Richmond and Carlton, they're just not allowing some of the forwards to actually go to work. I mean, Harry Mackay on the last one, trying to get it over the back to Charlie. Take another 5 yards and let Charlie come back at the leg and otherwise, that's exactly where Grimes wants to be, is sort of body on body, doesn't he? So let Charlie go to work, take an extra 5 yards. Same thing on the last entry for Richmond, when they just bombed it in rather than taking another 5 or so yards and letting the forwards actually go to work and making that kick a little bit easier.
Curnow needs to recognise that. Clearly Grimes can match him in the one-on-one marking contest now. So Curnow's now got to go to work athletically on him. Now hit up at the ball, those 5 and 10 metre really fast leads at the kicker.
Carlton by 4 points. De Koning back in the middle, wins the hit out off his knees. Hewitt, hand pass away to Kennedy. Hand pass picked off. It's Marlon Pickett again. Got himself in the passing lane. Spills down to Hewitt. Hand pass over to Doherty. Hurried kick to centre half forward, and Mackay arriving late. Hugs it to his chest. Rolls straight around onto his left peg. Loads up from 60. That's not a great finish. He kicks it out on the full. He's missed the behind post by about 10 metres.
So for as long as they've played together, Charlie and Harry, the connection needs to be a lot better for how good these two blokes are. Once they work out that connection about coming at the leg, when to double back, once they work that out, they'll be almost unstoppable, those two.
Mark Murphy on grandstand AFL as Grimes goes along. Bolton! High altitude fly from Shea Bolton. And you could see him coming a mile away with the running start. Pulls down a hanger on the pack. Moves it quickly down to Rewalt, who takes the mark on that southern wing.
I like that. Just a little marker for the season. It's like the longest drive in a charity golf day. You just want to get one out there early. Chase me down.
With the Springs, Shea Bolton, a nice hanger to start the season in the second term of the season opener. Across the ground to Cochin. Cochin feeds it away to Mansell. He's kick inside the forward 50. Not a good one. A turnover, and Ed Curnow takes the intercept.
Off a step. Not his best kick. Miss Silvani. Broad knocks it on to Marlon Pickett. Good tackle, Akers.
Great tackle.
Just as he thought he was through, Marlon Pickett, Blake Akers got him and locked him up. At his third club, the former St Andoka, impressing his new home crowd here at the MCG as he wins the ball at right half back.
I think Ed Curnow owe Akers a drink after tonight's game.
Look, I think Ed knows his limitations as a footballer, and to do the one-step kick around the body, that's not him, and he knows that. And I think to stay in the team long term, he can't do that.
Yeah. This is his go.
Wiedering opens it up on the outer side as Ed Curnow on cue, kicks inside 50. Jack Martin on the bounce, tackled by Dan Rioli. Hand pass to Owies outside 50. Kicks looking for Silvani and Curnow. They fly. Tigers have all the numbers at ground level. Graham, the hand pass to Baker, works it out to Prestia. Chips it laterally to the left back pocket, and Broad takes the mark.
A three-time premiership Tiger, he comes wide with the kick to Prestia. Had a pec strain leading into round one, but found plenty of it. Up to his 10th touch already. He's got that heavy strapping which covers his shoulder on the left side as he kicks down the wing. Miller the target, spoil from McGovern, still alive. Chera tackled, dispossessed, Pickett again. Wins a one-on-one. Richmond back with it in the front half. Hands it to Morris Rioli, kicks to half forward. Bolton sweeping hand pass away to Graham. Hand pass to Morris, too slow. Saad got him. And Morris just cruising inside 50, and Adam Saad mows him down. Wins the free, half back for Carlton. Blues by 4.
Terrific by Saad.
Just a good lesson to kids to never give up on the chase. You never know.
It's concentration as well by Saad. Well, at times we've seen him give up.
Yeah.
But there, because he's got so much speed, he can close so quickly.
Hewitt at half back for the Blues. Hand pass to Chera. Kicks up towards Charlie. Curnow does the body work against Gloston. Can't pull in the mark. It goes out of play for a throw-in. 60 metres out from the Blues goal. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Just to take you inside Michael Voss's coaching here on the boundary. He's got a laptop on a music stand. He's alternating between a stats screen and another screen with behind the goals vision, showing some of his senior experience guys like Curnow and Doherty behind the goals. So some structure work for Michael Voss in game.
Yeah, it's all set up there, Mitch. How they want to structure that ground up. It's really good coaching early in the season.
That's always one of the best in the business. Mitch Cleary to Koenig, kicks inside 50. Harry Mackay can't take the mark. Ed Curnow's got it. Footy locked to his chest. Richmond fans thought he had a while to get rid of it as Noah Bolter locked him up. Umpire will ball it up 35 metres out.
It's good insight. A lot of people will be wondering what the coach does.
I agree.
Down there and what he's up to as Nankervis palms it down for Richmond. Baker flying through traffic, got it away to Cochin, back pocket, exits defensive 50 for Richmond. Young just pushes Rewald underneath it and takes the intercept mark for Carlton. So the Blues keep it in their front half. Carlton by 4, 3-2 to 2-4. 12 minutes played in the second. Young's kick out in front of Cripps. He's opposite number 9, Cochin, grabs it, tackled, lost it. Cripps grabs a loose footy, hand pass to Owies, forward pocket, snaps outside of the right boot, kicks it across the goal face. Up behind, Carlton by 5 points. Dangerous kick out, Silvani back onto it. He's caught. Now Hollands tries to grab it, slips over 2, just inside the boundary line. Charlie Curnow kicks it to the top of the goal square.
Long ball, Nankervis thinks enough of that. I'm punching it through for a minor score. Let's try that kick in again. Much to the relief of Dylan Grimes, who tried to bring it in quickly. Carlton by 6. You have to go.
He drops the mark short from the kick out. Has enough time to regather and then just chips it further afield to Hopper. Hopper in the number 22 goes long down the wing, and a tangle here again. Young and Rewalt. Rewalt trying to fool the umpire, but the free kick's going against him, and Louis Young will take it. Southern wing.
Been impressive, hasn't he, Lewis Young? He's positioned his body really well. Whether that's Lynch or Rewalt, he's just had some really strong one-on-one contests.
Young to the contest at half forward. Spills down to Nankervis. He put his fist through it, but straight into the path of Cripps. Goes racing away. Takes on Baker. Baker, great tackle. Holding the ball and a free kick. He caught the Brownlow medalist.
That's why I'd have Liam Baker in my team every day of the week.
You could just see running through Patrick Cripps' head, do I go on the left foot here? No, I better go on the right, and then got done.
Paddy's going, I can take this little guy on, no worries.
Reckon that might be shown throughout the week. Baker long to the wing. Graham runs onto it. Hand pass to Dusty Martin. They're streaming forward. Puts it out in front of the runner, Mansell. 60 from home. Chips it over the top, but Miller will take the mark. Saar trying to race back. Couldn't get there. And Ben Miller, who spent some time in defence, sat up forward. Play as a second ruck. He has it in the right forward pocket, looked inboard, but now content with a shot on goal.
Well, just take your time. Let Richmond set up the ground. If he misses, Richmond can now lock the ball in. The ball, one of this quarter's been, it's felt like it's played in Carlton's half of the ground. Inside 50s this quarter, 9-7 in Carlton's favour.
198 centimetres, the rookie from Western Australia. Miller comes in and it's right all the way. And a minor score from about 35 metres out in the right forward pocket.
I just want to go back to Michael Voss quickly, coaching on the boundary. Hear players all the time. We just want to get our structures right. Well, that's getting your structures right there. The coach on the boundary, behind the goals vision, saying, hey, here's how we need to set up.
And it must have been a really strong focus throughout the week. Is like Richmond's transition, this is what we need to do to try and nail it, to rectify that. And to have your senior coach down there showing your vision, especially to your leaders, is just crucial.
Carlton worked it up the wing, but a loose kick ends up out of play. So a boundary throw in and now a whistle on the play and a free kick.
Give it to him.
A ruck infringement. Miller to take it, the big man for Richmond. Hand pass away to Short. Kicks inside the forward 50. Rewalt caught at the back and Young up in front takes the intercept mark.
Again, it's a poor kick going inside 50 for the Tigers to Rewalt.
Short to Chera, marks at centre-half back for Carlton.
Young takes front position. Revolt's a couple of metres behind. No chance of marking the ball.
I think that's the 5th intercept possession for Lewis Young as well. So if many experts thought the Blues might have a deficiency, it could be in their back half. As Motlop hugs the boundary, 2 hugging. As it's over the line and Harry Mackay takes the mark, but the boundary umpire says out on the full. And Nathan Broad will take the free kick. Between wing and half back for the Tigers, who trail by 6 points. 15 minutes gone, second quarter. Goes to Rioli, who feeds it back to Broad. Tries to draw Hollands with a hand pass now to McIntosh. Spiralling kick inside 50. It bounces to Lynch. He's cleaned up. Knocked it on to Shea Bolton. Could have been held when he didn't have it. Hewitt under pressure. Tackled as he was slung. And eventually the hand pass looking for Doherty. And Dustin Martin taps it out of play.
It's almost like Hewitt thought it should have been a free kick and tried to hold it up himself, wasn't it?
Carlton by a goal, 3-4 to 2-4. 16 played in the second quarter. Boundary throw-in. Miller and Silvani doing the ruck work. Miller wins it down. Morris Rioli has a fumble, then runs out of room, and Silvani helps him out of bounds.
That's why you love Jack Silvani. So he competes in the ruck contest against Miller. Then he's tackling Morris Rioli Jr. on the boundary line. Just fantastic work rate.
Forward pocket for the Tigers. Kicking to the punt road end of the ground in the second term. Silvani wins it down here. But Hewitt comes up with it for Carlton off the back flank. He kicks down the wing. Vlosten in the box seat. Mackay spoils from the back. Here's Motlop for Carlton. Hand pass to Charlie Curnow. Rides a bump from Grimes. Kicks down the wing. Trying to hold his positioning, Ed Curnow. Unkind bounce. Dan Rioli onto it for Richmond. Hand pass to Preskia. Swings his kick across the centre square. G. Pickett left it for Mansell. Mansell becomes tackler on Newman. Pack forms and a ball up on the southern wing.
That's where you need your team, mate. Just talking
Call
to
you in. Yeah.
Take the mark, Marlon. Take the mark. It's just simple underage football skills that you learn.
Carlton by 6 points. Miller and Silvani. Cripps tries to knock it clear. High contact, and it's going Richmond's way. Dion Prestia quickly tries to take the free kick. Hand pass. Set a bit of a challenge for Hopper. Eventually, it's picked off for the Blues by Kennedy. Gets it to Akers. You can hear Shea Bolton came charging. Kicks up towards Harry Mackay. This time takes the mark out in front of his eyes. He's 70 metres from home at left half forward. Swings out onto the right-hand side. Looks inside 50. Motlop's outnumbered. It clears Nankervis. Dan Rioli at the back. Hand pass to McIntosh. Off balance. Kicks over his shoulder. Sard, it ricochets off his ankle. And Ed Curnow tries to keep it in. Sard and Morris Rioli Jr. Taranto keeps it alive. Cleverly just chips it forward. Gains 15 metres. It bounces on its point. And rolls out for a boundary throw-in. Even though Zach Fisher thought it might have been insufficient intent. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Lynchy, you spoke about Ben Miller. He's playing at both ends, so he's playing as the ruck and then relief forward. when Nankervis is in the ruck, and then when Grimes comes to the bench, he actually goes to defence and takes one of Curnow and Mackay, so playing at both ends in the one game.
Only one goal for the quarter. That was to Maurice Rioli in the 6th minute. As we approach time on in the second, Carlton lead the game by 6. From the boundary throw-in, Nankervis off his knees for Richmond. Hand pass to Taranto. Look away, hand pass wanted. Hopper missed him. Chera wins it for Carlton. Hand pass to Doherty. Kicks down for Cripps. Over his head. Becomes tackler Cripps. That's a crunching tackle as he takes Broad with him out of play. And a boundary throw-in in front of the Richmond race. 60 out from Carlton's goal at the city end. Gunny in Ballarat off the SMS. Welcome back all. Send it, go the D's. And shout out to Brad as well. Absolute treat to be able to listen on the ABC Listen app in 2023.
Throwing back in, Nankervis down to Cochin. Hand pass over the head of Prestia. Swartz it to his own advantage around McGovern. Hand pass now around Martin. Maurice Rioli Jr. was flat-footed and Lewis Young charges out and takes it over the boundary line.
Do you say send it much, Rama?
I've heard, that's all I've heard my kids say over the whole of summer.
Wow.
Even my little 5-year-old says send it.
There you go. Learn something every Thursday night of the footy.
Not too sure what it means, but I think it's a youthful saying now.
Any of them at Ed Sheeran by chance at the MCG, Rama?
No, Ed Sheeran.
Taranto kicks it forward. It's deemed straight at the boundary line. Insufficient intent to keep it in. And Blake Acres will take the free kick under the Olympic stand in front of a large army of Richmond fans.
On the water skis up at Lake Eildon.
That sounds more like you. Up towards Harry Mackay, who reaches up vertically and takes a good strong mark. Veers out to the left away from Bolter towards his partner in crime, Charlie Curnow. Well done by Miller. Now he's tackled by Curnow. Rolled onto his back and couldn't release the footy. The umpire will ball it up 50 metres out from Carlton's goal.
He's lucky there, Miller.
Knee almost looked like a bit trapped, didn't it?
Time on, second quarter. Carlton by 6 points from the ball up. And Taranto had a touch on it. Now Cripps, still no clean possession. Eventually Cochin extracts it. Hand pass over his shoulder. Doherty drilled in the Graham tackle. And the ball up half forward for Carlton, right on the 50. Well, what we used to have is a 50. It's now been sold off with advertising on the 50-metre arcs. Right at half forward. DeConey wins it down. Here's Kennedy, goes crashing his way through, and Graham's got him too. Another ball up.
Just worked so hard, both teams here in this quarter. You know, 1 goal to the Tigers, 3 behind to the Blues. Been a real contest quarter.
Nankervis wins down the tap to McIntosh, defensive side at half-back. Hand pass to Cochin around the body up the members' wing. Maurice Rioli Jr. tried to knock it down to Lynch, but it's McGovern who runs onto it for the Blues. Long kick inside 50. Baker couldn't get a hand to it. Charlie Curnow volleyed it out, and that might be a mark to Martin. It is. Right at the edge of the centre square at half-forward. He's pointed to the big sticks.
From 70.
Did famously kick a few goals on an opening night a few seasons ago, but this would be right from the top shelf if he can drive it from what must be about 65 metres out. Jack Martin has such talent and X-factor about him. Blues fans are hoping to see the best of it. He's going to be well short here. Into the right forward pocket. Bolton goes up. Harry Mackay thinks he claims the mark. Not paid. Hand pass to Owie. Squeezes through the goal. Doesn't matter. Carlton extend their lead. And Matt Owie's able to pounce the Blues by 12 points, 4-4-28 to the Tigers 2-4-16. A goal apiece in this second quarter through 21 minutes on Grandstand AFL. You're with Adam Ramanaskas and Mark Murphy.
Well, that's the role of the pure role of the small forward, isn't it? Chase, tackle, harass, get front and centre. Exactly what Matty Owie's did, and just created something out of nothing. Would have had half a second to throw it on the boot there, but just great goal awareness. And he loves a goal, Matty Owie's. That celebration.
Well, it's the difference between a small forward and a small defender. The small forward gets to the front of the pack, whereas the small defender on that occasion goes to the side, to the back of the pack. If your direct opponent is a small forward and he's at the front, you're at the front of the pack with him.
Adam Ramanaskas and Mark Murphy on Grandstand AFL. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy, and Mitch Cleary on the boundary. The Blues by 12. Back in the middle, Nankervis wins the hit out for Richmond. He's pressed here, trying to hand it off to Taranto. Through traffic, Chera knocks it out the back door, but it comes to Taranto. Richmond win it. McIntosh by hand. A weight of lost and off half-back. Hand pass to Nankervis. Feeds a handball down the wing. Fisher put his head over it. Knocks it to Coney. DeConey took on the tackle. Comes out to short, though, of the Tigers. Hand pass to Broad. He kicks wide for Bolton.
He's just so smart, Shea Bolton. Realised Richmond had won, then just backs out of that contest, gets himself into space, takes the pressure off the Tigers.
A short kick to Camden McIntosh. Defensive side of the southern wing. Richmond kicked the first goal of the game through Dustin Martin. 4 of the last 5 for Carlton. McIntosh across the half-back line. Dangerous ball. Made it very tough for Bolter. He's tackled straight up on Mackay. Ball comes out. Owies took on Baker. Tried to get a hand pass to Hewitt. Pack forms around them. There's a free kick. It's going Hewitt's way. He's taken high by McIntosh. Scrapping for the footy. In fact, it's Harry Mackay's kick.
Yeah, earlier in that contest.
No, he's just trying to take it.
I think Harry wanted it, and Hewitt's ended up with it. Leading possession getter on the ground.
Might even be someone else.
He'll wheel and get it.
I think it's Owies.
I think you're right. We're all waiting for the player who didn't know it was his free kick to come and take
Watch
it.
for Nick Newman here.
Newman was looming. Dustin Martin was awake to that. Owies is going to give it to Mitch McGovern. He tries to sidestep, ran into a dead end, smothered by Revolt. It spills the way though of Sard. Hand pass to Ed Curnow. Looks into the pocket. That's a great weighted kick. Just into the advantage of Matt Kennedy, who marks hard in the right forward pocket. He's only a couple of metres in from the boundary. That will shoot from about 35 metres out.
Much better from Ed Curnow. He's had a couple of missed kicks, it's fair to say, in his first half, but
that's
you're right.
Beautiful touch, wasn't it?
That was a lovely kick, just out the front. Don't have to kick it too hard. Just put it to the space. Let your forward run onto it.
Didn't play any footy at AFL level last year, Ed Curnow. Here's Matt Kennedy. He had a career best season last year. Deep in the right forward pocket, he steers it across the face and misses to the left-hand side. The Blues lead by 13 points, having led by 9 at quarter time. It's been a pretty even contest. Carlton have probably taken their chances. Richmond have left a few out there.
Short, loads up on the kick out, sends it to that southern wing, and Cowan. Lachlan Cowan, picked 30 in last year's national draft. Carlton's second pick on debut, kicks it into the pocket. Silvani in the pack, spills out the back to Nankervis of Richmond. Hand pass to Broad, and Mackay takes him out of play in the tackle.
That's the one that's deliberate.
Yeah, you've taken the ball willingly.
You're going to handball it, and then you back away. You know the boundary's there. Now I get the pressure, but that's worse than the rush kick out of defensive 50.
Forward pocket for the Blues comes down to Cripps, who's been busy again. Socket away out of the defensive arc from the Tigers. Sard and Bolton, what a matchup that is. Both scrapping for the footy. Southern wing, McGovern collects. Graham's got him. He's in trouble, holding the ball. Gee, didn't have a heap of it, McGovern, but hot on the whistle and a free kick for Jack Graham, defensive side of that southern wing. Carlton by 13 points. We'll make that a game high as well at the 26-minute mark of the second term.
Graham looks to send it around the southern wing into the direction of Lynch. Wiedering got to the front, couldn't complete the mark. McIntosh's hand pass was looking for Presti, had to knock it back himself to Taranto. He kicks a spiralling ball towards half forward. Cowan back with a flight. He might get some cult following if he can take marks like that. Goes short to left half back where Hewitt takes the mark.
Terrific sign. Ball's in the air. Cowan protects the ball with his body, turns his body so Bolton couldn't get into that contest.
Pick 30 in last year's draft, the Tasmanian key defender. As the Blues work it up to the wing to Patrick Cripps, the Brownlow medalist. Their inspirational leader kicks towards Koenig at half forward. Charlie Curnow tries to swat it forward, but Miller read it best for the Tigers. Hand pass to Bolter. Works it to Dustin Martin in the middle of the ground. Could have given the hand pass. Now he does to Miller. Has to gather it. Hand pass to Taranto. Back to Dustin Martin. He's involved a couple of times. Pulls his kick. Doherty trying to get back. Can't get a touch onto it. Could have been a hold on Prestia. No whistle. Ball deep in attack for the Tigers. Taranto over the top. McGovern over the top of him. Graham has a go. Ed Curnow throws him to the turf. And the umpire eventually will ball it up 40 metres out from the Tigers' goal.
Blues by 13. Up it goes. Centre half forward for Richmond. Through the legs of Sard into the partner Graham. Hurried kick forward, but McGovern back. Marks top of the defensive goal square. Oh, there's a 50-metre penalty here. 4 umpires this year for the first time. One of the umpires in the middle zone has spotted something, or we can assume it must have been a little bit of lip. And Carlton to take Advantage of the 50 as McGovern flares it wide to Hewitt out on the logo southern wing. Hand pass to Saad. The big Wolf is the lefty, sends it deep forward. Then Curvis backing back.
Going to be behind.
Touched it on the way through. And it'll be a minor score as it trickles through from behind right on the halftime siren. So Carlton by 14 points. Game high advantage for the Blues. They've kicked 4 of the last 5 goals in a low scoring affair. It's Carlton 4-6-30. Richmond 2-4-16. And just the 2 goals coming in that second quarter. The goal kickers tonight for Carlton, Fisher, Silvani, Mackay and Owies all have 1. While for Richmond, Morris Rioli and Dustin Martin kicked the first goal of the season. Rob from Montmorency off the SMS. Why is Martin giving a fend-off, not prior opportunity? He tried to fend off and was tackled out of play.
Yeah,
should have been holding the ball.
Yep.
And from Harry, hi boys, welcome back to the new footy season. Enjoy the call. Thanks, Harry. Nice to hear from you. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and Sport Digital. And for the first time in 2023, we are now streaming through the ABC Listen app. So just look out for that big AFL button throughout the year. And when there's 2 games on at the same time, you'll see an AFL Extra button so you can toggle between which game you'd like to listen to. Half time in the season opener. It's Carlton by 14 points. Mark Murphy and Adam Ramanaskas on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Ramo, my initial thought, pretty scrappy. Really, like 2 sides I still think will feature pretty heavily towards the back half of the season and through September. But a few uncharacteristic sort of mistakes from a lot of good players. I think going inside 50, we haven't seen the best use by foot. There's been quite a few intercept marks, a lot of clangers. Maybe that's just the case of the first game, but I thought it would be a little bit cleaner than what it has been. Guys slipping over. Do you put that down to the surface? Although the pressure's been pretty hot, hasn't it, so far? I think both sides would go in thinking they could have been better. Richmond turned the tables then clearance-wise, but I think Carlton sort of made more of the opportunities that they had, especially that quarter, and Richmond probably, I suppose, didn't make the most of theirs in that first quarter, did they?
No, well, Carlton kicked 1 goal 5 in that second quarter, so the opportunity was there. And almost the quarters almost flipped on their head. So Carlton dominated the contest and clearance in the first quarter. Richmond dominated the contest and the clearance in the second quarter. Richmond dominated inside 50's first quarter, then Carlton dominated. So the game sort of flipped in that manner. Now, you look at both teams right at the minute. Richmond have always been an intercept team. They love to score off intercept turnover, whether it's in the forward half of the ground or the back half of the ground. That's where they've been so strong for so many years. And then Carlton, as I mentioned earlier, they've always been, last season under Michael Voss, a real contest team. So it's the game right now is between, well, who can turn the ball over and who can score, really. Because at the moment, both teams aren't doing a very good job at it. 6 goals for the half, 6 scoring shots to Richmond, 10 scoring shots to Carlton. I look at entries.
Yeah.
I always look at entries and that last kick and how that's going inside forward 50. I think one player today has hit a target inside forward 50, and that was Trent Cotchin.
Yeah.
In that first quarter on the left foot, he hit Tom Lynch on the chest. Every other entry inside forward 50, I think, in this game, high, long, contest, along the ground, scrappy.
Yeah, the only other one to that was probably Ed Curnow, and that was in the last couple of minutes.
Right,
so
sorry, I forgot that one.
It sticks out, Cotchin and Curnow taking that extra half a second to have that composure, because that's why they call it the money kick going inside 50, because if you can get the ball into the hands of the good players who make the smart decisions, and it very rarely is it lace out on the lead, it's putting the ball to space and putting the ball into the best areas for your forwards to give them more opportunity than their defender to win the ball. And a lot of players out there tonight have really rushed that last kick inside 50.
Tom Lynch did not touch the ball in the second quarter. And that's, okay, Richmond only went inside 50 10 times, but Tom Lynch, you've got to give him opportunity. Yep. You've got to get, he's got to be having 4 or 5 looks at the ball per quarter. He's that good in one-on-one. He's the best contested mark in the competition last year. Give him the chance. You flip it around, you look at Charlie Curnow. Charlie Curnow wins a Coleman medal last year through just that athleticism, leading up at the kicker, getting space on his direct opponent. All he's wanted to do tonight with Grimes is wrestle.
Yeah, and try and get it out the back.
That's right. Yeah. So look, there's definite improvements for both teams in this second half. The game will open up. I don't have any doubt about that. Shea Bolton's had the flashes of brilliance, I think, in that first half where he's done things where you go, oh, okay, he's about to explode here. So, tight game. I don't think, we would have liked a few more goals, but again, they've only played 2 practice matches, so maybe the people that don't like the practice
they're
matches
professionals, Trevor. They're professionals. They should be hitting their targets and being clean.
That's right.
Ironically, we started with 2 goals in 2 minutes, and then it's felt like it's been a slow grind since then. So do you think it's more the speed in which the two sides are trying to play, trying to open up their opposition by quick transition, or is it just a little bit of what we see in round one in the synergy and the fluency and trying to maximise your opportunities?
Probably it all wrapped up in one.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, Clinchy, I think the pressure's certainly been really hot. You don't have a lot of time to make those decisions and to really execute your skill, but the best players should be able to do that. I think we just haven't seen that last sort of kick inside 50 be really nailed by many players today, and just even a few uncharacteristic fumbles and handballs at the feet of other players. So there's no doubt these sides, I think, are a lot better than what they're showing at the moment, but at the same time, it's their first real hard hit out. There's a lot of pressure, been a huge build-up. That nervous energy's certainly gone out of the game now, and now we'll find out who's willing to run and who's willing to try and create for their teammates and make those skills a little bit easier to execute.
Impact of new players is always interesting. Taranto's had 19 possessions in that first half, 10 kicks, 9 handballs.
Going at 30% kicking efficiency.
Yeah. Hopper, he's had 9 possessions, 5 kicks, 4 handballs. And you look over the other side, probably you're more looking at Blake Acres. He's had the 6 kicks in that half of football. You leave the young guys to one side for a few weeks, and Cowan's done some nice things. Ollie Hollands has done some nice things, but I think Taranto's been the pick at the moment through those new players.
And I think when it's been scrappy as well around the whole ground, really, those players who are running players sometimes don't come into it as often because the skills aren't where they should be. It's been a real sort of scrap at the moment. So there's no doubt those running type of players and those guys on the outside, once the game settles, which it will now, and towards the back half of this third quarter, you'll start to see those running players start to come into the game a lot more.
I think it's our first official arm wrestle quarter of the season. We love an arm wrestle in Aussie rules, and we've had one of them already through the first 2 quarters of the new season. It's the Baggers by 14 points at halftime. Carlton 4-6-30, Richmond 2-4-16. The SMS number is 0437 774 774 from Libby. Yay, footy is back. So enjoying the call. Thank you, Libby, for tuning in and getting in touch with us. To Dan, Abby and Tom, loving the call while driving to Melbourne. Keep it up. Nice to hear from you guys on the road. And from Steve, footy's back. Driving up Hoddle Street, listening to the ABC call and hearing the distant roar of 80-odd thousand people brings a smile to the face. And footy's back. It certainly is, Steve. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. We're on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the AFL button throughout the year to listen wherever you may be going. So if you're about to get out of the car, you've got to run to the shop, go and grab something, you're trying to follow along with the footy, it's all there on your smartphone. Download the ABC app and click on the AFL button. Half-time at the G, second half action coming up shortly, plus the teams are in for the rest of the weekend. We'll run through some of those shortly. It is the Blue Baggers by 14 points at half-time. Let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The Federal Energy Minister says gas will continue to play a vital role in Australia's energy system amid warnings of a shortfall. Stephanie Boris has the story.
The Australian energy market operator has issued its gas adequacy report, warning there could be gas shortfalls each winter from this year until 2026 if there are extreme weather conditions. It also notes that without further investment, gas supply won't keep up with demand from 2027 in central and eastern Australia. Shadow Energy Minister Ted O'Brien says more action is needed now.
The government should be doing everything it can to get gas out of the ground.
Energy Minister Chris Bowen says he's continuing to work with his state and territory counterparts
to work together to ensure that we have an appropriate level of supply.
He says gas is vital to transitioning to renewables.
Australian economists think international banking turmoil could lead to a surprise domestic interest rate cut. The Reserve Bank had been widely tipped to increase rates at least once more, when it meets in April, but the demise of Silicon Valley Bank in the US and the collapse of Credit Suisse's share price has spooked markets. Bessedetta from Westpac says while unemployment data in Australia is at its lowest level in half a century, the global situation may force the Reserve's hand.
A rate hike does seem to be off the table, and the conversation will move from whether the RBA and other major central banks around the world, not will they be hiking or pausing, but possibly will they be cutting rates if these sorts of contagion fears continue to spread.
The Federal Employment Ministers welcomed Australia's official unemployment rate dropping to that 50-year low. The nation's unemployment rate fell last month to 3.5%, beating economists' predictions. Tony Burke says it's proof of a very strong labour market.
Employment is up. Full-time employment is up. The total number of hours worked is up. The participation rate is up. And as a result of all of that, the unemployment rate is down and the underemployment rate.
The tech sector says Latitude Financial labelling a data breach as malicious doesn't adequately warn affected customers of the risk they now face. The company, which issues consumer loans and runs a buy now, pay later scheme, has revealed hackers have stolen the personal information of more than 300,000 customers, including driver's licences. Justin Warren from Electronic Frontiers Australia says there hasn't been enough information publicly shared about the attack.
Generally, any kind of attack like this where people are making off with other people's data could be described as malicious, but malicious in what way? Are they simply trying to get hold of a lot of personal information that can then be on-sold? Or it could be another group who is indeed, like some of the other breaches that we had, where they will ask for a ransom.
The Liberal candidate for the New South Wales state election in the southwest Sydney seat of Holsworthy, Tina Ayad, says she's disgusted by a smear campaign against her. Pamphlets made to look like campaign material have been distributed around parts of the electorate with statements referencing her Muslim faith. Ms Ayad won pre-selection for the seat of Holsworthy in November last year against long-serving Liberal MP Melanie Gibbons. Ms Ayad says the Electoral Commission and New South Wales Police have been notified.
Since this horrible incident has occurred, I've received enormous support from the community and it's encouraged me more on the campaign trail. Holsworthy is a vibrant and diverse community and it shouldn't have to deal with the rubbish that's been floating around. It deserves better.
Heading overseas, and emergency crews in Malawi are calling for international help as rescue missions get underway in the aftermath of Tropical Cyclone Freddy. The death toll from the cyclones climbed above 300 after striking Madagascar, Mozambique and Malawi in eastern Africa. John Chipetta from the aid agency Save the Children is in Malawi and says floods and landslides have made it difficult to provide more help.
It's extremely difficult for the rescue teams to reach the people on the ground. And this is where we need much more support in terms of having, alternative ways of transport, particularly the airlifting transport, so that we're able to reach out to those that are affected.
And the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime says global cocaine productions jumped to record levels. Coca cultivation rose by 35% between 2021 and 2022, which is a record high. The report says many regions have seen a steady rise in cocaine users over the past decade, with new hubs for trafficking emerging in West and Central Africa. You've been listening to the latest ABC News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
It felt good to be fast, but I'm only fast on the track. So once I leave the track, I tend to walk slow and do everything slow. So it's a totally different.
Winning that first one is still the first one, and there's nothing like the first time.
Look, I don't virtue signal at all, Patrick.
Fins up and dream big.
It's a daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
Available now on ABC Listen. Enjoy our library of great Aussie audiobooks all summer long, free to stream on the ABC Listen app. With a collection of fiction and non-fiction titles, including The Messenger by Marcus Suzak.
Now hang on a second. Marv's getting all offended again. Since you're holding up the bank, the least you can do is pay my parking fine, don't you think?
A great range of ABC audiobooks, free to stream on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
14 goals last season for Maurice Rioli Jr. from just inside 50. Good kick on its way. It clears the goal line. Jack Martin, he's going to be well short here. Into the right forward pocket. Bolton goes up. Harry Mackay thinks he claims the mark. Not paid. Hand pass to Owie. Squeezes through the goal. Doesn't matter. Carlton extend their lead.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
We are back in those locations. The ABC Listen app for the first time. Look out for the AFL button. Also ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL. And on opening night, it is Carlton who lead Richmond by 14 points. Both teams kicked a goal inside the opening minute of play. And from that point on, there's only been 4 goals in the match. Carlton have kicked 3 of those. And the Baggers by a game-high 14 at half-time. From Marie, enjoying the call. TV on mute. Great to have footy back. That's the way to do it, Marie. You can sync it up with the TV and follow along all season.
I reckon that'll be me on a Friday night. Just get the ABC Listen app going, sync that up with the TV call. Just bring in the snacks at halftime, please.
Jake the Truckie here on my way back to Perth after my drop-off down south. Good to see the new season is here, and it came by quick. Had plenty of cricket in between, didn't we? We had a whole World Cup.
Well, you've been here, there and everywhere. You've been in India.
Yeah. It's lots of cricket, more than usual.
I think we need a podcast for Corb's, just his Indian adventures.
Yep.
Well, he does his Grandstand Cricket podcast, but I think the real platform is around the travel adventures.
Yes, correct.
Dirk Nennis tells me you
Julian
ended up on the back of a motorbike at one stage and a little bit unsure as to whether you were going to return.
That might not pass the ABC OH&S sort of. That wasn't part of the brief when I left, but I did end up on
I felt like I was with Corbin over
right.
here.
Social media wise?
It was like a teenager posting on social media.
Yeah, very excited.
Just trying to keep everybody engaged.
And frequent.
Multi-platform, make people feel like they're part of it.
Was it TikTok as well? I'm not on TikTok, but no doubt you would be.
TikTok's banned in India, so there's
is that right?
not allowed on there. So I didn't. But the locals do have some sort of a VPN that a few of them are able to get round it and get on TikTok. 0437
Where there's a will, there's a way.
774 774 the SMS. Now the more important stuff. The teams are out for tomorrow, so Ollie Henry's going to be there, and he's differently arranged stripes. He's gone from obviously the black and white vertical stripes to the hoops of the Cats. Tanner Bruin, the former Giant, is going to make his club debut for the Cats as well. Hill, McStay, Mitchell are 3 new faces for Collingwood. No Frampton. So he's been named as an emergency. For North Melbourne, Liam Shields, under his old mentor, is going to debut for North. Griffin Logue makes his club debut, and we knew about Harry Sheasel, of course, top 3 pick in last year's national draft. The Eagles have 3 guys on debut, along with Jaden Hunt, of course, the former Melbourne speedster, who's going to make his club debut for the Eagles. For Port Adelaide, Junior Rioli makes his club debut, as does Jason Horne-Francis, and he'll clash first up with Will Ashcroft, who is playing for Brisbane. Also, Gunston, Dunkley and Connor McKenna is going to make his debut for the Brisbane Lions, back from Ireland. And Melbourne up against the Western Bulldogs. Oscar Baker now playing for the Dogs. The Redhead will make his debut against the Redlegs, his old team. And Rory Lobb is going to play as well for the Bulldogs. Grundy, Hunter, and then the 2 debutants, Laurie and McVie, on debut for Melbourne.
4 premiership players missing. May, Viney, Fritsch and Salem all out for the Demons. So people who thought Melbourne might be at full stretch round 1, they're going to be missing a couple of key names.
There's new faces everywhere across the competition. The stuff that's new, so firstly the Medi sub, which is now a strategic sub. You can use it at any stage, sort of back to the future on that front. Hasn't been used as yet. Jack Ross for Richmond, Lockie O'Brien for Carlton. Are the 4 umpires? What have you thought? Have you noticed it?
Haven't noticed it one bit so far.
I'm not an umpire noticer.
Yep.
You notice it when you don't want to notice it. So if they blend in, they're doing a good job.
Yep. And the last thing which we spoke about all week was the surface after the Ed Sheeran.
It looks slippery.
Concerts.
It does look there. A lot of players lost their feet in the first half. Now look, they would have had to have pumped a lot of water onto the ground to get the new grass to knit as they would. So players have lost the wing that we're on the commentary side of the ground, on the northern side of the ground. You can see where players have changed direction. It's taken chunks out of the grass. So that does suggest to me a lot of water.
Will be at Docklands on Saturday for North Melbourne and West Coast. The lead before that, of course, with Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Ling from midday, also available by the ABC Listen app. Who'd you tip out of North Melbourne West Coast? Clarko and his new debut for North Melbourne?
I think North Melbourne just.
Not convincing there.
May change. That may change.
And our newest man, Ben Cameron, comes to join us on Saturdays. Can't wait for that.
It is Carlton by 14 points. Hell of a roll-up, as you'd come to expect. A real arm wrestle in that second quarter, the Blues and the Tigers. It's Carlton by 14 points, which is a game high in a low-scoring affair, 4-6 to 2-4. Second half action upon us on Grandstand AFL, here with Matt Clinch.
Koenig and Nat Curvis resume their battle. Tap comes down the way of Kennedy, gets the first clearance of the Blues, kicks towards half forward. Baker so cleverly tapped it to his own advantage, away from Motlop and kicks up to the members' wing. Up in front was Graham, couldn't complete the mark against Sard. Gathers the footy though, hand pass to Dan Rioli at half back. Short kick to Taranto. Possession number 20 coming up for him. Just behind George Hewitt with 21. Taranto with the 4 clearances. As he bangs it along towards half forward, Lynch is outnumbered. It clears Newman and Wiedering. Wiedering gets back, taps it into the path of Martin. Dusty tries to fend off, can't get through, holding the footy. Good tackle late in the end. And the free kick going the way of Sam Doherty in the left back pocket. One of the feel-good great stories of season 2022. Back and fully firing for the Blues.
Of course, this night last year kicked that goal and he's come back as Koenig flying about 4 deep. Had a piece of it, can't come down with the footy. Pack forms behind him. Somehow Richmond able to rip it out through Hopper. Hand pass to Short. Hurried kick inside the forward 50. Dusty and Newman both there, and the ball slips out of play. Forward pocket for the Tigers. Became a father recently as well, Sam Doherty, to young baby Ruby for the first time.
Big Daddy.
Boundary throwing to Koenig. Down to Kennedy of the Blues. Hand pass to Cripps. He gives it to Doherty. Kick cut out on the way through. Hopper rips a hand pass over his shoulder to his mate Taranto. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Lynch trying to reel in a one-hander. Can't. Comes to Wiedering. Hand pass away to Newman, trying to get back onto his left side. Feeds a hand pass to McGovern. Lynch never gives up on the chase. McGovern kicks hurriedly to half-back.
Hydor 1-on-1, Silvani and Broad. Silvani got rid of Broad and it trickles past them and rolls out of play for a boundary throw-in.
Remember, some guys change clubs and they put the new jumper on and it just looks like it fits straight away. You don't have to get used to it. Jacob Hopper's not one of those guys.
Not just yet.
Every time I look at him, I still think, hang on, who's that?
That's trying to work it out who it is.
Yeah,
I agree.
I've got a bit of the Josh Caddy going through my head, number 22. Often around one, it's not what you do say, it's what you don't say, which is the key. As Prestia gets the clearance, hand pass to McIntosh, sends it inside 50, re-roll back with the flight. Takes the mark. Just able to work Young underneath the footy, and he'll line up slightly left of centre, only about 25 metres out.
Got away with one there. Oh, now he's kicking a snapshot, Jack.
Around the body, Jack Revolt looking to close the gap for the Tigers as he strikes first in the second half. 2.5 minutes gone. Jack Revolt staring down some milestones on offering. Kicks his 756th goal. His 16th year in the yellow and black, and more importantly, draws the Tigers within 8 points. 3-4-22 to the Blues, 4-6-30.
Oh, who am I to tell Jack Revolt how to kick a goal? That's 756 in his career. So it's been amazing. He's played this his 327th game tonight, Jack Revolt. But I still look at that. He's 20 metres out, barely an angle.
Yeah.
It just looks odd to me still. And we're so used to seeing a player kick a snapshot now as a set shot. Harry Mackay does it a lot up the other end, but I don't know. I'm a traditionalist still.
Only Kevin Bartlett has played more games for Richmond now than Jack Revolt. Bank in the middle will have another ball up.
I suppose it's whatever makes you feel most comfortable. So obviously he's got great reliance on that snap and hits it better than what he does, the drop punt.
Up it goes to Koenig, swats it down. Prestia sockers it forward into the path to Graham. Hand pass to Taranto. Under pressure, wanted to get it to Bolton, but Kennedy's back there for Carlton. Hand pass to Akers. His hand pass a turnover. Hopper from centre half forward. Kicks deep, but it's offline and skids out of play. Forward pocket for Richmond.
Looked a little bit flat-footed so far. Carlton coming out after half-time. Richmond have been really strong at the contest, getting that swarm of numbers around the ball. just getting the ball forward. That last inside 50 from Camden McIntosh is one of those just floaters forward as well.
From the throw-in, Rewalt doing the ruck work with DeConey. DeConey knocks it down. Live footy, back pocket, Cripps strong. Grabs it, gives it to McGovern. Kicks out of the defensive arc. And Motlop, nice bit of body positioning, takes the mark. At half-back, just edging out Baker. Motlop down the southern boundary line. Not a great kick. Charlie Curnow in a wrestle with Grimes at the back, and his other co-captain, then Curvis takes it. Shocking kick. Goes back inboard, dangerous middle of the ground. Bolter Soccer's fortunate bounce. Ricochets to Dan Rioli.
1-2 with Dustin Martin. Here he goes, bounding through the middle of the ground. He's got Shea Bolton free. Spots him. Kicks to the right forward pocket. Bolton into the open goal and into the second tier. Fast start by the Tigers in this third quarter as they close the margin to 2 points Carlton's way. The Blues 4-6-30. To the Tigers, 4-4-28. That was the Richmond speed off half-back at its absolute best.
Well, there's different types of bravery in football, Rammer. Yes. And Noah Bolter has just come off Harry Mackay and seen the ball impacted and won the ball forward for Richmond. Harry Mackay, conversely, has run forward, which he's probably in every right to do. Yep. But you know what? There's courage, and that was courage for Noah to do that. Because if it doesn't pan out your way, Harry Mackay kicks a goal. But conversely, gets an impact on the ball, gets it forward, a little bit of a bobble off his teammate, but Shai Bolton finds his way on the end of it.
It's a risk reward. Like Nan Curvis's kick inside, it was nothing. It just went to nobody. And then, the Tigers are away because they're through the middle corridor.
Carlton by 2 points. First 2 goals of the quarter to Richmond as Hewitt's got it in the middle. He's locked up straight away. Taranto with the tackle, and we'll do it all again. Opening night at the G. Carlton by 14 at half-time. They lead by just 2 now. Prestia from the restart gives it to Taranto. Kicks to Dusty. Hits up and marks 60 out at centre-half forward. Looks into the pocket for Lynch. He marks, pressed up against the boundary line, right forward pocket, 20 out.
Well, that's just pure, isn't it? We discussed it at half-time about that money kick inside 50, and there's probably no one better in the game over the last 10 years who've done that so consistently well, and we spoke about it not always being laced out. Well, that one certainly was.
So Prestia and Taranto with some go forward out of the middle, and this is what it results in. A look at the sticks for Tom Lynch. He moves in, he pops it through, and for the first time since the opening minute, Richmond are in front. 3 quick ones for the Tigers. And after trailing by 14 at the half, they lead by 4. 7 played in the third term. 5-4-34. Carlton stagnant, 4-6-30.
Well, stagnant, all right. 7 inside 50s to 0 to start this quarter, 7 minutes in. But that is exactly why you get Tim Taranto to the football club. That's Dustin Martin in the middle of the ground usually, trying to get that clearance out. But that's Taranto to Martin on a half-forward flank. Martin, as Murph mentioned, one of the best kicks that the game has ever seen. Hits Tom Lynch lace out. So that's why you go and chase those players in the middle of the ground that can win those really tough, hard clearances.
Couple of the key contributors all starting to get involved for the Tigers as Prestia gets the clearance. Hand pass to Taranto, kicks up towards half forward. Mansell tries to knock it forward. Akers won it for the Blues. Hand pass to Cowan, blazed away without looking, kicks straight to Dan Rioli.
It's a game, Dan Rioli.
Right half back for Richmond.
He's definitely found his position as a half-back flanker. That was a genius move last year by Damien Harwood.
Gave it to Prestia, kicks long towards Tom Lynch. Wiedering works him underneath. Newman at the back, socket away by Dustin Martin, boundary side, and it rolls out of play. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Been a lot made this summer of Trent Cotchin's role between midfield and forward. He's actually starting each quarter on the bench. Currently has the game low 58% time on ground for Trent Cotchin.
4-point lead for the Tigers. Boundary throw in. DeConey grabs it out of the right, gives it to Cherish, shakes a tackle, hand pass picked off. Lynch at half forward for Richmond, gives it to McIntosh, kicks the Tigers inside 50, but Young takes the intercept mark for Carlton. Warmish night. Temperature still in the low 20s. The season back underway in Melbourne. 4 big days at the G in the opening round of the new season. And a full slate of games across 4 days. Out to Doherty, who marks at half-back, kicks down the wing. Silvani leaping up into Pickett. He got a little front on Sharp competing for the ball. Pickett gives away the free, and Silvani to take it southern boundary line.
You don't know what more a player can do there. Like Pickett, he's gone in there. He's copped the knee. I just don't know what more the umpire wants a player to do in that situation to try and spoil the ball.
Good to goal in his 100th game. Jack Silvani found Mackay, played on, he's run down. Morris Rioli Jr. gets it to Bolter. The hand pass over the top doesn't quite get to Graham, who becomes the tackler on Sard. And he wasn't in possession, so Sard will get the free kick. Oh, Harry Mackay, 1 Mississippi, 2, 3, 4, and he was gone.
It's terrific by Morris Rioli Jr.
Everyone at the MCG could see what was happening apart from Big H. This time he has it in the middle of the MCG.
He's staying right on the line.
Moving a bit quicker. Kicks it laterally out to the Shane Warne stand wing. And the mark's taken by Young, and wide is still to Doherty. Comes inboard to Ed Kerno. Given a rookie list spot in season 2023. Veers out to the right, looks to kick inside 50. In the direction of Charlie Kerno. Silvani's there. Kerno in front. Hangs on. And takes the mark deep in the right forward pocket. Around 35 metres out.
It was only his hands on the ball there, Kerno. Terrific contested mark. We want him to lead up and hit up at the ball more, but that was just an absolute pure contested mark.
Certainly something he's not known for, especially against a really hardened defender in Grimes. It's a great win there for Charlie Kerno.
The Coleman medalist kicked a goal in every game last year, apart from round one. Looking to get on the board tonight. Out to the right to return the Blues to the lead. Beautiful finish. Their main man stands up. Carlton pinched back the lead by 2 points. And they needed that after 3 Richmond goals on the trot to start this third term. 5-6-36 the Blues to the Tigers 5-4-34. 12 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport.
It's probably an understatement to say they needed that pretty quickly, didn't they? Because Richmond had just been so strong in the contest, and everything they were doing, they just looked like Carlton were a bit flat-footed, but it was back to that sort of methodical ball movement again from Carlton and not rushing themselves and just putting it into the right space for their key targets to have a run and jump at it. But well done to Charlie Kerno, who that's not his bread and butter, but sometimes it doesn't come in the way you like it. But good to see his brother Ed too, getting another one inside 50. He's putting it to advantage of his taller, more skilled younger brother.
Wouldn't have the 1-2 act very often.
Miller wins the hit out back in the middle. Bolton gets the centre break, kicks it wide, and Mansell takes the mark. He's an interesting inclusion for Richmond in a slightly different role, really keeping Cumberland out of the team. Mansell as he goes short to Miller, and Miller chips it to Cochin at centre half forward. Looks inside the forward 50. Wiedering was up strong and had his arms chopped in the back by Lynch.
Which is surprising, Corb, because Cumberland finished that season so well last year.
Mansell 17 times last year was the emergency.
Yeah. Wow.
17 times. Only played 2 games, and now he's in a sort of a new role as a pressure sort of speedy forward that can play a shutdown role, and Cumberland misses out as Wiedering inside the centre square comes wide on the back of the 50-metre penalty to Blake Acres, who marks northern wing.
Acres looks towards half forward. Kennedy takes the mark. Ed Kerno was leading out. Kennedy backing back, marks in front of Taranto. Looks inside 50. Both big men are there for the Blues. Mackay in front. Charlie Kerno on the back. He dribbles through his second from the right forward pocket. Back-to-back goals for Charlie, and the Blues lead by 8 points. 6-6-42 to the Tigers 5-4-34. Harry in the air and Charlie at ground level.
And that's more what you want. You want Harry, flying in those contests, and you want Kerno staying down because he's just so athletic. Grimes in that contest, you can see him. He loses his feet in that contest. Kerno stays down, and then Dale just. He's so skillful at ground level, I think, Charlie as well, where the way he's able to get it on the boot. That's why we don't want to see him in that contest, Murph.
Yeah, and we spoke about the connection between both of them. Yeah. That's the connection there. One going, the other one not, and staying ground level. So it's not always going to be Harry flying and Charlie staying down, but as long as one's doing the hard work in the air and the other one's reading or creating blocks and creating space for one another.
Silvani pinch hitting in the ruck, but it's Nankervis leaping over the back, wins it down. Hewitt went without it. Second attempt, hand pass out in front of Kennedy. He fights off a tackle from Taranto, gives it to Doherty. Hurried kick out wide, Pickett, good mark. But to shield the drop zone from young Hollands and takes the mark. Logo, southern wing, took on Hollands on the mark, got around him. Salt the dummy, long kick to Rewalt, trying to reel in a one-hander. One-on-one with Young. Young off the deck, hand pass the turnover though. Mansell for the Tigers, gives it to Graham, centering kick. Side went to soccer, missed it. Morris at the back. Morris Rioli pops it through. He's second of the night. And all of a sudden, it's back to a 2-point game. And as anticipated, this game has broken wide open in the third term. 6-4 to 6-6. Carlton by a couple of points midway through the third.
It's probably both ends. There's been a lot of separation at ground level, hasn't there, Ramo? Like, there's just too much space there for some of these players are just too clever and too smart to be left with so much space. I mean, yeah, Saab would love that contest back again.
He just
threw the boot at it rather than just taking the body through it and running through the ball. So certainly one that Saad would love to have back, but
just hurts you though. It goes to your direct opponent and he kicks a goal. You know, he had the front position. He did all the work, Adam Saab, but he stuck his boot out for whatever reason. The ball just went through his legs.
Tigers back within 2 points. Adam Ramanauskas and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. There's nowhere for Kennedy to go as he tries to break from the centre clearance. Bit of pushing, shoving with Toby Nankervis, and now Silvani's ready to compete. Undersized but giving as good as he can get. Loses his footing. Kennedy gets the clearance. Kicks end over end to half forward. Lawson comes out. Couldn't take it cleanly. Good pick up from Martin. Feeds it away. Hollands on debut. Fires towards goal. Misses to the right. Almost a dream moment for the first year blue. Pick 11 from Wodonga and Geelong Grammar. Carlton by 3 points.
One of three teenagers playing tonight, all of them wearing a navy blue jumper. With Hollands, Motlop and Cowan, the three out there. All before their 20th birthday as Dan Rioli goes long from the kick out. Now mark the kick out at half back, goes along to the wing, and Mitch McGovern takes a strong pack mark. Another one out of contract at season's end. And he kicks a 50-metre drop punt deep inside 50. Vlosten spoils front and centre. Motlop took on the tackler, couldn't get his leg free. He's caught in the tackle, got a hand pass away late. Live footy forward pocket. Pack forms, and there'll be a ball up a metre in from the boundary. Left forward pocket for Carlton.
Almost able to make something happen. Jesse Motlop thrown up left forward pocket for the Blues. Off hands, it goes out of play. And a boundary throw in. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
First game, the Tasmanian Lockie Cowan, just a few cramps getting those rubbed out by the physios. And also going to be interesting to see how both teams use the sub. Of course, this year, a tactical sub for each team, the medical sub out after last year.
Thanks, Mitch. Nankervis wins down the tap. Cherra's onto it for the Blues inside 50. Hand pass too sharp for Kennedy. Silvani gives it the side to Doherty off balance from 50 to the top of the goal square. Harry Mackay comes out and marks. Just able to pick up a metre or two with the footy landing just near his proximity, and he was able to just hang on with his fingertips.
Good concentration. Like Bolter, he's metres behind Harry there. Charlie keeps Grimes out of that contest. Easy, simple mark there for Harry Mackay.
Right forward pocket, 40 out, will kick on the angle across the body, shooting for his second. He misses to the right-hand side. And the Blues lead by 4 points.
Do you remember your first game, Murph?
I do remember my first game.
I cramped in both groins in the third quarter.
Full body cramp.
That hurt.
It's not ideal when you're 10 minutes into the third and you're already cramping as well.
And Sheeds refused to take me off.
Learn a hard lesson.
Yeah. I played 20 minutes the next game.
Boston plays on from the goal square. Rewalt tries to ride up on the back of DeConing, can't mark. Spills down to Dusty. Hand pass to McIntosh. Goes back to Dan Rioli. Surge kick down the wing. Turns it over. McGovern for the Blues. They reload through the centre of the G. Here's Doherty right in the middle of the ground. He goes long inside the forward 50. Mackay reads it best. Takes the mark. Gee, Bolter lost it completely in the air.
I think he couldn't have shinned that anymore if he tried, Sam Doherty. That bamboozled all six, and I reckon 5 of them were Richmond defenders. and Harry Mackay just fell on his head.
So they all went back to where they thought it, or where it should have landed had he connected with it, and Mackay was the only one who kept watching the path of the footy, and mark's uncontested.
It's funny when you put the hand up saying sorry boys when you get a mark inside 50. Sam Doherty threw the hand up.
So it's like the let call in tennis. Here's Mackay, goes with the drop punt. His kick misses out to the right. So we've seen him kick across the body. We've seen him kick the drop punt. He's kicked a few more drop punts over the summer. Obviously, previously would always go across the body, but he's missed them both sides so far. 2 behinds to show for the night, or for the quarter, in fact. Carlton by 5 points, approaching time on in the third.
Camden McIntosh out of defence of the Tigers, up to the wing. Tom Lynch takes the mark. Got rid of Wiedering, members side. Looks up towards half forward. Graham's on the lead. Has a couple of metres on Sard. Takes the mark. Now Jack Revolt's deepest. The Blues are pushing numbers back. And McIntosh run around the back. Ignores that. Graham now looking for options inside 50. Decides to send it to the top of the goal square. Revolt flew. Couldn't take the mark. Socket off the deck by Young. Pinballs around. Flying shot from Dion Prestia.
Yeah.
Misses to the left-hand side. Bit lucky there because I don't think Young had any idea it was going to end up. Carlton by 4 points. 20 minutes gone, third term.
6-9 to 6-5. 4 goals to 2. Richmond's way in the quarter. Here's McGovern. Long kick out to Charlie Curnow. Rises up, can't mark. Spills down underneath. Cherry's tackled immediately, and a ball up 60 out from the Richmond goal.
Talk about Sam Doherty. He's having a very good quarter. 7 possessions, all kicks. It's what you want Sam Doherty to do when he's at his absolute best.
Time on, third quarter. The season opener, Carlton by 4 points. De Koning down to Akers. Hurried kick forward, but turns it over. And Ben Miller, the big man for Richmond, with the intercept mark, cuts inboard to Baker. Links up by hand with Short. He's going to just go forward and kick a high ball to centre half forward. At the back, Lynch trying to take the juggled mark. He's got it. And a one-on-one battle with Wiedering. And Lynch can shoot here from 40 out, dead in front.
I love that from Jaden Short. So Baker takes the mark right on centre wing. Gives the handball inside to Short, who was going to switch. That got closed off. So then he takes the 5 metres in front of him and then just bombs it inside forward 50 to give Tom Lynch a chance.
I mentioned the juggled mark. The juggle was straight off his nose before completing the mark. The Falcon effort. The finish, though, from Lynch is pure. Tigers back in front. Seesawing third term continues. We've had 3 lead changes in the quarter and only 4 for the night. Tom Lynch has a couple. Richmond 7-5-47, Carlton 6-9-45. It's the Tigs by a couple of points. Time on third term.
And it's the change of angles, Rama, which is what does it, and it's the run. But gets it here from on the centre wing, looks to go the opposite side, then cuts back ahead of the ball. All the Carlton defenders are all expecting the ball to go to the other side. So all of a sudden you get the defenders outside of where they want the ball, cuts back, takes another 10-15 yards, and then gets it into their tall target in Tom Lynch, and he bobbles one off his nose, but he gets a look at it 1v1.
That's where Wiedering's expecting his other defenders to come across and help.
Tigers with 5-1 in this third term as the Blues get the clearance through Hewitt. Kicks towards the top of the 50. Vlauston couldn't complete the mark. Motlop tries to rip it away from him as Martin lays the tackle. And the umpire will ball it up 45 metres out from the Blues goal. Tigers 5-1 to the Blues, 2-3 in this third term. A couple of misses from Harry Mackay. Tigers get the clearance through Broad. Kicks to the Shane Warne stand wing. Cowan had to wait for the bounce. Now has to deal with Shea Bolton, who's wrapped him up. Turns to the umpire. Gives the youngster the benefit of the doubt.
Did well there, like Cowan's the last bloke you want chasing you. Shea Bolton on the wing to a loose ball.
Well, test his cramp as well.
And then Curvis and De Koning to do the ruck work. De Koning knocks it away. Graham, though, for the Tigers. Hand pass hurriedly to Hopper. Jams it on the boot inside forward 50, and Wiedering wins the battle there. Back pedaling. Takes the mark at centre half back.
This is where Carlton really struggled all night to get this flow from the intercept mark. They've had numerous opportunities to do it, but...
Wiedering out to Cripps, who takes the mark, but Akers put a body check on Bolton illegally. Free kick, Shea Bolton. Forward of the southern wing. Richmond by 2, having trailed by 14 at half-time. It was a game-high margin Carlton's way. Long kick inside the forward pocket, and McGovern puts his fist through it, knocks it into row 3. And a boundary throw in forward pocket for the Tigers.
It's much better by Carlton defenders there. So the ball's going in long and high to Lynch. So rather than having that one-on-one contest, which you know Lynch is so good at, that's what you want Mitch McGovern doing.
Only featured in the 7 games last season, Mitch McGovern. Lynch gets rid of his opponent, snaps out of the ruck, doing his best, Tom Hawkins, as he puts through his third. The strength and power of Tom Lynch, and the Tigers all of a sudden lead by 8 points. 8-5-53 to the Blues, 6-9-45. 24 minutes gone, third term.
And I think you're spot on there, Clinchy. Lynch is so good in a one-on-one marking contest. It's crazy not to have him in those boundary line throw-ins inside your forward 50, because he knows how to use his body. He knows where to push on an opponent to take him off balance. That time it's against Carlton's ruckman, it's against De Koning. But Lynch is just too strong for him. Worked out where the ball drop was, pushed De Koning under it, and then there's no pressure on the snap.
Been a touch, yeah, has there?
Mitch Cleary on the boundary, Mitch.
Jack Graham has just hobbled to the bench for Richmond. He's pointing to his right calf, getting some treatment now from the physios. The medical sub, the tactical sub, Jack Ross warming up on the sidelines for the Tigers.
Newman thought he got a touch on, but the Carlton players were pretty animated, but as of course the umpires now are able to do, they review it before it gets bounced back in the middle, and a behind is signalled on the big screen. So Tom Lynch's third is scratched in your book.
Do you reckon he's been waiting for that all summer? Another arc review, Tom Lynch, that has one of his goals pinched from him after obviously the season ended up in Brisbane in similar fashion. That one definitely was touched. What a bizarre end that was in that elimination final. His hard run to the back pocket for Carlton, then goes long up to the wing. Falls down to Owies, look away, hand pass, but no one there. Dan Rioli's spin move gets away from Martin. Off the right peg, kicks down to Dusty in a one-on-one. The battle with Newman, he takes the mark. Again protected the drop zone and then just jumps onto it. They've been taking care of Nick Newman. 60 out. Great kick from Martin into the pocket, just out of reach for Rewalt, and Young punches it out of bounds. Gee, the Tigers with plenty of momentum here. They've kicked 5 goals to 2 in the quarter. They lead by 3 points, 4 lead changes for the night. And it's Richmond who are back ahead as we tick towards three-quarter time.
Tom Lynch has kicked both his goals. Charlie Curnow has kicked both his. De Koning, it bounces off his head. Having rucked the throw-in, got it down to Chera. Kicks the clearing ball outside 50. Baker takes the mark as Fisher slipped over. Kicks to Shea Bolton. Can't complete the mark. Chopping of the arms.
Oh, no.
Let's have a look at that one on the replay.
No.
Shea Bolton will get the shot on goal from the right forward pocket.
It's a genuine spoil, that.
Yeah.
Sard coming across with the right arm. The umpire deemed he chopped the arms. At the very best, he got the right elbow.
No. That's a clean spoil by Adam Sard.
Shea Bolton is the type of forward who can make you pay. Deep in the right forward pocket. Goes across the body and misses absolutely everything. Hits the very top of the right goal behind post.
I reckon with 3 steps to go, he's decided I'm going to throw this. You get banana here.
You are spot on. Like the golfer who's changed his mind and he paid the price. Richard by 3.
McGovern takes the free, but his long kick marked by Noah Bolter.
Harry Mackay's got to be better there on the exit kick. You just got to create a contest, at very worst, get the ball to ground.
High half forward, Bolter's just going to put it up to the top of the goal square. In from the side, Young can't hang on to it. Spills down towards Young. Cowan tackled, lost it. Ball spits out top of the Richmond goal square. Still alive to Koning. Hands it out to Hollands. Heavy tackle. There's a whistle. It's coming back, and it's a free kick for De Koning as he was taken high. Being tackled, and now there's a scrap on as well in front of the behind post. And Lynch involved along with Louis Young and Wiedering. And De Koning now being told to play on the last line.
Point post is still shaking. Not quite Lee Matthews style. Long towards half-back. Charlie Curnow flies. Spoils it down. Hewitt with a little toe poke. Over the top of the footy. Baker gathers for Richmond. Hand pass inboard to Rioli. Setting the task. Good follow-up from Prestia, who slides in and locks the footy underneath him. And the umpire will ball it up. With he and Owie stuck on the bottom of the pack. Centre half forward for the Tigers. They lead by 3 points. De Koning and Nankervis. It comes down the way of Hewitt of the Blues. Can't forge away past Cochin, who tries to knock it out for the Tigers. Mansell over the 40. Ed Curnow over him. Umpire eventually will ball it up. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
They've strapped up Jack Graham's lower leg, so he might be having a go. It might be more of a corky than an actual strain. They're going to give him a go and see how they go at three-quarter time.
Nank wins the head out, but Carlton come over the footy. Ed Curnow through the middle. Got it to Hollins. Hollins is tackled, but taken high. Oh, and Hollins tries to play on, puts it into the man on the mark in McIntosh, follows up a second time the teenager, gives it to Newman, back to Ollie Hollins, off his right boot, kicks a high bomb to centre half forward, Cripps has got to go, Vlosten spoils, down to Taranto, hurried kick for the Tigers, through the centre square, Cochin links up with Dan Rioli, downfield, kicks it deep to Lynch, one-on-one with Young, Lynch back to the goal square, Lynch, his kick is smothered by Young.
Well done.
Goal-saving effort from Louis Young. Looks certain to be another for Tom Lynch. He collected the ball 2 metres out from the goal line, tried to get boot to Paul, but Young there to save the day and save 6 points.
It's a great lesson to any young defender. Never give up on the contest.
Richmond by 4, 30-minute mark, third term.
Newman brings the Blues back into play. Kicks towards Charlie Curnow. Can't take the mark. Taranto down to Dusty Martin inside 50. Young attacks it. Punches it forward. Rewalt tries to knock it on. Newman locked up by Shea Bolton. Lays the tackle. Wiedering tries to squeeze the kick out of defence. Straight to McIntosh. 45 out from goal to Taranto. Across the body. It's coming back, but not enough. Missing to the left-hand side. They're peppering the goals now, the Tigers. They lead by 4 points, but 5-4 in this third term to the Blues, 2-3.
On these exit kicks, Carlton are just not getting to the drop of the ball and getting an arm across their direct opponent. Every time the ball comes out from a D50 kick, Richmond just keep on winning the ball and just sending it back inside 50. Well, it's a real area of the game they're just not getting right at the moment.
19 inside 50s to 6 this quarter, Bev.
Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
The Tigers have made their sub, but it's not Jack Graham. In fact, it's Marlon Pickett out of the game. Jack Ross into the game. The tactical sub used for the Tigers late in this third term.
It's interesting, Marlon Pickett out.
He must be injured, surely.
Yeah, he's playing well.
Yeah.
Morris Rioli bleeding too as he comes off the ground. That's the delay for the blood rule.
There's a few tired boys out there at the moment.
Still warm, still at low 20s the temperature. A long kick out to half-back to Coney with the fly. The spills to ground level though. Cripps jams it on the boot, right at the boundary line, finds it, and it will be deliberate. Free kick Richmond right on halfway. So Tigers by 5 points and kicked 5 goals to 2 in the quarter, having trailed by 14 at half-time. Baker sends it back down towards Cripps of the Blues, got a hand on it, falls to DeConey, but before that Hewitt was pushed out of it. Had the footy momentarily and taken high in the tackle from Martin, so free kick George Hewitt, half-back for the Blue Baggers.
Here's the thing, with Carlton's 6 inside 50s, they've scored 5 times.
Yeah.
2 goals, 3.
Hewitt to Lewis Young, who drives it up the members' wing. Charlie Curnow at the back, couldn't complete the mark. Spills to Vlosten, who tries to wrestle it with Ed Curnow. 2-5 for the footy, and the umpire will come in and ball it up. Richmond by 5 points. After the Blues led by 9 points at quarter time and by 14 at half time. Thrown up, Nankervis wins down the tap. Chirrut read it best for the Blues, bounces into Hollins, turned it over, hand pass to Cochin of the Tigers, to Pressia, who got around Sard, hand pass to Shea Bolton, kicks a spiralling ball inside 50 over the head of Lynch. McGovern getting back, gets a fist to it, it bounces on its point, stays in, Mansell got it, around Doherty to Martin, there's nowhere to go for Dusty, and he's ping-ponged in the footy. He thought he was over the boundary line, umpire thought he was still in play.
He dropped the ball.
Yeah.
Newman will take the free kick for the Blues.
It's red hot out there at the moment. There's not much time. With ball in hand, pressure's really high.
Newman long down the line. DeConey in the pack, trying to thump it further afield, and that'll do us. Through 3 quarters. Big turn from the Tigers. They kick 5 goals to 2 and reverse a 14-point half-time deficit to lead by 5. At 3-quarter time, it's Richmond 7-8-50. They lead Carlton 6-9-45 in the season opener. The goal kickers for Richmond, Morris Rioli has a couple, Tom Lynch has 2, and then singles for Dusty, for Rewalt, for Shea Bolton. That's their 7. And for Carlton, Charlie Curnow is the only multiple goal kicker. He's got 2. Silvani, Mackay, Fisher and Owies all with one each. 5-goal to 2-term Richmond's way. They lead it by 5 at three-quarter time. Off the SMS line, that's 0437 774 774. Lisa, Alex, Rod, Adrian and Nick from all over the world loving the ABC Listen app, listening in Indonesia. Nice to hear from you. Appreciate the message. From Tom, go the Blues, listening from Doha in Qatar. Jeez, we really are going everywhere tonight. Indonesia, Qatar. We had, I think, Singapore a little earlier in the first half. From Dane, great listening to the footy by the ABC app for two reasons. The footy and no need to access via a platform with ads. Have a good year, team. Thanks, Dane. Appreciate your message. And from Grant in Hobart, who's one of our most loyal listeners. We hear from Grant every year. Enjoying the call. How far away is Walsh from playing fellas? Obviously, Sam Walsh having back surgery in the off-season, which really restricted his back end of last year. I think they've ruled him out already for the first month, and depending on how he goes,
yeah,
at least after round 4.
I think from all reports he's been involved in full training at the moment, but you can't just expect that a player's going to come into full training after missing, a good 3 months and then just play football. So I think they want to give him a real solid base of training, make sure he's hitting bodies, recovering. So I'd probably expect to see him around 5 or 6.
Mitch Cleary is on the boundary. Mitch.
So the Tigers have made their sub. A tactical sub introduced this year. The medical sub is gone. So Marlon Pickett is out of the game. He did carry an adductor injury into the season. So just waiting confirmation on the exact reason why he's out of the game. But as you mentioned, he has impressed tonight for the Tigers. So Jack Ross is in for Richmond. Lockie O'Brien, the Blues sub, has just taken off his warm-up top. So I expect him to come in. No confirmation yet on who the player will be coming out at three-quarter time for Carlton.
Thanks, Mitch. We'll be back to you in just a moment. The thoughts from Rama and Mark Murphy coming up on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the AFL button. This is Grandstand AFL.
ABC Listen.
So tell me, what's the question that people ask the most on the Dr. Carl podcast?
Everything in the entire universe, from hematology to biology to geology. Was there really a Big Bang? What happens when I have dark urine in the toilet? And finally, why is the sky blue?
But mainly just farts.
Lots of farts.
Dr. Carl and Dr. Lucy have all the answers on the Dr. Carl podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app. Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Around the body, Jack Reebok looking to close the gap for the Tigers as he strikes first in the second half. 1-2 with Dustin Martin. Here he goes, bounding through the middle of the ground. He's got Shea Bolton free, spots him, kicks to the right forward pocket. Bolton into the open goal and into the second tier.
So press here in Taranto with some go forward out of the middle. This is what it results in. A look at the sticks for Tom Lynch. He moves in, he pops it through. And for the first time since the opening minute, Richmond are in front.
The Coleman medalist kicked a goal in every game last year apart from round 1. Looking to get on the board tonight. Out to the right to return the Blues to the lead. Beautiful finish. Their main man stands up. Ed Curnow was leading out. Kennedy backing back, marks in front of Taranto. Looks inside 50. Both big men are there for the Blues. Mackay in front. Charlie Curnow on the back. He dribbles through his second from the right forward pocket.
Young off the deck, hand pass and turnover though. Mansell for the Tigers, gives it to Graham, centering kick. Side went the socket, missed it. Morris at the back. Morris Rioli pops it through. Richmond juggled Mark. The juggle was straight off his nose before completing the mark. The Falcon effort. The finish though from Lynch is pure. Tigers back in front. Seesawing third term continues.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
The season opener, we're in business for 2023. Wake up the kids, phone the neighbours, we got a game. It is Richmond by 5 points. 7-8-50, Carlton 6-9-45. Adam Ramanauskas and Mark Murphy on Grandstand AFL.
Well, the Tigers got full value that quarter, 20 inside 50 to 6. So 5 goals 4 to 2 goals 3. So they're getting that value. Lynch really came into that game after not touching the ball at all in that second quarter. Started to get some one-on-one looks. Was able to get a couple of goals, or 1 goal in that quarter. Could have been 2 without the review. So they They just look dangerous now. They look like they're getting the one-on-ones inside forward 50. Dusty was starting to win the ball around that 50-metre arc where he was able to deliver inside. He hit Lynch with one, just missed Jack Revolt with another one, but looked really, really dangerous. Bolton came into it. Carlton couldn't win the ball back enough. When they were winning the ball back, the ball was just bombing out, so it's very similar to the first quarter. Only 6 inside forward 50s, but they scored 5 times through it. So when they had the ball in there, they were able to score, Murph. But what Carlton have lacked tonight is control. When they win the ball, controlling it, then gaining territory.
Yeah.
It's like they wanted to go all the time, and that's what's made them turn the ball over.
Yeah, they've scored from being methodical, but they've also just scored from just pure clearances.
Yeah.
They haven't really had those intercept plays and then gone straight back at Richmond. They haven't had that run off a half-back line from an Adam Sard and really cut Richmond open, whereas conversely, Richmond, the other side of things, you've got Jaden Short and Dan Rioli, who every time they get going, they're 1 or 2 possession players, but they also carry the ball 15-20 as well and bang it long. So Richmond look more dangerous currently from the stoppage and also from turnovers. So Carlton, if they're going to get back in this game, they get a real dominance around the ball because they're getting beaten at clearances at the moment. And quite a lot of their midfield, other than Hewitt, who's had a lot of the ball, and Doherty, Cripps probably needs to get a little bit more of it this quarter, but he's such a damaging player with every touch that he gets. So it's going to be right at the coalface where the game's won and lost here.
Here we go. Richmond by 5 points. Final term underway. Nankervis wins the tap. Cripps has his kick smothered as a second go at it. Nankervis got him. Feet to hand pass out to Kennedy. Blues get the centre break. Kicks to the hot spot. Grimes at the back takes the intercept mark. Centre half back for Richmond. 5-point game. Tigers leading on the back of a 5-2 third quarter. Short of Vlauston. Vlauston chips it down the line, trying to connect with Jaden Short, put it over his head. And off the hands of Lockie O'Brien, it slides out of play. A throw in half forward for the Blues. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
The Blues have activated their sub, Lockie Cowan, the Tasmanian, out in his first game. Suffered a lot of cramps throughout that third term. Lockie O'Brien in, starting at half forward.
No more moves. Thanks, Mitch, from the throw-in. Here's a chance for Hollands. Gets a hand pass away to Kennedy. Sends Carlton deep into attack. Harry Mackay's there. Charlie Curnow as well. Could have almost been Motlop over the shoulder. He's given away the free kick. Trying to lock up Mansell on the last slide. In fact, that's Jack Ross, the sub, into the action. He's got the Mustaka to start the new season as he spots up Morris Rioli, who can't complete the mark at right half-back. Breaks the tackle. Hand pass to Dan Rioli to Cochin. Back to Dan Rioli. Having a great start to the season. Hand pass over the top to Broad. Around the southern stand. Links up now with a kick that just lands short of Graham, who now becomes the tackler, trying to win the footy back. Laying the tackle on Newman. Hopper sliding in. Couldn't take the footy. And the umpire's deemed it's a Richmond free kick.
Well, he had to make up for that
over the shoulder.
It was a terrible kick to Graham. So then he put his head over the football, win the free kick.
It's Hopper with the free, goes short to Dan Rioli. I mentioned Jack Ross with the Mustaka. He's also got the feathers grow out a little bit too. He's running with the long hair. As Rioli kicks it inside the forward pocket. Wanted Rioli. Wiedering spoils. Comes down to Hollands of the Blues. Hand pass to the Brownlow medalist. There he is. Paddy Cripps kicks down the line. Curnow flies in the air. That's Charlie. Can't take the mark. The ball stays in. Charlie Curnow goes back for a second go. Vlauston traps it. Wins the battle for Richmond. Can kick it back in the other direction for the Tigers. A high up and under to high half forward. And Dustin Martin marks on his chest uncontested.
Looks to drive Richmond inside 50. Goes for Shea Bolton, one-on-one, spoiled down by Akers. Now Lynch comes in, Akers fended off him. Hand pass to a stationary Wiedering, who now becomes the tackler on Shea Bolton. And the footy is stuck underneath them, just 25 metres out from the Richmond goal.
Not a bad draw from Akers. I thought Bolton might have sat on his head at one stage there.
Richmond heading to the punt road end in this final term. From the ball up, Cripps becomes the tackler. Hopper on the bottom of the pack. McGovern jammed in there as well. They're going nowhere.
I'm sure Nick Newman's the right matchup for Dustin. You want Nick Newman run and carry and deliver the ball. He's a beautiful kick.
Lynch palms it down. Cripps and Hopper wrestle for it. Cripps wins it. Just steals it from him and then bangs it forward. Middle of the ground. Martin can't control it. Slips through to Charlie Curnow. Under pressure from Nankervis. Got it out. Here's the sub O'Brien for Carlton. Hand pass picked off. Bolter comes onto it for Richmond. Free kick. It's coming back. It's going O'Brien's way. He was taken high late in that tackle from Cochin.
Just going back to your Nick Newman comment, I'm sure he's not the right opponent for Dusty Martin, because Dusty Martin, every time there's a one-on-one, just looks too strong. I know there's not too many who could probably go against him, but you want to see Nick Newman running off and being used as that creative runner.
Give me a better matchup runner from Carlton's back six, or
probably McGovern.
Yep.
So O'Brien wanted to switch play. The umpire hadn't set the mark, so that come back to him. Kicks boundary side and finds Doherty.
Well, McGovern will be able to compete with Dusty in one-on-one contest.
They probably just want him as that interceptor. As Doherty kicks towards Silvani, can't complete the mark. Now Cripps gathers. He's taken over the boundary line by Camden McIntosh.
Well, he can intercept because Dusty's not. He's not a high work rate.
Dusty won't put work into him, trying to block him out, really.
Like Tom Stewart at Geelong would play on Dustin Martin a lot and then still be able to intercept.
Yep.
At the moment, Mitch McGovern has Shea Bolton for company from the throw-in. Hopper locked up by Cripps, knocked out. McGovern attacks it, ran into Nankervis, hand pass to Coney, tried to knock it on to Doherty. Shea Bolton gets in the middle, hand pass to McIntosh to the Tigers, drives it up the wing, looking for Rewald, outmanoeuvred. Lewis Young takes the mark for the Blues.
With the SMS, Marcus in New Zealand. Love listening to you guys. Thanks, Marcus. And from Raf, which just reads, yes, that Raf. Nice call, Corbin and Clingy. Happy to be on the app. And Raf Epstein, of course, host of ABC Melbourne's Drive program. Great to be on the ABC Listen app in 2023 as Chera sends his kick down to high half forward for Mackay. He'll be right behind his Blues tonight, I'm sure, as Mackay goes long to the top of the goal square. Charlie Curnow hands to it, spills through to O'Brien. He's locked up straight away. And a ball up top of the goal square for the Blues, coming home to the city end. Still no change to that three-quarter time score. 5 minutes into the last, it's Richmond by 5 points.
Mackay's going to do the ruck work against Nankervis. Nankervis wins down the tap. A chance for short of the Tigers. Fends off O'Brien. Drives the kick up towards half-back. Wiedering in front of Lynch. Knocks it down to Doherty. Tackled when not in possession. And Lynch gives away the free kick. What's Ralph saying? You might as well download the ABC Listen app. You're paying for it anyway. He's a Blues man. He'd be listening on tonight. Kicks inboard and Newman takes the mark. Feeds the hand pass to Chera. Looks inside 50. Silvani at the back. Can't take the mark. Harry Mackay tries to race after it to Koning with a tackle. Locks the footy up with Hopper underneath it. Just 15 metres out from the Blues goal. They trail by 5.
Up it goes. And then Curvis wins it down to Cochin, the former skip. A hurried kick, turnover. And Doherty takes the intercept mark. Gee, and the man on the mark just creeping forward a couple of metres too. In Graham. Gee, probably took another 3 or 4 metres. And Doherty...
Good play. Good smart play.
Doherty is now
pinged. Well, got there before the umpire realised.
Yeah. He's now probably going to have to kick it 57, 58 metres rather than 53. Doherty loads up with that right foot. Cannon!
Huge.
Trademark goal from Sam Doherty to the same end that he kicked that magical goal 12 months ago. And what a major it is in the context of the game. Returns Carlton to the front. The Blues by a point. 5th lead change of the night. 7-9-51. Richmond 7-8-50. The distance didn't bother him. Carlton by a point.
Didn't bother him. No. It was just a beauty. That's gone all of 57, 58 metres in the end, that kick. Just a beautiful hit by Sam Doherty. Jack Graham did the smart thing. He crept a couple of metres on the mark before the umpire realised, but just a terrific finish by Sam Doherty.
And he's coming off the half-back line at the moment, playing against Jack Graham. So Jack Graham's running up the ground, being another 6th sort of midfielder, and Sam Doherty's coming up and being really impactful, especially in this second half.
Fought off testicular cancer twice. Was trying to get fit for round 1 last year. Played every game. One of 3 Blues. to Koning with the clearance. Hand pass to Ed Curnow. Kicks towards the top of the 50. Lost it in front. Scrapping with Motlop.
Trouble.
Locks him up. Turns to the umpire. Ball it up.
Patrick Cripps had some really important contests around that centre circle to start this last quarter.
Thrown up to Koning, wins down the tap against Nankervis into the path of Hewitt, gives it to Cripps from 45, fires on goal, misses to the left-hand side. Carlton are threatening, they lead by 2.
He's already had the 6 disposals to start the last. Patrick Cripps just had some really influential touches from the centre bounce, just giving off to his teammates.
Dan Rioli goes on a run from the kick out off the half-back line in the end. He drives it up with a wing. Lynch the target. Spills front and centre. Hopper shakes out a one tackle from Ed Kerno. Never gave up on it. Ball slips out to Dustin. No free kick for Carlton. Richmond continue to move it forward. Dusty's hand pass to Morris Rioli. Cuts inboard. Does a U-turn back onto his right boot. Kicks inside 50, but Wiedering's back takes the intercept mark. Gee, everybody in the house is well and truly into this now, pushing 90,000.
Sayer tried to run the gauntlet, he's dragged down, holding the footy. A great lunging tackle from Jack Graham. Brought Adam Saad to a halt, which is no easy thing to do. Graham at the edge of the centre square. Sends it inside 50. Lynch sets himself. Young tried to spoil from behind. O'Brien front and centre to Doherty. Back to O'Brien. Clears the defensive 50. A chance still for the Tigers. Morris Rioli Jr. taps it to Grimes. Dragged down by Hollands. Back to Morris Rioli Jr. Combines with Dan. Gives it away to Graham. Inboard. Finds Baker. Centre square.
Baker looks across the ground. The long drop punt out to Broad. He'll mark 55 out left half forward. There's a few in the corridor. He won't kick it to him. Eventually goes short to Vlosten. Vlosten off his right peg. 48 out. Bangs it home. Misses. Just to the left. Didn't kick one last year. In fact, didn't hit the scoreboard at all. In 2023, sneaking forward here. And a behind is all he can muster. It's Carlton by 1, 7-10 to 7-9. 11 played, final turn.
Doherty with a quick kick in, went for Newman, has to win it against Ross, knocks it onto the advantage of Ed Kerno, around the southern wing, spots up Owies who led at him, looks inboard for Hewitt, just hangs his kick a moment or so, but he completes the mark. As Baker came charging late, veers out to the right, Hewitt inside 50, good kick. Akers and De Koning were both there, and Akers takes the mark right on 50.
He can bang him. He likes his chances from here too. Just turned his back on the sticks.
Really smart change of angles then from Carlton. They were going down the far wing, and just a bit of composure from Ed Kerno and then Matt Owies to look inside and just change the whole look for Richmond's defence, and they just couldn't stop the running Carlton players on the further side of the ground.
Traded to the Blues for a future third rounder. Comes in, hangs it out to the right. It won't have the distance. Silvani in front. Mackay completes the mark, but over the boundary line. They're throwing in the right forward pocket to the city end of the MCG. The Blues by a point. 11 minutes gone, final turn.
Just the one goal in the quarter so far for Sam Doherty moments ago from long range on that drop punt from the boundary throw-in. Motlop passing through traffic. Pack forms around him. Here's Martin who stands up with it. He's gang tackled and will have a ball up. Still 12 metres out from Carlton's goal at the city end. Cripps doing the ruck work. Swats it down, follows up, snaps goalward, kick smothered. Ricochets out of bounds, and McIntosh collects as the ball passes over the boundary line. Back pocket for Richmond. 12 played, final term. Carlton by 1. 7-10 to 7-9. 5 lead changes tonight, 4 of them after half-time.
Thrown back in. De Koning works to the front against Nankervis, flicks it over the back. Akers can't gather, becomes the tackler now. Nowhere to go for Mansell. Umpire comes in and will ball it up. 40 metres out from Carlton's goal. Tigers kicked 5 goals to 2 in the third term. Carlton with the only goal in this final term. Owies on the move, couldn't get a clearance away. Comes the way of Akers, hand pass to Chera, around the body, deep into the pocket. It's out on the full. And Nick Vlosten will take the free kick in the left back pocket. Carlton leading by a point. 12 minutes gone, final term.
Just relieves the pressure. Richmond now are able to clear their defensive 50. That kick from Cherry just needed to wrap back around.
Need to take it a little bit more extra
central.
care.
Yeah.
Just threw it on the boot too quickly.
Taranto marks the kick and then goes long himself down the line. Off hands it spills to Rewalt. Hand pass inboard to Hopper. Cuts back through the middle of the G. Awkward half volley. Pick up for Graham. Can't collect. Silvani for the Blues. Hand pass to Owies. Took on one too many. Caught. Middle of the ground. Great chase down tackle. Jack Graham, who's done some big things. And wins possession here for Richmond. Goes across the centre square to Ross, the sub. On the ground for Marlon Pickett. Comes out wide to Morris Rioli. 60 from home. Threads it inside the forward 50, but Sard knocks it away from Baker.
How's the closing speed on Adam Sard? Just a real weapon, how he can just close that space so quickly.
That's the difference with Sard. Like, that third quarter, he just sticks a boot out.
Yeah.
But then there, he runs that 20 metres to affect the spoil. Terrific play.
Throwing back in. Rewalt doing the rock work. Dragged down by Silvani. Umpire has a look and will ball it up in the right forward pocket for the Tigers.
Could just send that last play too. Richmond from that stoppage just spread the ground so much, and there was just so much space, wasn't there?
Silvani and Rewalt will have another go at it. Rewalt tries to get rid of him. Can't get a hand pass away. Spills to the back to Shea Bolton. Snaps across his body. Looking for Mansell. Sard spoils it away. Gathered by Akers. Hand pass to Wiedering. 25 metres out from his defensive goal up to the wing. Gloston waiting just for that kick. And Owies couldn't get there. Nick Gloston marks between wing and half forward members side. Carlton by a point. Retreats back by foot. Finds Grimes. Dylan Grimes out wider still on the members side to Camden McIntosh. Carlton have just about everyone in their back half. So McIntosh has to come inboard back to Grimes. And it's a gentle build-up as he chips it over the top to Gloston.
There your forwards moving now.
Trying to find the holes in the defence. Gloston veers round to the right. Sends it deep inside 50. Shea Bolton couldn't complete the mark. Quick clearing kick from Cripps. Bounces towards Martin, who attacked it with pace.
Great contest.
He might have been taken high, and he was, but it was all in the intent. A great attack on the footy.
Terrific attack. They're under a lot of pressure there, Carlton. Absorbed it well.
Blues have kicked the only goal of the quarter. They lead the game by a single point. 16 minutes played, final term. The big 4 points on opening night up for grabs as Wiedering takes the mark at half-back for the Martin kick. Chips it down the wing to Doherty. Cuts back inboard to Chera. Chera centres the pass to centre-half forward for Ed Curnow. He continues to move it from left to right across the ground to Hollands. Martin stands the mark, and it's Dusty for Richmond. This is Hollands for the Blues. Hand pass away to McGovern. Loads up from 52 out to the goal square. Spoil comes from Ross. Charlie Curnow throws the boot at it and goals. From a metre out, he soccers it through.
I think it came off Bolter.
They're going to check.
Bolter's calling it.
And Charlie Curnow doesn't appear to be celebrating. And his teammates got around him to try and celebrate, but Curnow looked like he wasn't all that convinced. And it's going to the score review.
Ooh. Which slipper has it come off?
Well, I'm not sure he can give that to Bolter, can he?
The boot of Curnow or the boot of Bolter?
So Charlie Curnow, a metre out from the goal line, just outside the goal square, throws his right boot at it. Certainly goes through the major opening without hitting anything on the way through, but did Noah Bolter get the last touch as he too threw his shoe at it?
The momentum would suggest it's Curnow.
Yeah, because you can't get it back over your shoulder from there if you're Bolter's last touch.
Well, I suspect this is going to be Charlie Curnow's third of the night.
Was the umpires call a goal, Corby? We don't know.
The results in. The Blues fans. Oh, no, we're going back and looking at another replay. I'm not sure what the soft review call was. That doesn't matter. The official call is a goal. It's Curnow's third of the night. But more importantly, it puts Carlton 7 clear as we tick towards time on in this final term. 8:10:58. Richmond 7:9:51. The Tigers still hunting their first goal of this final term and now trail the game by 7.
It's been a bit about the high half forwards from Carl. Lockie O'Brien's playing that sixth midfielder coming out from a half forward flank, and Ed Curnow's playing a similar role, and they're actually getting the ball on the outside and utilising that spare number and getting that uncontested mark game going that they love to play, Carlton. And they're just starting to find a few gaps, and the change of the angles is something that's really starting to help them.
Great sign for Charlie. Didn't kick a goal in the first half. 3 in this second half.
He's worked his way into the match. Silvani wins down the tap for the Blues, but it's Prestia who gets the clearance for the Tigers. Kicks towards Morris Rioli Jr., but doubling back, the mark's taken by Mitch McGovern. And hasn't he looked like a good inclusion just the 7 games last year? Providing a crucial cog in defence. Back to Wiedering, call to play on. Hand pass back to McGovern, just need to be careful. He's turned it over. Kicks it straight into the Richmond fans. Under the Shane Warne stand.
Commentator's curse.
They eventually give the footy to Jack Ross, who comes inboard to Dustin Martin.
See, the Richmond fought just stagnant.
It's a crowded forward 50.
Yeah.
They need a mark. They kick in the direction of Miller. He's bowled over. Spills down to Shea Bolton. He's tackled. Richmond fans wanting a free. They never got one. And now a ball up. 25 out for the Tigers goal.
Even if there is multiple numbers inside your forward, you still got to move.
Yeah.
Cause confusion to the defenders.
Miller doing the ruck work, palms it down. Taranto's look away, hand pass, a turnover. Sard, a little fumble though. Had it, lost it. Hand pass made it tough for McGovern. He falls over. Miller for Richmond. Hooks it back to the hot spot. Bolton.
Great kick by Miller.
Yeah. Shea Bolton leaping up and marking 30 out directly in front.
Just discipline.
Could have been excused for having a shot.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt, Murph.
Decide to throw it over his left shoulder and put it into a really dangerous space and just hope that your teammates are going to be in the right spot.
Snapping off the right boot, he's hit the fat part of the footy, 30 out directly in front and misses. Shea Bolton leaves a golden opportunity out there, missing to the right, across the body off 2 steps, and Carlton lead by 6. Time on, final term. Richmond 7-10, Carlton 8-10.
1-1 and 1 out on the full for Shea Bolton tonight. Sard plays onto the back pocket. Hemmed in, chips it back to Lewis Young. He marks at the top of the defensive goal square. Punter at end, back around the back to Sard. Dustin Martin almost runs him down. Kicks out. Great pickup by Owies. Veers out to the right, 1-2 with McGovern. One hand pass too many. Revo away to Taranto. Good tackle, McGovern. It's a game of inches. Chera wins it back for the Blues. Hand pass away to Hollands. It's seen out of play by Ross, who gets a hand onto it and swats it out of play.
Just playing with fire at the moment, Carlton. They found out the hard way last year when they just didn't get the basics right. In the last couple of minutes, they're flirting with a little bit of their form, and they're just finding out they're not quite up to it in terms of getting their skills right at the right moment.
Let's see what they've learnt over the summer from the boundary throw-in. Krebs puts his head over it, tackled by Bolton. Close to the boundary line, half-back for Carlton. Chera has it, he too tackled, and a ball up half-forward for Richmond. Right on the 50-metre arc. Well, the Tigers last year, they lost only 5 games after round 6, all of them by under a goal. So they weren't able to close out in a lot of close finishes, and we know what happened in the Blues against Melbourne and then again Collingwood a week later. To miss out on finals from the restart. Ed Curnow shakes a tackle, then kicks it hurriedly forward. His brother Charlie out of position, and Grimes at the drop takes the intercept mark right on halfway. Southern wing for Richmond. 6 minutes to go in the game.
Just stagnant. All ahead of the ball for the Tigers.
Carlton by 6.
Call to play on, so just has to bang it long towards Revolt, who flew in front of Nankervis. Free kick Richmond's way. Push out in the marking contest. It's going Jack Revolt's way. He wants to chip it into the pocket where Ross takes the mark. Tight angle, but just inside 50. Jack Ross, the sub, who's coming to the action for Marlon Pickett. This should take his absolute best. Just the 6 goals across his 44 games for tonight. Ross from right on 50. Sets flying, misses everything, misses to the right. Out of bounds on the full, no change to the score. Carlton by 6. 22 minutes gone, final turn. Top of the square.
Well, pitch. Oh, here we go again.
Oh, Young plays on by hand, and so we got a live footy in the back 50. Sard goes on a run. 2 bounces, long kick down the southern boundary line. Mackay got a hand on it. Charlie Curnow slips over, as does Grimes. He throws his body out at ground level, just inside the boundary line. There's a free kick for a high tackle. It's against Charlie Curnow. Free kick Richmond on halfway, and it'll be Taranto who stands up with it. 1 kick in it. Carlton by a goal. We're inside the final 5 minutes. Taranto Floated down to half forward. Tough one to mark. McConey knocks it away between wing and half forward for Richmond. Nankervis traps it, squeezes a kick back down to the 50-metre arc. Start there for Carlton. Hand pass to the Brownlow medalist. Cripps links up with Hewitt, and he comes wide with his kick. And a mark taken by Akers.
Yeah, it was beautiful by Nick Newman. They easily could have just tried to kick that out to a wing to open space, but just take a bit of time off the clock, chip it. They now control the ball, try and gain some territory, lock it in your half of the ground.
Just over 4 minutes to go. Carlton by 6 points. Akers to Ed Curnow. He looks up the members' wing. Cripps the target. Baker in front. Completes the mark. Liam Baker has it between wing and half forward. Can go short to Broad. Members side under the Olympic stand. He had short running past. Ignored that.
That's play on.
Goes to short. I'm not sure that was 15. He'll veer out to the right. Looks to send them deep into attack. Lynch and Revolt there to Koning and from the side. Carlton's ruckman working in defence. Takes an impressive intercept mark.
Oh, and then he plays on with a horrid kick, trying to feed Hollins in the back pocket. Ross wins it for Richmond. He's tackled out of play and a throw in 30 metres out from the Tigers' goal. And still just keen to play on and move the footy in their defensive 50, Carlton.
It's where you need it in your better players' hands to make the right decision at the moment. Too many are just making the wrong call or just not executing their skills at the level.
Hardy mouth stuff again for the Blues. And a hard stopper to start the new season from the boundary throw-in. Pack forms at the drop. Hopper's got it. He's tackled by Ed Curnow and a ball up. 45 out from the Richmond attacking goal. It's Carlton by 6 points. 8-10 to 7-10. 25 gone, final turn.
It's going down to the wire. Nankervis to Coney. It comes down the way of Kennedy of the Blues. Can't break clear. Dustin Martin tries to squeeze it forward. To Shea Bolton dodging and weaving. He's caught. Holland to the hand pass. They turn it over. The whistle did sound. Players had stopped. And it is a Carlton free kick. It's just a bit of chaos for a moment or so, and Matt Kennedy's pretty relieved to have the footy in his hands.
Can the Blues navigate the last 3 minutes? They've got the footy. They lead the game by 6 points. Kennedy with a long contest kick to the southern wing. And DeConing puts his fist through it, knocks it out of play. Southern wing boundary throw-in. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Michael Voss losing his mind down here on the bench. He's trying to point to the sign that Carlton's holding up. It's a on-off button with red around it. So clearly just trying to lock the game down, Michael Voss.
They failed at this a couple of times towards the back end of last year. And Richmond, meanwhile, in their 23 games last year, they led 20 of them in the final term, with a couple of close losses themselves. Who can get out here down the stretch from the restart? Nankervis grabs it out of the ruck, sends a kick to high half forward. Martin, a little push, got rid of Newman. Ball sits for Lynch. His hand pass got to Martin eventually. Kicks a turnover though. Straight to Newman of the Blues. Bangs it back down the southern wing. Mackay the target, no mark. Slips through to Grimes of the Tigers.
Hand pass inboard to Dan Rioli. Spots up Baker. Another chance to roll the dice. They've got players in the middle of the ground. Ignores Miller. Wants to go more central than that. Drives it towards half forward. Long kick. Asking a little bit of Mansell. Over the top goes O'Brien. Chips to the pocket. Can't find Revolt. McGovern drops the mark. Still a chance for the Blues. Young hand passes. And Silvani takes it over the line. Mansell lost his opponent but couldn't find the teammate.
Wasn't a great option by Mansell.
Been a night of errors, hasn't it?
Final 2 minutes. Carlton by a goal. Boundary throw in forward pocket. Richmond neutral ball spot to Koning. First hands on it. Down to Nankervis though. Swings a kick top of the goal square. Lynch down there. McGovern marks.
Wiedering, well done.
Wiedering in the tangle with Lynch. McGovern marks. Chance on the counter attack. Carlton. Long kick to Motlop. Hand pass out to O'Brien. Running down the southern wing. 4 bounces. Doesn't come back to him. Paddles out in front. O'Brien onto it. Kicks inside 50. Mackay on his knees. Can't take the mark. Richmond win it back. Carlton by 6.
Here's the Tigers' turn. Short goes to Baker. Can they roll the dice through the middle? Takes the bounce at half back. Looks up towards half forward. Puts the kick out in front of the intended target, Mansell, who slides in and takes the mark. Sard careful not to give away 50.
Great kick.
He comes inboard. Hopper takes the mark. Between the centre circles and half forward. Looks to send a high ball inside 50. Lynch sets himself. He's got it. Tom Lynch takes the mark as Mitch McGovern floated in front.
You were all over that in the call, Murph. They decided to take it on rather than maintain possession.
That's fine, though, but Lockyer just got to hit the target.
Yeah.
He's on his left foot.
The game required, you don't need to score, you need to just maintain the football for another minute.
Tom Lynch, who had his third goal tonight, to draw, scores level inside the final minute. 25 metres out, Lynch comes in, scores a level. We have 17 seconds to go. 8-10, 58 apiece. As Tom Lynch, who finally touches it in the final term, kicks his third. And hang on to your hats. What have we got in this last 17 seconds in front of 88,084 fans?
Oh, there's time for both. This is what you work on all summer, this centre square. Clearance, 6-6-6, so you know both teams can't drop a player back. It's get a clean clearance out of the centre, get it in. Now you don't need to bomb it. You don't need to rush that kick if you get that clearance. Lower your eyes, take your time.
1972 semi-final was the last draw between Richmond and Carlton. We're at the half-hour mark of the final term. 17 ticks left on the clock. Scores level. Then Curvis palms it down. Ed Kerno knocks it out. Here's Hewitt. Carlton win it. Gives it to Jera. Kicks to centre half forward. Akers spills the mark. Akers drops it. Follows up. Hand pass to O'Brien. He's tackled. Ball up. Siren. Oh, footy, how have we missed you over summer? And after 5 long months, we've got an opening night stalemate. 58 points apiece. Richmond and Carlton cannot be separated. 8-10, 58 apiece in front of 88,084. A draw to open 2023.
I'd love to go back to that last set of bounce and just play the vision and see who's come off Blake Acres and just taken a punt to run forward. He's standing there all by himself, 60 metres out.
Take the mark.
Yeah, and drop a chest mark. There's a lot of moments you just love to have back, but
Tony Lockett territory, any score would have done.
That was terrific by De Koning in the middle of the ground there. He contested the contest with Dan Curvis, followed up, got the ball out to Chera to get it going Carlton's way there. And you're right. Well, a Richmond player has come straight off Blake Acres. He was all alone.
Yeah.
Absolutely all alone. Would have taken the mark probably at about 53 metres, I think it was.
And that space around him too, so turned around, could have just turned and gone.
Well, Claus mentioned that he's a long kick. You know, it may have been a chance. May have been a chance on the siren. So it leaves you wanting more and draw. It really does. The first game of the season, so much anticipation around it. You look at both teams now. Both teams, they're a bit dejected, but they've just worked their backsides off for 120 minutes.
Yeah.
Tom Lynch there. Goal kicking hasn't been great tonight. 8 goals, 10 to both teams. Able to just, 20 seconds to go, straight through the middle. Beautiful kick, but a couple of moments in that last quarter. Shea Bolton, the miss directly in front. Decides to snap it as a set shot. Blake Acres drops that mark there. Lockie O'Brien, does he hold the ball, Murph? He looks to take the game on. Harry Mackay is streaming inside forward 50, but he just can't get the ball to him.
There's a lot of moments you look back on and go, what if? Could we have done this? Could we have done that? But I think, honestly, if you look at both sides walking off now, you think Richmond probably get away with a couple of points there in that last couple of minutes.
There's always someone who wins the draw and there's someone who loses the draw.
Yeah, and I think Richmond, have won the draw there, and Carlton certainly left ruining to those simple basic errors that they fell on their sword last year because they just didn't get the moments right late in games, and I think they've found out again the hard way where they could have done a few things a little bit differently and been a little bit smarter about the way in which they went about it and been a bit cleaner with execution of skills. But yeah, it's an interesting way to finish the first game of the year.
We've got a whole lot of time to wrap this up. We're not off air until 11 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Time, so we've got another hour. The SMS number is 0437 774 774. Mitch Cleary is downstairs for us. Mitch, what's happening around you?
There is no more dejected man in the stadium right now than Michael Voss. He was a shattered human as Blake Acres dropped that mark in the dying moments. He just brought his entire group together, given them one word before they exit the ground, but he is shattered right now, Michael Voss. Tried everything, and they put so much time in over summer around their scenarios and the game-based thinking as what let them down in those last 2 games last year, and then let another one slip.
It's amazing that they got it all again on opening night. So I mentioned Richmond's record and how they'd lost the 5 games and they had a draw in that period as well, all by under a goal. Carlton, same thing. The Collingwood game, the Melbourne game, and they both get a scenario here against one another on the first night of the season to see how they navigate their way through it. And it's not a pass mark for either of them. They have to share the 4 points. It's ended in a draw. The opening game of the 2023 AFL season, scores level at 58 points apiece. Tom Lynch drew Richmond level with 17 seconds left on the clock. And then a hurried kick forward from the Blues landed on the chest of Blake Acres. He couldn't hug it to his chest, and as a result, it spilt out. And there was a scrap for the footy at centre-half forward for Carlton, and that was all she wrote. 58 points apiece, a draw. Do you want to pick up on that, Rama, the opportunity that they both had again to try and see, I guess, what they'd learnt from last year and what they've been working on over the summer, particularly in that kind of a scenario?
Well, I actually think Richmond played those last couple of minutes reasonably well. Maybe that last centre bounce they would want back. Well, I'm sure we'll see a replay. We're lucky enough to have screens in here, so I'm sure we'll see a couple of replays of how Blake Acres did become alone there on that half-forward flank. But if you look at the way Richmond pushed the ball in, like 66 inside 50s to 45 for that game, and the last quarter again was 15-10 in Richmond's favour. So they were trying to attack that last part of the game. And Carlton, they got out to an 8-point lead, 7-point lead in that last quarter. But I never felt comfortable with Carlton. No. I just never felt like, they're going to ice the game here. And that was purely because of the way they were taking the ball inside forward 50. And it proved correct in that last moment with Lockie O'Brien. Now, I don't want to single him out, but he was the player with the ball. When you have the ball in hand, you own the game. So he's taken it on, which is fine. Because you got 2 choices, as Merce said. You can stop and ice, or you take the game on. He chose to take the game on. You take the game on, you've got to hit that target. Harry Mackay was free inside forward 50. You have to hit that target. He hits that target, game over.
He did slip, Harry Mackay. As he was leading the pocket, slipped. The player in front of him was comfortably able to take the ball away.
Yeah,
he had the chance to kick to him 5 seconds earlier.
I think it's even like the play before where Jesse Motlop gets the ball and handball, so you're playing on straight away, so there's nothing more than Lockie O'Brien can do other than play on and run. I think whereas if Jesse's to get the mark and then let Lockie run another 15 metres and then kick it to him, he can make the decision whether or not he wants to play on and kick the ball or just take another sting out of the game and use another 15-20 seconds. I just think once you play on, you're left with no other opportunity other than to keep on going and going quick. Whereas I think that's where they found themselves in trouble last year, is by just going too quick all the time, sometimes rather than just letting the play evolve and use the ball by foot and get another run contested mark. Because if Motlop does that on the corner point of the square and Lockie O'Brien runs another 20 metres and you kick it
into open space,
then he's left with another opportunity to go, do I need to play on here? No, I can take another 10-15 seconds, let my players catch up. That way they're not going to get the ball down inside 50 Richmond from that stage, because they've taken the sting out of the game and the players have got to come through a really condensed field. Whereas when he runs so far and then tries to kick it to Harry Mackay, the ground spread, everyone's spread, so it's easy for Richmond to come straight back at them.
It's hard not to feel like the lessons haven't been learned when you think about the one player who loomed largest for Richmond in their forward 50 was going to be Tom Lynch. McGovern set himself in front, missed the ball. Lynch takes the mark, but there was no deconing down there, pushing back to make it the exact opposite of what happened at the other end of the ground, where Harry Mackay had effectively a 3-on-1, even though he got his hands to it.
Yeah, there's a lot of moments in that last probably 10 minutes from Carlton where we had a few errors through the back sort of 50 where they tried to play on and create something when sometimes you just need to just see the basic option, just hit it rather than try and be a little bit too cute. And we saw almost Richmond score off probably 2 of them. So there was a few little errors that just looked like there was a little bit of doubt still.
I thought Carlton defended unbelievably well tonight. You look at the opening part of that game, and you felt like Richmond were going to score at will, score on turnover. Yep, okay, the second quarter was an arm wrestle. Lewis Young has had 14 intercept possessions for the game. He was terrific tonight. He played a lot of the game on Jack Revolt. Revolt didn't have a big game. He had a couple of moments. Revolt, he had 12 possessions and kicked a goal, but I thought Lewis Young, just his ability to spoil, come second or third man into a contest to help out was really good. What Carlton were last year in those close games, they were easy to score on. I think if you look at the last moments of the game, it was tough to score on them still. They had rolled numbers right back to try and block up Richmond's forward line. They were good at that. I would have said 4 or 5 times in that last quarter, Richmond's forward line are just not moving. Now, that works both ways. Richmond's forwards aren't moving, but Carlton have got numbers back. Yeah. So not allowing Richmond's forwards to move.
It certainly looked like their defensive structure, Carl, was a lot more sound than what it previously has been. I think on offensive end, Carlton were a bit more methodical, which probably didn't allow them to get caught out so much. But then I think just some of the efforts from Wiedering and Lewis Young were terrific down there. Mitch McGovern I thought, had a really good night, other than a couple little moments. I think Sard was the same. He had a couple little moments, but outside of that, he was very sound. So I think Cowan, you saw some good signs from a young kid there. Newman was good towards the back half of the game. So I think defensively they were pretty sound, Carlton. So I think they'll be happy with what Richmond were able to score in terms of their output. But yeah, I think there was just still a lot of lost opportunities in terms of just being a little bit more composed with ball in hand, and I think end up costing them.
Not even tonight, for example, where you could sort of say, yeah, let's pinpoint on one of these moments here or there. But I wonder the next time that this happens for Carlton, how much does it start to become this self-fulfilling prophecy that it's every single time we're in this kind of scenario, there are the scars of the past in this type of situation?
Yeah, because there's no doubt at the end of last season they would have looked at the Collingwood and Melbourne game and talked through certain scenarios and what they did as to what we should have done, and some of the moments they just didn't get quite right. And unfortunately, I think they would probably walk in on, it might be Saturday or Sunday this weekend, and go through the vision and see some similar clips or some similar mistakes that were made last year. So I think that's why we're seeing Michael Voss look so agitated at the moment. He grabbed the whole team out on the ground, which you don't really see from a coach too often. So there's no doubt I think his message would have been about getting the basics right and doing that over and over again. And until we do that as a football club, Michael Voss is probably going to say, well, we're not going to reach the heights in which we need to. But it's I think that would be the main message I would feel from Michael Voss at the moment.
Rami, do you subscribe to that, the cumulative effect of being in this scenario and not getting the result?
I think that then comes back to maturity of the group. Are they willing to continue to accept this? So I don't think what Michael Voss says after the game tonight really matters. I think it's more what your senior players are saying now in these situations. They have to take ownership of these moments, because the coach is the coach, and that's during the week. But out on the ground, in those situations, your senior players are your coaches. Getting it right. Like, they got their last structure at the centre bounce right. They got that right. Okay, yep, Lynch takes a mark. Terrific pack mark at the end there. They might have got that slightly wrong. I'm just watch the replay there. Tom de Koning's walking. He's at the 50-metre mark walking. He needs to be sprinting back there to be the extra number. So that's the little parts of the game that you want to be coaching out on the ground. That's where a senior player needs to be screaming at Tom de Koning, get back, get back, get back. So I don't necessarily think it's the more lessons you get, it just becomes the norm. I subscribe to how long you've got to put up with it for as a senior team.
And that was always going to be the question around Carlton, is where would their improvement come? And the hope that it would come through depth, having an impressive spine, and consistency, more games together as a group. And the more times I watched that last kick and Tom Lynch's mark, Mitch McGovern was set perfectly. Yeah. He just missed the ball.
Yeah. Lewis Young probably missed the first spoil of the game. Like, it's just those things happen in games. Like, Tom Lynch is the best contested mark in the game. Take him out before he gets to that contest.
The game has ended in a draw on opening night, so 58 points apiece. If you've just flicked the radio back on, 8-10-58 Richmond, Carlton 8-10-58. The Blues led it by a goal. With 30 seconds left, the ball went inside the forward 50. Tom Lynch took a mark, went back to kick truly, locked it up. And then at the restart, with 17 ticks left in the game, there was a quick kick forward from Carlton out of the centre square, bounced off the chest of Blake Acres, couldn't take the mark, packed form behind him, siren went, that's all she wrote. So 88,084 in the house, witnessed a draw on opening night. Into the Carlton rooms, Mitch Cleary is down there for us. Mitch, paint a picture for us. What's it like in there?
Yeah, the family and friends are just starting to filter into the room right now. No players and coaches. They're behind closed doors, just getting a debrief on what happened in those final moments. So we're hoping to speak to someone shortly, a senior leader. But, as I said, a few family and friends in here. They'll have a presentation for Jack Silvani's 100th match. Michael Voss, when he entered the room, was a little bit more upbeat than what he was on the field, probably trying to show stronger body language in the result, but clearly frustrated Carlton coaching group after letting one slip that they had in their grasp for much of that final term.
Thanks, Mitch. We'll come back to you when we get a little more out of the Carlton camp. So we are looking at some live pictures of the Richmond rooms, and they seem to be walking around and doing some media commitments and a little bit more active.
They
than
seem
the
to be
Carlton
up and
guys.
about, don't they? But this is what we spoke about before the game. We said, who would the loss affect more? And we all thought Carlton. So Richmond now, they're a senior hardened team. They just get on with it. Whereas I think, Carlton sort of they're the ones that are probably they're the loser of the draw of what we spoke about.
That's the beauty of having Mitch Cleary on a Thursday night. I was interested which room he's going to go to, which team's going to hurt the most, and it was pretty evident it was going to be Carlton. So. What did you say? First draw since the 1970s between those two sides.
Yeah, 72 semi-final. Only the third all-time. They had another one in 1960. So first one in my lifetime and probably most of my lifetimes. I
dare
say that'd be the case.
I can't remember a draw in the opening round of a season for a long time.
I saw that flash up here a minute ago. 2011 Melbourne-Sydney.
Okay.
But I was the same. I don't really remember the game, or I actually thought it would have been further back than that. So 2011 Melbourne-Sydney was the last time there was a draw in round one. Certainly unique on opening night to have the very first game of the season end in a draw. I think we only had one last year, didn't we? Which Richmond were also involved in up against Fremantle at Docklands.
Sometimes you campaign for extra time. I'm not sure on a night like tonight that last 5 minutes would have delivered anything else other than more drama and potentially a winner.
I think in the home and away season, you just leave it as it is. If you can't work it out after 4 quarters of football, I think it's time just to go home.
Yep. Pack your bags up. Put the boots in the bag. I'll see you next week.
The SMS number 0437 774 774. We will get reaction from both camps as well, so stick around for all of that. Mitch Cleary closest to it downstairs. From John, people come to the football for one reason. They come to be told a story, which is why we hate draws. The story did not end.
John did not like my comment.
No.
But I think
the contradiction is the story is that it was a draw.
Yeah, well, I just think like if you can't separate it after that length of time, I just feel that's sort of it. Obviously, finals is a different story, which is obviously needs to be. But yeah, I think we all realise that Carlton were probably the losers out of the draw tonight. But promises to be an exciting weekend, doesn't it?
You referenced that Tom Lynch against Brisbane in the elimination final. Ironic that he ends up with a footy in his hands and block out the 88,000 and go through the routine and just finish this one off. And he was able to do so.
Look, it was a good battle between Lynch and Wiedering tonight. Lynch has ended up with 3 goals, 3 in that game. Could have been that 4th one where he snapped it out of that ruck contest. But Wiedering was pretty good. Like, he's had 20 disposals himself, 11 marks, 3 intercept marks. So he's had a pretty strong game himself. Like I mentioned a couple of times, Tom Lynch is the best contested mark in the game. He is a tough matchup. In the times he had some space, he looked okay. But when Carlton were able to surround him, he looked like a normal player. So we spoke a lot tonight about Harry Mackay and Charlie Curnow and how their combination is starting to work. I thought Charlie was really good in the second half. I thought he came back into the game. his first half he wanted to wrestle and try fight Dylan Grimes, and Grimes just loves that. He loves that type of stuff. Mackay got up the ground a lot. He was up the ground a lot, so they only kicked the one goal. It was more Curnow that was close to the goal. I think Mackay and Carlton felt like getting Noah Bolter up the ground was better. Bolter inside forward 50, he's got that explosive pace. He can go with Harry on the lead. And where Bolter struggles is that endurance side of things. You know, when you take him on a gallop up and around and, you know, try to wear him down a little bit. So, you know, both forward lines at times look good. But at other times, I think they did lack a bit of synergy.
So Richmond's key backs are really well suited to play against the two key forwards of Carlton. Like Grimes, it's always been a really strong battle with Charlie Curnow. He's surprisingly really quick, Grimes, and Charlie just hasn't been able to shake him, even though he did play in bursts tonight. And Harry with Noah Bolter, they're both just phenomenal athletes, aren't they? So, yeah, they're actually one of the sides who can really match up quite well against the Carlton key forwards.
If you were picking who played closer to goal, take the opponent out of it, would you normally have Harry or Charlie playing closer to home?
I'd usually have Harry closer to home. But I think if they're going to really pressure some sides this year and really run some rings around them, they need to develop both sides of their game and be able to be, you know, not so conventional and Harry always be the deepest. You need to be able to mix and match and try and get opposition players out of their comfort zone and just that connectivity about, you know, who goes up now, who stays at ground. You know, just working out where to lead and pointing the fingers is such a little subtle thing that when you play a lot of football together, and you need to work on that throughout the week and just try and do as many extras as you can on just trying to just work to each other's leg, know the subtleties of how someone likes to turn and where they like the ball kicked to. There's no doubt they're working on that, but it still hasn't quite clicked for them.
They've both played 80-odd games each.
They haven't played too many
no,
together.
that's what I was going to get at. I don't reckon they've played 30 games together. No. You know, Charlie was injured for those few years. That's when Harry really started to announce himself as the player that he is. But
2021, Charlie barely played. Harry Mackay wins the Coleman Medal in 21, and then Charlie Curnow wins it last season when Harry Mackay had the blood clot in the shoulder and then the knee issue throughout the season.
Yeah, I think so.
That wasn't as reassuring as I thought I'd get.
We're about 25 minutes after the final siren. It's ended in a draw between Richmond and Carlton, 58 points apiece. A draw on opening night in front of 88,084 at the MCG. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Mark Murphy. The SMS number is 0437 774 774. We love some knee-jerk reactions and some first impressions after the opening game of the season. This from Rob. Considering everything the Tigers were allowed to get away with, they got lucky, especially with Carlton playing so poorly, but maybe that was Carlton's best and that's all we can expect for the year. So I feel like Rob took us on a journey with that text message the whole way through, and it was a bit like that tonight. Mitch Cleary is still in the Blues rooms. Mitch.
Jack Silvani just being presented with a gift from the club to commemorate his 100th match, the first family in history to have 3 generations go more than 100 games. After his grandfather Serge, his father Stephen, and now Jack. Interesting to note that his entire family here, his mother Jo, his 2 brothers, grandparents, but no Stephen, because I've been told a few clubs are just clamping down on family members who work for opposition clubs. Of course, Stephen been appointed recently as St Kilda list manager and now would be entering into the rival room. So no Stephen in the rooms tonight down here for Jack's 100th celebration.
That's a very interesting talking point. Guys played 312 games, couple of premierships, few best and fairest.
How ridiculous if that's the case.
Legacy member. Surely no one at Carlton. Surely that's not the reason as to why he's not there.
He's celebrating his son. Like, come on. What's he going to do? Walk in the coach's room, take photos of the whiteboard?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
You with us, Mitch?
I am with you guys.
Yeah.
I honestly haven't seen him, so the entire family have gathered around him. I will check it out for the exact reason and just confirm he's not in here somewhere in the back. But the entire family were up inside sort of the inner ring near the TV broadcast, and when Luke Sayers was doing the presentation, I didn't see Stephen here, the Carlton champion, but I will check it out.
It's an interesting thread, Mitch. Very observant, Mitch Cleary, and the
What was the Jake
You
Ross
still with me,
lines?
guys? You still got me?
Still got your Mitch, far away.
So, just speaking to our producer here, Ben Cameron, he said that, I didn't have an ear on the speech, but he said Jack said during the speech that his dad is in the car. So, just out the back here under the MCG tunnel, all the players park their cars and the families often have access. So, the family entirely in here for Jack's 100th commemoration, but his dad, Stephen, the Carlton legend, out the back in the car, not in the change rooms.
It's a bit awkward, isn't it, Mitch? And even the storyline that's really followed Jack over the last couple of days with Ross Lyon, giving some insight about a debutant that's going to make his debut for St Kilda, that Jack had mentioned it to his father, Stephen. Obviously, we know that Sauce is heavily involved at St Kilda, and even his name linked to Tom De Koning's availability in the upcoming off-season. So we'll certainly keep an eye on all of that. Mitch Cleary in the Carlton rooms.
Ed Curnow just coming over to us now, guys. So we'll speak to him in about 20 seconds. He's just got the kids by his side after a draw. So his first game in over a year, Ed Curnow for the footy club. He's just about to put the headphones on here on ABC.
Just repeating the full-time score. Scores level at full-time, a draw to start the 2023 AFL season. 8-10, 58 apiece. Mitch Cleary in the Carlton rooms.
Ed Curnow, thanks for joining us. How do you describe that, a draw in the first round after all of your summer preparations?
No words, really. We're proud of the group. That was a real fight and a scrap, and Richmond a quality team. So I think there's plenty of positives to take out of it from our side. We got beaten in a few areas, but we managed to hold in there and hold strong, and we were good in the contest and gave ourselves a chance to win it late in the game.
Michael Voss had you behind closed doors for around 5 minutes. Can you give us the tone, the message Vossi shared with the group?
Just heads up, lot to learn. We've got another big game next Thursday against the Cats. Let's not go too down. Let's recover well. And he just said he was really proud of the group and for the efforts. So, we're just making sure there's that strong resolve amongst the group going into a big week.
First AFL game in over 12 months. You got your kids here holding your hand after a draw. Take us through the emotion. Is it a pinch yourself moment? You're back on an AFL field and you're getting to share it with the family?
Yeah, 100%. It's such a special thing to be here with my wife Em and Will, Alice and Jimmy and Charlie and playing again. It's, I owe the club a lot, and I love that tonight. It was unreal.
I'm going to throw you upstairs to Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas and your old mate, Mark Murphy.
Hey Murph, how are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks for interviewing me, Ed. No, well done on your performance tonight, mate. Obviously, been through a bit of a tough road with injury over the past 12 months, but just getting back out there on the G where you belong on the bright lights, mate. How's your body pulled up initially after that hard-fought draw, mate?
Yeah, a bit tight. As you know, Murph, there's no easy shortcut when you get a bit older, so we've done a lot of work to get to that point, and I was really relieved that my body held up and I made it to the start line round one. So it's been a great pre-season to be able to get all that work done, and hopefully that's created some resilience for the long season.
Now, you're an honest man, so what was your honest feeling after that siren went? Was it one that was let slip, or were you content with the draw? What was your immediate feeling?
I was flat, and then the immediate feelings just in the moment, a few things that happened, and you're thinking, I could have done that, could have done this, and then your mind just goes, it's a 2-hour game. There was a million mistakes out there tonight, and the effort to clean it up from our guys I was just really proud of, and I think it shows that we're in for one heck of a season going forward if we show that fight every game.
Ed, how often do you work on those moments through a pre-season where you're ahead for the final couple of minutes, then Tom Lynch kicks that goal with 20-odd seconds remaining? How much practice goes into those moments through a pre-season?
Yeah, a fair bit. So, we're at the club for an extended period of time, and we do a lot of walkthroughs on our beautiful new facility at Icon Park, and so we've got the indoor shed there, and do a lot of walkthroughs. Last couple of minutes of the game, we're up, we're down, or we need to ice the game, and then we go out and practice that. So that'll always be in a drill or two during training.
Ed, you've played over 200 games of football yourself. You've been an absolute warrior for the football club. Not playing for 12 months, yep, there was injuries and the like. Did you feel like that you were going to get back to play in a round one game with 88,000 people at the MCG?
Yeah, it felt a long way off it. My problem has probably been a little bit impatient. So last year I just kept pushing it, and my body kept failing me. So I've had I probably haven't stopped training since round 23 last year. So it takes a lot of work into the legs to withstand this game, and I just loved tonight. Loved it.
So you're the ultimate professional. We all know that, how you've always prepared yourself. Is your mindset that you still want to play every single game you possibly can, or does your mindset shift at times to, I've got to help and I've got to develop these younger players, these younger running type of players at the football club?
I suppose my individual mindset is just to always push and play every game. I would hope that through my actions and behaviours around the club that I am helping the young guys develop, and if that's to a point where they take my position, I'll be really happy for them. But at the moment, I'm still trying to be the best footballer and best teammate that I can be for the Carlton Footy Club, and see where that takes us.
Ed, it's Matt Clinch here. You sort of touched on it a bit there. I don't want to go over it too many times, but for the Carlton fans that are leaving thinking there's a bit of deja vu from last season, do you feel like it's a bit of the technical side of things? Is it the setup? Is it the communication? Is it the leadership in terms of having a lead in the final term and not being able to close out the game?
I think there'll be a lot of learnings from tonight, no doubt, but I generally believe the group's improved. We've got a heap of depth. We've had some young guys out there tonight who showed a lot. We had some guys off some limited pre-season, but I really think the Tigers, to their credit, a great team, and they played some really strong footy, and we were able to really hold the line against them. They were coming at periods, and they beat us in a lot of stats, a lot of areas. So, yeah, I thought we did well.
Now, obviously, you've been around for a little while, but Lachlan Cowan, who played his first game, cramping up in both legs. Was that the story at three-quarter time, the tough brutality of AFL footy?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's just the intensity of the game, and sometimes you can, you just sweat. I've cramped a lot round one over the years, so sometimes if you're young or you're old, it just gets you. I wish no one's really come up with a remedy for cramps since I've been playing, so I wish someone would fix that.
Well, the pickle juice doesn't work for you, Ed?
No, I don't think it does.
The myth, you reckon?
Yeah, it's a joke, Murph.
Ed Curnow with us on Grandstand AFL after a draw on opening night, 58 points apiece between Richmond and Carlton. Ed, just on the surface, there's a lot made about, obviously, the relayed turf, almost like a soccer pitch in the middle of the ground that's been replaced after the Ed Sheeran concert. How did you find it?
I thought it was fine. I went out there and tried to lift it up with my hand and it wouldn't budge, so they've done a good job at knitting that down.
I don't have any other serious ones, so I just wanted to ask you one. It was observed in our commentary box before we went on air tonight that the shorts that you were rolling with were sort of extra baggy, like almost sort of old school basketball shorts, Eddie Betts-esque. Has that always been part of your game? It feels like they were sort of extra bigger tonight.
I'm not sure. Maybe I'll put on a bit of junk in the off-season. I don't know.
Maybe you've lost a bit because the shorts looked bigger, mate.
I don't think you're filling them out.
I don't know. It gives me something to play with whilst I'm bored.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Very baggy. Ed, it's great to see you back out there on the park. I don't know what to say. I don't know whether to say well done.
Can I ask you one more question, Ed? Did you ride the bike over tonight, or did you get the car up with the family? What was your pre-game? Because for all our listeners out there, there was times where you used to turn up on your bike and go sit in the front corner spot there in the Great Southern Stand, need a Subway foot long.
Tonight, we moved down the coast, so we drove up together and we timed it well. The kids fell asleep, but I do like to walk across the G, so I get Emily to drop me at Punt Road and I just walk across. I reckon that'll never get old, just walking through the parks at the MCG to the ground. So, yeah, no bike, but a bit of a walk.
Ed, we'll let you run and get into the rehab. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. See you, Murph. Missed you out there, mate.
Ed Curnow from the Blues on his return. He missed the entirety of the 2022 season with knee and hamstring injuries, but back tonight for game 205.
Did you think he'd get back, Murph?
Oh, I had my doubts considering, into his 30s and then when you miss a full year with injury, but he said it himself. He pushed too hard, and unfortunately that's why he's been so good and played such a long period of time and played so many games, because he's always been the one that's always pushed the boundaries and always been out there training and never missed a beat. So for him to get injured was something new, but he tried to work his way back too quickly, and his body just kept on failing him. So he did. Guys like Ed Curnow stick around because of the character they are around football clubs, and he's of the top echelon characters of that football club. Not to say he's not skilled or not a hard worker, because he's every one of those things. You don't play 200 games of AFL football without having talent. So, but his character, that's why he's still at that football club, because he's just one of those guys that everyone is tight-knit around. He bonds the group together because he's mates with everyone at that football club. You wouldn't find one guy who's played footy with him or been involved with that football club would say a bad word about Ed Curnow. So he's a real credit to his family.
Yeah, you need great examples at football club. How to train, how to prepare yourself physically and mentally. And clearly that's Ed Curnow. It's just he's so fit, and so when he goes out, he gives 100% every time he goes out to play. So that's worth a rookie spot, because that's where he is. You go, okay, I'll give a rookie spot to an 18-year-old kid, or give a rookie spot to Ed Curnow, who I know is going to set the absolute best example to our young kids that we're drafting.
And he won't be a part of the centre square, so sort of high half forward, would that be his role?
Yeah, certainly high half forward, coming up and being that sixth midfielder or coming up to a wing. But he even said it himself, he'll try and develop guys around him to try and progress their careers, but at the same time he still wants to be out there playing AFL football. But there's no doubt the conversation would have been had by Vossi and the other coaches that you might not play every week, but we need you a great character to be involved in our VFL program from time to time. But if he's going well and playing his role, there's no reason why he shouldn't be out there every week.
It's a draw at full-time between Richmond and Carlton after the first game of the AFL season. Which part of that interview do you think I want to pick up on, Murph?
Not too sure.
The subway on the bike ride in. So you're going to have to explain this to us.
Well, there was one occasion where, there's quite a few years in a row where he'd ride the bike in from his place in Richmond, and there was times where guys usually drive their car in and come underneath the car park and then walk their way up to the change rooms, whereas Ed Curnow used to ride his bike and then park out the front and then walk through the southern stand, and sometimes he'd sit down on one of the security chairs on ground level and sit there and eat a foot long. And then there was one time where I think it might have been Tony Jones saw him put his bike at the front, and then someone obviously found out that it was Ed Curnow's bike, and they took the wheel, I think, of his bike, so he couldn't actually get home. So he had to walk home. But he's a funny character.
Mark Murphy alongside Adam Ramanauskas on Grandstand AFL. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch. Mitch Cleary is downstairs. We'll get some reaction from the rooms, as well as a look ahead to a loaded opening round of the AFL season. Scores level at full time tonight. A draw to open up, 8-10-58 apiece. We'll hear from Damien Hardwick in just a moment. More of your reactions off the SMS from Ben. Feels like a loss for this lonely blue in Brisbane. I understand the sentiment on that front. Two major errors by Carlton were caused by players losing their footing. That's no name, no pack drill on that one. And this from Phil. We know why Carlton held up a button sign on the boundary in the last few minutes. It's a warning to their supporters to switch off their radios and TVs because it's going to end badly.
Very good.
There you go, Phil. 0437 774 774. We're on air for another half an hour. That is the SMS number if you want to get in touch. Some reaction from the Richmond camp in just a moment, as well as a look ahead to the remainder of the round. But let's relive that last couple of minutes tonight as called here on Grandstand AFL. Here's how it finished down the stretch. Chance on the counter-attack, Carlton. Long kick to Motlop. Hand pass out to O'Brien. Running down the southern wing. 4 bounces. Doesn't come back to him. Paddles out in front. O'Brien onto it. Kicks inside 50. Mackay on his knees. Can't take the mark. Richmond win it back. Carlton by 6.
Here's the Tigers' turn. Short goes to Baker. Can they roll the dice through the middle? Takes a bounce at half back. Looks up towards half forward. Puts the kick out in front of the intended target, Mansell, who slides in and takes the mark. Saad careful not to give away 50.
Great kick.
He comes inboard. Hopper takes the mark. Between the centre circles and half forward. Looks to send a high ball inside 50. Lynch sets himself. He's got it. Tom Lynch takes the mark. As Mitch McGovern floated in front.
You were all over that in the call, Murph. They decided to take it on rather than maintain possession.
That's fine, though, but Lockyer just got to hit the target.
Yeah.
He's on his left foot.
The game required You don't need to score. You need to just maintain the football for another minute.
Tom Lynch had his third goal tonight to draw, scores level inside the final minute. 25 metres out, Lynch comes in, scores a level. We have 17 seconds to go, 8-10, 58 apiece. As Tom Lynch, who finally touches it in the final term, kicks his third. And hang on to your hats. What have we got in this last 17 seconds in front of 88,084 fans?
There's time for both. This is what you work on all summer. This centre square clearance 666. So you know both teams can't drop a player back. It's get a clean clearance out of the centre. Get it in. Now you don't need to bomb it. You don't need to rush that kick if you get that clearance. Lower your eyes. Take your time.
1972 semi-final was the last draw between Richmond and Carlton. We're at the half-hour mark of the final term. 17 ticks left on the clock. Scores level. Nankervis palms it down. Ed Kerno knocks it out. Here's Hewitt. Carlton win it. Gives it to Chera. Kicks to centre half forward. Akers spills the mark. Akers drops it. Follows up. Hand pass to O'Brien. He's tackled. Ball up. Siren. Oh, footy, how have we missed you over summer? And after 5 long months, we've got an opening night stalemate. 58 points apiece. Richmond and Carlton cannot be separated. That's how we called it earlier tonight on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and through ABC Sport Digital. And for the first time in 2023, we are now streaming through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the AFL button. As you heard there, 58 points apiece at full time. Now, the Traralgon Tiger, a question for Murph and Rammer. How fatigued are players late into early season games compared to after the mid-season break? A mistake-riddled game tonight that was ugly at times, good at others. I'll take the draw as a Richmond supporter, but yeah, differences there, Murph?
Yeah, after the mid-season break, there's no issues. It's usually the first probably 3 or 4 weeks of the season which some guys will feel that cramp go on probably from sometimes midway through the third that we saw tonight when it's a really hot night. But usually after probably 3 or 4 weeks, the cramping usually goes away. Guys get conditioned pretty quickly. So, but that after that mid-season bye, it's really a non-issue, really.
The speed of the game, though, normally in the first couple of weeks is pretty intense, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly a lot quicker at the start of the season, but it's also because of basically the match fitness, really, and be able to run out those games, because you can do all the training you want in terms of running Ks throughout the pre-season, but it's only usually once you get used to hitting bodies and sort of like getting up and down off the ground, that's when guys really start to cramp in there. It's mainly their calves that guys usually get it. There's sometimes a full body cramp, like Adam Ramanauskas back in his early days of his career.
Just the groin.
Just the groin.
That was it then.
I think it was Carmichael Hunt had the full body cramp back in the day. But I think most guys usually get the cramping of the calves. Is usually something that happens in the first month of footy.
I think the one early in the year is getting your second wind. Like early in games, you're blowing hard early in the season. The game's quick, and then once you get your second wind and off you go again, I think. So saw tonight, that second quarter was slow. It was a slog. Then I think once that game opened up in the second half, you saw guys starting to run, take risks, and the like. So
you're right. It's the first 10 minutes of the game. The guys go, geez, have I done the work?
Here,
have I done the work here? Because I can't see myself getting through another 3 and a bit quarters. But once you get through that second quarter and you come off the ground a few times and you get that run your legs, you go, I'm feeling all right here. Then you get that belief that you can actually run out the game. But you're right. It's the first initial 10 minutes where you get hit a couple of times. There's a few tackles in a row and you're trying to get up off the deck. And you're like, geez, I hope I haven't lost it here.
What did you make of the Tigers' new midfield with Tim Taranto, the leading disposal getter on the ground with 32, 5 clearances and 8 tackles, and Jacob Hopper with 18 disposals, 3 tackles and 1 clearance?
I thought Taranto was one of the better players on the ground. Probably the thing, I think, with Tim that will really start to separate him, kicks goals. He kicked 2 behinds today. A couple of rush kicks as well, I think, out of contest. But
ironically, his best games kicking goals as a Giant were against the Tigers.
Yeah. But you can see the impact that he's going to have at Richmond. Around that contest, he was able to win 12 contested possessions, 8 ground ball gets. They're big numbers, big numbers for a midfielder. So it just takes away from the workload from Prestia. Now, Prestia had Ed Curnow a lot of the night as company, and I thought Ed did a pretty good job on him. So Hopper was okay, but I think one of you made mention in the call about players when they put a new jumper on, if they look comfortable in it or not. I thought Taranto did.
Yeah.
Hopper, you sort of had to look for him a fair bit in that game. He had 18 possessions, and he was okay. On the other side, then you look at Blake Acres, 16 possessions for that game. He'll play as a winger for the whole year, but had that opportunity late, and I've watched the footage back. It was Liam Baker. Liam Baker sprinted into the contest, and then you could see Baker's like, they've won the ball. It's gone over his head, and I think he was probably the happiest Tiger on the ground when that siren went.
Some of that stuff's just completely random too, isn't it? With the jumper on, and just sometimes it looks like a perfect fit, and others it doesn't. I agree. Taranto looks like he fits. Hopper looks almost like a different player. He looks leaner and hair looks darker. It's all he just looks like a completely different version of the guy that we saw at GWS.
But I think Tim Taranto's game, you couldn't have expected a better game than that. He was everywhere for Richmond. He was right at the coalface, doing all the hard things. He could have. You're right, could have kicked a goal or two, and then that turns it into a 3-vote game. He might even get the 3 votes, really. I thought he was fantastic tonight.
Are you on votes, Juice?
I think Rammer is.
No, you are.
It shows how important Dion Prestia is to Richmond, isn't it? In previous seasons when he has been missing in large chunks, that's where Richmond's midfield with an ageing Trent Cotchin and Dustin Martin, we're all waiting to see what he can still be. That's where the cracks would start to appear, and maybe that's a bit of the landscape of the modern day sort of list management to try and constantly be competing. You need to have that depth in the midfield, and if you can get 2 A-graders to come in, that's how you stay constantly competing for the top 4 or top 8.
Yeah, and that's controlling your salary cap, having the space to be able to do it, being able, Cochin and Revolt and those guys are earning big money when in the primes of their career. They're obviously at the back end of their career now, so they come down a couple of runs. Taranto and Hopper jump in, and they're getting paid obviously good money to be at the Tigers. But this is the thing: teams talk about rebuilding, and with free agency now and the way players are willing to move, you don't necessarily have to rebuild. I think it's just it's a renovation and off you go again. But if you want to do a renovation on the cheap, good luck. If you want to do a real high quality renovation, you might stay at the top rungs of the ladder.
Full-time, a draw, 58 points apiece between Richmond and Carlton on opening night. Damien Hardwick, the coach of the Richmond Football Club, is up at his press conference. Let's see how Richmond makes sense of all that. A draw first night.
Tom, I'm really interested in what you think. If we sort of, once again, the scoreboard always dictates the outcome, but I sort of thought it looked like a Richmond game. I thought we had them pinned in the front half for the vast majority. The reality is we just lacked polish. We had 7 missed shots on goal, we kicked 4 on the full, we had a couple of sodas from in front, so I'll look at how the game looks overall. The polish, I think, is the one thing we can take out that we certainly need to improve.
Is that a sort of general legacy of round 1, or is that something you're trying to get rid of over the longer term?
I think we've generally been pretty good at it. I think it's traditionally we probably haven't been the fastest starting side, and I think it's always one area of our game that we sort of look at, and it's probably the polish factor. And what we were really happy with tonight was our system and our defence. I thought we kept them to a really manageable score. We just couldn't capitalise when we needed to. A couple of that was, we just missed shots on goal, and the other one was we just weren't clean enough going inside 50. So, we know Carlton roll hard defensively to get back, and they do that really well. Thought we understood it, we just didn't quite execute exactly what we're after for the sum of the parts. Sorry, where do I stand on?
Where do you stand on the draw? Are you someone who wants extra time, or are you content with that in a way?
No, I suppose it is what it is. I'm not too fussed either way. I suppose in the finals point of view or whatever it is, probably a little bit different. But I think not too worried. Smarter men than me will figure that out.
Can I ask you about the Shea Bolton shot at the end, straight in front? I know it's a thing about player preference, but I would have thought if you're ever going to kick a drop punt, that's the one.
Well, once again, we sort of want the player to take the responsibility with their, with the way they shoot a goal. For a player of my era, drop punt for sure. But these days the players practice those, but they've got to execute. That's the reality of it. So you live or die by the sword, don't you? So he practices those a lot. He's probably got to get better at it. He probably, for mine, rushed it a little bit more. He could have taken a bit more time, got his breath, and then, been a little bit more relaxed with his shot.
Is there a point at which you'd say to him, you can't do that anymore?
I wouldn't say can't. Once again, we like the players to make informed decisions. That's the job as a coach, sit there and offer guidance, but the reality is they play the game. So they've got to understand from the fact of the matter... Afternoon, Jake. The fact of the matter is they've got to make decisions.
How did you see Tom Lynch's game? Mr. Field straight for his try early, but then sort of much at the end of it?
Yeah, it was good. He probably came into the game as we knew he would. He had that 3/4 of a game last week, and as the game progressed, he got a lot better. I thought he looked strong, gave a couple of good contests. You look behind the ball, guys like Wiedering and Young are just really, really good defenders. McGovern down there as well, so we certainly had our hands full. But I thought he battled really well.
Talking about the Richmond game plan a lot, and it's been based on the pressure and, do you feel like you had that out there on 900 Brand that you often talk about?
Yeah, I think you had 37 forward half turnovers, so our system was strong. Our pressure number was 1.88, which is elite, so we were happy. Like I said, we're really happy with that part of our game. It was the fundamentals and the polish inside 50 that probably let us down. And it's something we look at our evident last year. I think the number 1 or number 2 scoring side in the competition. So it's something that's not foreign to us. We've just got to make sure we put a little bit of work in it without losing the other aspects of our game.
How did you see the introduction of Hopper and Transport?
Yeah, I thought they were both really good. Tim is obviously more of a transitional type mid, so I think he had a huge impact tonight. And Hops is probably a little bit like Cripps. It was a high stoppage game, but the stoppages are at the bookends, not necessarily through the arc. So I thought he found the ball well. Probably some of his execution, he was one of those guys that we'll expect to get better along the way. So he's going to get better and better, as we know. But once again, generally against Carlton, we get done in clearances. It was pretty much 50-50 from our point of view. So we're really happy with that aspect of our game. Thought the midfield guys did a terrific job.
How did Jack Reynolds from injury perspective locked in rules or
I thought Jack was terrific. He could have played in our VFL last week and the week previous, but we thought we'd get some more training into him. So I thought he was great tonight. His pressure and probably left a couple of goals on the table that he would normally kick, but with match practice that'll come. And Marlon, he once again is probably the guy that we looked at and we were undenied, but big game player, Marlon. We love his physicality. The plan was always to sort of play 2.5 quarters and then Jack Ross would come in, which probably played out that way as well. So I think it worked out okay.
So it was a bit more of a first use of the tactical side as opposed to a medical issue?
Yeah. It was just one of those ones. He's going to get better as the season goes on. He's had a little bit of an interrupted pre-season, but once again, you take a little bit of a risk, obviously, hoping that no one gets injured, but we got through, and so we were able to impact that. Pull the lever on the sub, which is good.
Damien Hardwick a short time ago at his press conference, he said there, Rammer, it felt like a Richmond style of game for large periods. They split the 2 premiership points with Carlton, 58 points apiece.
Well, he said happy with the pressure that they applied, unhappy with the execution going inside forward 50, and that's evident. 66 inside forward 50s for only 18 scoring shots. So he praised Carlton the way they defended that ground. So he sounded happy enough with the way Richmond performed. Won the draw in his eyes, but it won the draw. Yep.
Yeah. Won the draw. 58 points apiece, Richmond and Carlton at full time. There's a heap else going on in footy. Mitch Cleary, the best newsbroker in footy, is with us. Mitch, we'll talk about some other news stuff in just a moment. But firstly, the Richmond rooms. You popped your head in there downstairs. What's the wash up from underneath?
Reasonably sprightly. I had a quick chat to Jack Graham for 7 News tomorrow, and he said that Dimmer sat them down and said, heads up, quick turnaround for next week. We've got to, saddle up and go again. So they're taking it as, I asked the question, is this a win or a loss of the draw? And he said we probably need to sit back and review the game for for later in the week. But they were pretty sprightly leaving the rooms of the Richmond players, and they got out of there quick, smart compared to the Blues.
Did you see Sauce in the car?
No, I didn't. Hope you listened to us on ABC around the country, like many others. But no, he's as Jack said in his speech for his 100th match presentation, Stevens decided to stay in the car. I asked the Blues, was Stephen invited into the club rooms after the game? They said yes, he was. All family and friends were to celebrate Jack's 100th match. Stephen, of course, is the St Kilda list manager.
Yep.
And could well be trying to prize some of Jack's teammates out of the club in the next few months. So I think it's a fair enough decision. I know a lot of people connected to Carlton will think it's, you got to put family above it, but if he doesn't feel comfortable, then maybe probably should have popped his head in quickly and got out, but that's for others to debate.
All right, let's tie a bow on this. A draw tonight to open season 2023, 58 points apiece, Richmond and Carlton, a match which had 5 lead changes, 4 of them in the second half. The rest of the round in just a moment. But Murph, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Thanks, Corbin. Well, one vote goes to one of my all-time favourites over the past 12 months, Dan Rioli. I thought he was terrific against tonight. He had 25 disposals. It went at 92%. 5 score involvements, but it's just his run and dash and his willingness to run and create. He's just a real standout in my eyes. I thought Marlon Pickett, his little special mention, was just awesome in that first half, but obviously he's got some sort of niggle, but I just love the run and dash off the half-back line. Sam Docherty, I thought, was probably best for Carlton. I thought he was a real standout in that second half, provides a lot of run that Carlton midfield really are crying out for. He kicked that big goal from about 65 almost in that last quarter to put the Blues in front. He was terrific with 25, 1 goal. But my 3 goes to Tim Taranto, who was obviously his debut for the football club, having 32 disposals, 8 tackles, 5 clearances, kicked 2 behinds and would have put a real cherry on top of the game. He did everything other than finish on the scoreboard, but I thought his first game as a Richmond player was terrific.
3 to Taranto, 2 to Docherty, 1 to Dan Rioli in the ABC Footballer of the Year from Mark Murphy. A draw at full time, 58 points apiece between the Tigers and the Blues in front of 88,084. From Max off the SMS, man off Miss Grandstand AFL, great call, gents, after a heartbreaking loss. After the heartbreak of 2022, a draw is deflating but better than a loss. It's going to be some ride, Blue Baggers. That's from Max. Sorry, Max, I've misread your text late at night. But what he's basically saying is after a heartbreaking 2022, a draw's better than a loss. From Jordan, that was a roller coaster listening from Arkansas in the US this morning. Sounds like the Blue Baggers are still struggling to get the balance of attack and defence sorted at the death. Nice to hear from you, Jordan, and also from Sue as well. Thanks for the great call. Love having you all back for 2023. Right across the weekend, every game streamed through the ABC Listen app for the first time. Look out for the AFL button and, of course, in the usual spots on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. So back tomorrow night for Geelong and Collingwood. Then the lead with Matt Clinch in most markets from 12 noon Australian Eastern Daylight Time on Saturday. That precedes North Melbourne and West Coast, obviously the afternoon game. And then we all split in different directions throughout the day with 2 big games on Saturday night, Port Adelaide and Brisbane over in the City of Churches, and Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs here at the G on Saturday. And obviously the Gold Coast are also up against the Swans.
Sounds like we go here, there and everywhere on the Listen app. So family, friends overseas, great ally for those that can't get access to watch it. Download the ABC Listen app and we'll tell you what's going on.
Teams are in, Mitch, for round 1. There's a number of new faces. I was interested in particular in the game tomorrow night. So at one point it looks like the 4 off-season recruits could all play, but Frampton hasn't been selected, so he's not there. But the rest of them are. So Bobby Hill's going to play. They've also got McStay and Mitchell in their first up team.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a late change here, and Craig McRae hinted at it at his press conference during the week, saying that Chris Scott's the master of the late change. Chris Scott today, of course, naming Tom Hawkins, and Frampton was brought into the club to play on the monster forwards like Hawkins. Murphy, though, has been named in that back 6 alongside Darcy Moore and Jeremy Howe. I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow night we see a late change and see Frampton come in for Nathan Murphy just to give a bit more key back support. But maybe a bit of cat and mouse between the old Brisbane Premiership teammates Chris Scott and Craig McRae. Some other big news out of the teams over the weekend. Todd Goldstein has been left out for North Melbourne. It means his 109-game consecutive run comes to an end. It's the second longest active streak in the AFL behind Jack Crisp, so that comes to an end. Stephen May out for Melbourne. That is a massive loss, given the D's will have to contend with Rory Lobb, Jamari Ugle-Hagan, Sam Darcy and Aaron Norton in the same forward line. So 4 key tools without Stephen May is a big task. So Adam Tomlinson comes in. Dyson Heppel's been named for Essendon. So too Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody in their squad. At the Hawks, Cam McKenzie, their top 10 pick, the midfielder, was part of St Kilda's academy, but the Saints lost rights to him because there was a bid inside the first round. So he lines up for Hawthorn as a first round debutant. Fergus Green has also been named for the Hawks and will debut in brown and gold. Incredibly, played a few games for the Bulldogs. His last AFL game 5 years ago, Fergus Green, but takes a chance now with Gunston off to Brisbane and some other retirees in that front half for the Hawks. Anthony Caminiti's been named for St Kilda in their squad too. Incredibly, Corbin, he sat an algebra exam on Monday on Labor Day. 6 days later, he's named for his AFL debut. He was only signed to St Kilda 32 days ago through the SSP pre-season. He was playing at Carlton's VFL team, played on Jacob Wiedering in an internal trial. Jack Silvani saw what he liked, went home and spoke to his dad, Stephen, and said, this kid goes all right. A few days later, he was training at St Kilda, and now he could be lining up for his AFL debut. It's pretty funny how the world of AFL footy works these days.
That is a great story. Can't wait to see him out there on Sunday for the Saints. Give me a game, Rama, in week 1. Which one are you most looking forward to out of the slate that's left?
Tomorrow tomorrow night's a beauty, I think. Maybe the Bulldogs and Melbourne.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's an interesting affair. Melbourne have got a few out. The Bulldogs weren't happy with their season last year, so they went and got Rory Lobb. So they go and change how they want to set up going forward. They think the Bulldogs think they're there. They're in that pack with those better teams. So that's probably the one that's interesting. I think Melbourne probably last year underachieved, if I'm being totally honest. But again, they're a good team. They're a good team, the D's. So that's probably the one that probably catches my eye the most.
Clinchy?
The game I'm finding hardest to tip is GWS and Adelaide. I was impressed by what I saw from the Crows. They've done a lot of work on their team defence. Some injuries, Darcy Fogarty and Tex Walker to play alongside each other in 2023.
He could take a giant leap, Darcy Fogarty. I think he did the second half of the year last year. He did, but I think there's more to come.
But I'm really curious to see how Adam Kingsley goes as coach of the Giants.
Yeah.
I think they might get a real rapid rise. They could be competing for the top 8. So there's so many games to look forward to, but that's the one I can't work out who I'm going to tip.
Yeah, I was about to say where'd you land, but you still haven't decided.
No, I'll wait until tomorrow. Think about it some more.
Say the final teams. Mitch?
I'm finding an incredibly hard round of tipping. I think you asked pre-game, Corbin, on who's your keeper, who's the one tip that you're back that you can continue to hold on to for the rest of the season. And it's incredibly hard. I end up going with Sydney to beat Gold Coast. But here at the MCG on Sunday, Hawthorn-Essendon, Hawthorn are going to come out all guns blazing. They're fit. Peter Burge, the new fitness boss, has come in from the Hawks. Come in from Richmond, rather. And if you can bank on one thing, it's Hawthorn being ready in the first 6 weeks. They might drop away with their young team, I think, a little bit later in the season. But I think the Hawks will be on early in the year, and I think it's a bit of a danger game for Essendon, who do enter as favourites.
I think Fremantle's the safe tip of this round, with the amount of injuries that St Kilda have.
Even Ross, he's had all summer to plot for this game against his old side. Has he put a bit of extra thought into this one game?
15 injuries. There's a lot of walk-up start 22 plays in those 15 injuries.
Interestingly, in the Herald Sun, where they have, about 145 tipsters every week, the two sort of most tipped teams were Fremantle and Sydney. So they were the two that most punters had as the warmest favourites of the weekend. But, I mean, you could easily see either of those games being flipped the other way, and it wouldn't surprise you. So what a great round of footy we have ahead of us. The footy is back for 2023. Thanks to Mark Murphy, thanks to Adam Ramanaskas, thanks to Matt Clinch, to Mitch Cleary. We'll catch you throughout the season on Grandstand AFL. To Stu Baker at Best Tech in the Business, holding it all down for us. Beautiful sound quality first up. What a start to the new season. He's absolutely rested. There's no rust there for Stu Hollywood-Baker. To Ben Cameron as well, great to have him on board as part of our crew here in Melbourne throughout season 2023 and beyond. And, of course, the cult figure, Adam Jones himself, back in the studio. So that's it for Game 1 of the 2023 season. We'll be back tomorrow night for Friday night footy, but it ends in a draw first up. The points split between Richmond and Carlton, 58 points apiece, is how we called it on Grandstand AFL.
Toby Nankervis with the first disposal. The co-captain with a helicopter kick inside 50. McGovern dropped the mark. Martin's onto it. You can't do that. Dusty finds the opening goal of season 2023.
Shearer kicks Carlton deep inside 50. Silvani crashes the pack, spills front and centre. Ed Kerno hands it to Fisher, and Carlton answers straight back. Fisher just in front of the benches, down to Charlie Kerno. Direct opponent slipped over. Charlie picks up, kicks it long to his partner in crime. Mackay can't mark, follows up, goals.
1-2 with Dustin Martin. Here he goes, bounding through the middle of the ground. He's got Shea Bolton free. Spots him. Kicks to the right forward pocket. Bolton into the open goal and into the second tier.
So press here in Taranto with some go forward out of the middle. This is what it results in. A look at the sticks for Tom Lynch. He moves in. He pops it through. And for the first time since the opening minute, Richmond are in front.
Kennedy backing back. Marks in front of Taranto. Looks inside 50. Both big men are there for the Blues. Mackay in front. Charlie Kerno on the back. He dribbles through his second from the right forward pocket.
Young off the deck. Hand pass a turnover though. Mansell for the Tigers. Gives it to Graham. Centering kick. Side went the socket. Missed it. Morris at the back. Morris Rioli pops it through. Mention the juggled mark. The juggle was straight off his nose before completing the mark. The Falcon effort. The finish though from Lynch is pure. Tigers back in front. Seesawing third term continues. He's now probably going to have to kick it 57, 58 metres rather than 53. Doherty loads up with that right foot cannon.
Huge.
Trademark goal from Sam Doherty. This is Hollands for the Blues. Hand pass away to McGovern. Loads up from 52 out to the goal square. Spoil comes from Ross. Charlie Kerno throws the boot at it and goals.
Hopper takes the mark between the centre circles and half forward. Looks to send a high ball inside 50. Lynch sets himself. He's got it. Tom Lynch takes the mark. Tom Lynch who had his third goal tonight to draw scores level inside the final minute. 25 metres out. Lynch comes in. Scores a level.
17 ticks left on the clock. Scores level. Nankervis palms it down. Ed Kerno knocks it out. Here's Hewitt. Carlton win it. Gives it to Jera. Kicks to centre half forward. Akers spills the mark. Akers drops it. Follows up. Hand pass to O'Brien. He's tackled. Ball up. Siren. Oh, footy, how have we missed you over summer? And after 5 long months, we've got an opening night stalemate. 58 points apiece. Richmond and Carlton cannot be separated.
Simone Young is one of the most talented conductors of her generation.
When I started, I faced considerable opposition.
Executive producer Kate Blanchett takes us into the world of one of our greatest conductors.
In 1991, there were no women conductors.
What does being a woman have to do with conducting?
She's not afraid to just be a boss.
Simone Young, Knowing the Score.
It is magic.
Tuesday, March 21st on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
In case you missed it. Welcome to ABC Grandstand's Hall of Fame. On mobile, online and on your radio.
With me is Tracy Holmes to talk about Sports Hall of Fame, and in today's show you're speaking with Arthur Ashe, Heather McKay and David Hooks. And what made these athletes unique as individuals?
Well, they were all brilliant, but the one that would stand out there would be Arthur Ashe for me, because he wasn't just competing in his sport to be the best in the sport that he chose, but he was also competing against racism and competing against all sorts of barriers that were put up all over the place, wherever he went. But the way he approached it, there's a number of different ways of approaching any kind of a hurdle, I guess. the way he approached it was with such charm, such ease, so polite, and you often wonder why. You often think, if I was confronted with those same sorts of horrendous barriers, would I react like that? Probably not. I'd probably get very, very angry. But he was remarkable. And, you know, it's one of those sort of things where you say to yourself, there are some things that happen in life and there is no way of understanding why. He ended up dying of AIDS, and it wasn't that long after I spoke to him for this Hall of Fame interview. And he got AIDS because I think he was giving blood, or he had a blood transfusion for something, and the blood that they gave him was infected. That should never happen. It was just horrific. And I remember in the interview, it might still be left in here, I don't know, we'll hear it, but I did ask him, what do you hang on for now, you know? And how do you not get angry at the world for this happening to you? And he said, well, you wouldn't want it to happen to anyone else, you know, me as much as anybody. But what I hang on for now is my daughter's next birthday, which is very, very sad. But he was just a great man, and whatever was thrown in front of him, he approached with such grace.
Let's listen to your interviews now with Arthur Ashe, Heather McKay and David Hawkes.
You would need more than a lifetime to be able to appreciate and understand the depth and breadth of what this man has done and continues to do, not for himself, not only for his sport, but for each of us. Arthur Ashe is more than a tennis legend. He is more than a human rights campaigner. He is more than is possible to describe. Perhaps it's best put as Arthur Ashe is Arthur Ashe. And we welcome him to Grandstand. It's good to talk with you, Arthur.
Well, nice to be able to talk to you.
Where do we start? You're a Wimbledon winner, an Australian Open winner, a US Open winner, a former world number one, the Davis Cup captain, but more than all of that, you surpass your tennis prowess with your attitudes and philosophy to life. It's difficult to describe, but your goodness seems to be your greatest achievement.
Well, that's that puts me in a very uncomfortable situation. That's probably for others to judge and to say, but certainly I've tried to act the way my family would have wanted me to act, and I don't think I've misbehaved too many times.
It certainly doesn't seem so, and that puts us in a difficult position because we feel a little bit lesser than you. You were one of the first ever black athletes to become a world best. Was that battle against a white society the first in a series of lessons that made you so incredibly strong?
Oh, well, certainly it was one of those life lessons that stay with you long after that discrimination had passed, yes. Growing up in Virginia in the 1950s, as I did, was growing up under segregated laws as regard to race. You had to live an almost separate existence, and certainly a lot of occupations and jobs and positions that one would look forward to as an adult, you knew were just closed to you simply because you were black. And so that forced us to either leave, go to other places like the West Coast or the northern states that did not have segregationist laws. But again, it took a lot of energy. It was needless. It was unnecessary. And it also just served to keep a low